Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Multi-Star Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku studied the crowd of other students, watching them gather into groups, broker alliances and team-ups or fail to and leave awkwardly. Their team was forged the moment they all made it through the obstacle race. Izuku wasn't going to take no for an answer from any of them. What was important was who else was going to team up. Each player was assigned points based on the outcome of the race. First place carried with it a grand total of 10 million points, but having 3 people tied for it was unprecedented. At least there was a precedent set for 2 people tying for it, and they ultimately went with that, split the points up evenly. 3,333,333 points each, with the remainder just being discarded because really, the whole point was to paint a massive target on the back of the leader. Given that Katsuki and he were joining forces, that just made it worse. Well, Izuku couldn't say he wasn't having fun. Studying the groups wasn't helping too much though. He didn't know enough about, well, anyone. He could see Mei teaming up with Harashima, Makino, and Shiranaki, which he'd mostly expected. Shiranaki's eyes met his for a brief moment, and the other boy mouthed good luck to Izuku as he climbed onto their shoulders. They needed to figure out their formation. Kaken on top, Izuku says the moment he turns around. And no, I'm not just saying that for favoritism. He can't use explosion properly if he has to hold one of us up. That's fair, I guess, Mashareo mutters, although he does sound a little put out by it. We're going to have a hell of a target on us, thanks to Big Mouth Explodey Boy here. Izuku puts a restraining hand on Katsuki's shoulder before he can retaliate for the nickname. How are the teams looking? I don't really know anyone outside of 1F, so Hitoshi cranes his neck. Looks like everyone's sticking to class lines. 1A with 1A, 1B with 1B. I wouldn't know if they mixed up either, but it's not like there's much to mix up with. Something like 90% of the students here are from the heroics department. Figures. He looks back to the rest of them, eyeing Katsuki briefly. Our best bet is to go on the defense. If we make it to the end without losing our headband, we win by default. F off with that weak sheet. Katsuki snarls perhaps a little predictably, I didn't come here to win by default. I came here to crush these F-airs. Dude, we can't focus on offense and defense, Mashareo says, holding his hands up. Every team out there is going to be aiming for either us or Todoroki's group. As good as we are and as, incredible as you are, Mashareo seems like just saying that left a bad taste in his mouth, but Katsuki puffs his chest out all the same. That's still way too many for us to handle. They're right, Kaken. We need to focus on defense. Izuku straightens his back, and there's an almost commanding air to him now as he begins to focus. He's studied their quirks for the past month, built up notes to how to best exploit and enhance their capabilities. Now it was time for it to pay off. Mashareo-senpai, take rear guard, so you can use your tail as much as possible to fend people off. Hitoshi, vanguard. Focus on diverting attention from us, get people as shields, get them to fight each other, it doesn't matter. I'll take vanguard as well. Agreed. They shared a look. Yeah. Agreed. All teams please assemble in the arena. It's tying. Goodness. Your son is going to have his work cut out for him. Come now. He's a Midoriya. He'll do just fine. 12 teams, if we ignore Todoroki's team, that still leaves 10 other teams to fend off. Izuku had to admit, it didn't look good for them on the onset. This is going to be fun. Of course, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing as far as he was concerned. Remember, defense, Hitoshi drawls, eyeing the nearest teams from his position at the front left of the horse. Hey, you're all from 1B, aren't ya? He calls out, channeling Katsuki as best he can. He even mimics his voice a little. Ready to get dumpstered, you pack of background extras. The slew of angry reactions draws a smirk on his face, although someone calls out, don't respond to him, which is, ironically, a response in itself. Zombies primed and ready to go. Great. We'll try to keep our distance, but human shields will be great, and any distraction will be helpful. Ready, Kaken. Katsuki snorted. I was born FNG ready. Present Mix voice cut through the tension in the air like a cleaver. Cavalry battle start, and then it was on. Background extras. Ignore US and go for each other's headbands. Hitoshi shouts, lacing his voice with his quirk. Whole teams suddenly begin fighting each other, although quite a few participants are left shouting at their horses or riders. It's only a matter of time until some of them snap out of it, but that probably bought us a few minutes. Where should we move? Izuku says, glancing around as best he can. Todoroki's team has backed off a bit, seemingly using a similar strategy to them as he forms a wall of ice to fend off an assault by a team from 1A. He's not super sure about names, but the bird-headed boy in the back launches a dark shadow thing at the ice wall to begin cracking it. We can't afford to be boxed in and 3 o'clock. Izuku's not sure what to make of the team rushing towards them. It is a team, right? It just looks like one guy with a weird, fleshy growth on his back which he assumes is Quirk-related. Like a pyramid of flesh with eyes along the sides, and a small opening in the front, and is that a tongue coming for them? It zooms towards Katsuki, who only turns around and snarls, flinging a hand towards it and firing off an explosion. Given that Izuku can't feel any recoil, it wasn't a particularly powerful one, but it's enough to fend off the tongue apparently. You can F right off, Todi. Katsuki roars, hands sparking. I'm a frog, comes a voice from inside the flesh pyramid, and Izuku can't see them but he can only imagine them frowning. Whoever they are. Show me where I F asked. There's a shift behind them, and then Mashireo grunts. Focus. We've got a team coming in from the back. They turn around surprisingly efficiently, just in time for Izuku to see something bright flying towards his face. Purely instinctively he opened his mouth to catch it. Whatever it was small, metal, and tasted electronic. Not bad. Could have used a little more iron. What the hell? Did you just eat my taser dart? Squawks the rider of the other team, a heavy-set girl with her hair in pigtails. Icha. UDMN 1F students. She hefts up her arm, a complex-looking wrist-mounted launcher now aimed directly at Izuku. I'll show you. I'll show you all. A tall, gangly boy, tall and gangly enough that even obviously supporting her from behind, he's still capable of peering over her shoulder, huffs. Nana, rant later, shoot now. Aim for the rider. Kaken. Shield. Katsuki narrows his eyes, but does as Izuku warns him to, pulling the Deku shield from its place on his back and swinging it around just in time for 3 more sparking darts to collide with it. You think your shield will protect you from the unmitigated genius of 1G. Haruka. The fetcher. The gangly boy Haruka, it seemed, rolls his eyes, and a long, spindly arm comes out around his shoulder holding a rod. Here, he says wryly. Fetcher looks like a fishing rod. Made entirely out of metal, with a steel cable for a line but still mostly a fishing rod. Instead of a hook, it ends in a weird little grabber. Almost like a crane game, actually. Which is all the more obvious when she casts it right at Katsuki's head. How about F off instead? Katsuki growls, batting it away with the shield. Nana responds by casting it again, and Katsuki bats it away once more. Haruka frowns, responding to the situation much more calmly than Nana. This isn't getting anywhere. Nemetsu, distraction. Nemetsu was Haruka's complete opposite, almost to the point of comedy. Short and squat where Haruka was tall and gangly, their face was hidden by a curtain of hair, where Haruka's was cropped short. There was just the softest noise from under the curtain of hair in response, that might have been a grunt or a yes or even just humming. And then the bolus wrapped around Izuku's legs. There was enough force behind them to nearly make Izuku stumble, so he unfolded his staff to keep his balance, jamming it against the ground with one hand. At that point, the bolus sparked, and for a brief moment, Izuku was a corona of electricity again, this time against his will. Fortunately, the staff served as an easy grounding device, and what electricity did travel to the others was only enough to jolt them. Confound you, one of... Nana cries, raising her wrist launcher again. I want what the... A reel of tape darted down from above and attached to her headband before yanking it straight up into... How the F are they flying? Katsuki growls, watching as Shuji Mizo crashes down to the ground, guiding himself with his tentacles, the tape reeling into the dark shadows of his flesh pyramid. Mashareo winces a little at the sound of the landing, but Shuji takes it in stride. Guess it was more jumping than flying. DMN it all. Haruka. Nemetsu. After them. We can deal with the others later. This insult will not stay a want. They charge after the human battle tank formation, Izuku tilting his head to the side a little as he watches them go. Is anyone going to tell them I'm the only person from 1F? Not our problem, Hitoshi mutters, glancing around to survey the field. Looks like Todoroki has his hands full. They just kept coming. No matter how much ice he built up, no matter how many walls, nothing seemed to hold them off for long. Ashido's acid, Tokoyami's dark shadow, that girl's vine hair, the weird inky blackness of another student. Every time Todoroki thought he'd bought a few seconds, another attack was coming. When the ground beneath them turned soft and they started to sink, Yaoyorozu pulls them out with the help of his ice and Ida's engines. When a weird, candle-looking guy fires what might be glue at them, Todoroki stops it with a wall of ice. He hadn't had a single moment to think this entire time, to plan any kind of counterattack. They were stuck on the defensive, and that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. They didn't have to go on the offensive to win, after all, but it was strange. He knew they had over 3 million points on a single headband, a prize that would guarantee a team's continuation into the next round, but why didn't they turn on each other? Surely at some stage they'd find an opportunity to try and steal someone else's. He gets his answer in a moment when he forms a large ring of ice, just long enough to give him a handful of seconds reprieve. They don't have any headbands. There's 5 teams aiming for them, nearly half the players, and there's no headband between them. Ida, he says, voice low, have you been able to see who's been taking the headbands? It's true that Todoroki has the best vantage point, but his attention has been entirely on fending off the variety of ranged attacks being thrown at them. Nobody has gotten close enough to really engage them in melee, which is fortunate because he's not sure how many times Kaminari can discharge. It's an ace in the hole he doesn't want to use unless they have to. Not yet. I can't see clearly past everyone. Speaking of, Tokoyami, 2 o'clock. Todoroki curses silently, raising another wall of ice to keep his dark shadow at bay. Kirishima collides with it face first, but with his hardening active, already cracking it. I see him, Yaoyorozu mutters, holding a spyglass to her eye. In the back. That shirtless guy from the obstacle race. She points, and Todoroki spares a glance. There, riding on the shoulders of 3 students he doesn't recognize, he remembers seeing that pink-haired girl talking to Bakugo though, is a student who looks like some sort of mummy. He has all the headbands wrapped around his face, so the only thing visible is the eyes. Eyes which were staring right at Todoroki. Not staring. Glaring. He looked like Todoroki had personally killed his entire family, burnt down the family home, and then kicked his dog into a well for good measure. There was murder in those eyes. Todoroki puts it out of his mind for now. That answers one question. Why aren't they trying to get them back? Who knows? We've only got 4 minutes left, so if we can hold out for then, it won't matter. Yaoyorozu says, eyes narrowing. Sheet. I think they're preparing to attack in unison. It seemed likely. The 5 teams they were contending with had all paused attacking, and there was a definite unspoken sentiment of a united attack, if only just this once. All right, Todoroki mutters, exhaling slowly, Yaoyorozu. Insulation and grounding. Kaminari. Discharge. Wait until my mark. Wow, Izuku mumbles, looking at the other teams before straightening a little. We've got to be more careful. We've got 5 minutes left and on our 5. Mushrooms had begun to sprout in a path leading up to that flank, and none of them were in any mood to find out what they did. Hey, what do you think you're doing? We might be fungis, but there's already not mushroom here. Hitoshi calls out, but the all-girl team from 1B wasn't falling for it. Well, he tried. The rider, a girl with auburn hair in a side tail, pet a fist back and let it grow to the size of her torso as they suddenly charged towards them. You want a FING go? Bring IT beaches. Katsuki roars, leaning forward as his team grudgingly answered their challenge. Yanagi, Tokage. No. Fist Girl cries. That was when the severed arm flew at them. There wasn't any BLD, but the girl with long green hair had very clearly pulled her arm off like a lizard's tail and then something had hurled it at them. None of them were particularly prepared for this, which was why the arm was currently pulling Katsuki's hair and wrapping around his neck. Katsuki grabs at it, already firing off small explosions to try and get it loose, glaring vehemently at the girls the entire time. The mushrooms were spreading closer. Fist Girl was almost in range. If they didn't act soon, they were going to lose their headband. Mashireo pushes up against Katsuki briefly before releasing him entirely. "I'm going in," he shouts, darting between his teammates towards the incoming team, leaving Hitoshi and Izuku to rapidly try and brace Katsuki on their shoulders. Sensational. Ojiro Mashireo of 1A has split from his team. Is this even in the rules? It is. Amazing. The mushrooms explode into spores the moment Mashireo steps on one, but he was already moving too fast, leaping into the air and spinning. His tail collides with her fist, and the built-up momentum is enough to win. Out, sending her back and off balance as her horses try to skid to a stop lest she fall off. This was dangerous, Mashireo knew. Leaving his team like this left them vulnerable. A moment's opening and it could be over. As if answering that very thought, there was a whirr through the air, and Katsuki is forced to fend off the insidious claw of the fetcher. Curses. Nanafo cries, reeling it back in for a second pass. "Bring me closer. I want to hit them with my rod." Well, this wasn't good. "You want some too? Line the F up, a-holes." Chef Katsuki is serving up today's special, but whoopings with a side of get F. Katsuki roars, fending off another swing from the fetcher. It's hard to balance like this, Izuku thinks. If someone were to charge them into melee, they'd almost definitely get OFING hell. Incoming. Hitoshi shouts, as a two-man team from 1B composed of a girl with long spiraling horns and a guy with pincers on his mouth charges straight at them. They can't dodge fast enough like this. Maybe if Mashireo was still with them, but not like this. There's only one thing for it. Thinking fast, Izuku throws Katsuki into the air. "Fly," he shouts. It's a testament to Katsuki's reflexes that after floundering in midair for a millisecond, he starts propelling himself higher into the air with explosions, just like he did in the obstacle course. "Warn me next time, NIT," he shouts back. With Katsuki safely in the air, Izuku and Hitoshi are both free to split, narrowly avoiding the cavalry charge. Incredible. Absurd. Is this even a cavalry battle? Team Bakugo has completely split up. 2 minutes. If we can hold out until then, we win. Izuku calls out, unfolding his staff again. "Here." He hurls it at Hitoshi, who manages to catch it with a dumbfounded look. He looks at the staff and then looks back to Izuku. "Izuku," he calls, managing to sound like he's talking to a toddler even though he's basically shouting, "I have no idea what to do with this. Just hit people. It's a stick." Izuku can't spare much more attention to Hitoshi, because Katsuki is going to have to come down soon. He might be able to keep himself airborne, but there's a chance that if they don't come back together to form a team by the end, they'll be disqualified. He's going to have to get the timing just right. Now, the moment Todoroki gives the command, each of them performs their role to perfection. Kaminari discharges all of his electricity indiscriminately. Todoroki already has the insulator sheet around them. Yaoyorozu has the grounding rod down to siphon off the excess. The effect is instantaneous, paralyzing the surrounding teams long enough for Todoroki to follow it up with a wave of ice, solidly containing everyone as Ida guns his engines and pulls them away. "Perfect," Todoroki says, a hint of pride in his voice even as Kaminari looks up at him with his stupid, short-circuited expression. Yaoyorozu isn't so convinced. There's only 4 teams. Where's the 5th? She mumbles, glancing around. There's Hagakure. The glue guy. Vine girl. That Monoma guy. Where's Uraraka's team? When it happens, it's too late for Todoroki to react. A dark, clawed hand snags his headband and pulls it in. "Nice work, Dark Shadow," Tokoyami murmurs to his companion, handing the headband up to a beaming Uraraka as they soar through the air. Bring us in for landing? Aye aye. Todoroki curses loudly. They don't have any way to get into the air, not reliably. He could make ice, but it wouldn't be fast or accurate enough, and there's no way for their team to get up it. We do not have much time. Brace yourselves, Ida says lowly, revving his engines a little. When they land, I'm moving. We get one shot. Right? They were just about to make landfall. The moment Tokoyami and Kirishima's feet touched the ground, Ida activated whatever technique he had in reserve. It was a good thing Yaoyorozu had made them roller skates, because Todoroki was pretty sure they would have all fallen apart if she didn't. Recipro burst. They only had a handful of seconds. Hitoshi had rejoined Izuku. Mashirao had just kicked off from where he was keeping the other team busy. That just left one person. Katsuki had stopped blasting through the air, only about 30 feet above them. Izuku had a second, maybe two, to position himself properly before he fell. Ideally, he would have landed right in the middle of their formation, but things were rarely as ideal as that. So when Katsuki came down to earth, he'd just have to deal with landing right in Izuku's arms. Cavalry battle. Over. Surveying over their team, Izuku couldn't stop a bright laugh from bubbling up in his chest. Heya. We did it. He cheers, slinging an arm around Hitoshi and Katsuki. He'd get Mashirao as well, but his arms only extended so far. That was close, geez, Mashirao mutters, but he joins the group celebration regardless, a wide grin on his face. We lasted all 15 minutes. The good cheer was infectious, and soon even Katsuki and Hitoshi were grinning, although both of them looked slightly deranged. Of course, not every team was celebrating. Of the 12 teams that had made it this far, only 5 of them even had headbands. Confound it. You win this round 1F. Nana cries, pointing an accusing finger at Katsuki of all people. There'll be other competitions. Just you wait. I'll show you. I'll show everyone. Go ahead. Katsuki calls back, try as hard as you FNG like. You'll never make it as a lead character, 2-bit extra. Izuku took this time to look over the other teams, to see who else has made it. Predictably, Mei's team has made it, the mass of headbands still wrapped around Shiranaki's face like he was a burn victim. His eyes meet Izuku's, and he gives him a small wave, releasing his quirk suddenly to let all the headbands fall of his face at once. He's smirking in a satisfied manner that reminds Izuku of a well-fed cat. His quirk would have made something like this ridiculously easy, Izuku thinks. Once he's attached the headbands to his skin, the only way you'd get them back is if something tore. You'd be all but forced to try and get a different one. He sees Todoroki, the other boy who had tied for first place, and he's looking down at a headband with a shocked expression. Did he lose his original one and grab the wrong one back? Izuku's not sure. His entire team looks pretty despondent though, so it probably didn't go well for them. There are 2 other teams who look happy enough to be celebrating a victory. A round-faced girl is being tossed into the air by a very boisterous-looking redhead as the bird-headed boy looks on and says something, and there's that weird flesh pyramid human tank team. The tank is unfolding his fleshy wings, revealing a wide-eyed girl with long dark hair and a plain-faced boy with strange-looking elbows. Around his neck is a few headbands, one of which he must have nabbed from the 1G students. Hitoshi steps up next to him, scanning the crowds as well. Looks like nobody from 1B made it. That's gotta sting. Probably, Izuku says breezily, it was a great contest though. Everyone did really well. We now cut to an hour break. Rest up champions, 'cause y'all gonna need it. Izuku brightens up immediately. Come on. Let's get something to drink. He says, dragging Hitoshi off. Todoroki had lost. The thought still left a bitter taste in his mouth, but he couldn't call the result unfair. Uraraka's team had done their best, and Ida had given them one last hurrah. He'd grabbed the wrong headband and that was that. An easy mistake to make. He couldn't see which was which, and he only had a moment to judge where Uraraka would have swapped them or not. She hadn't. He knew how his father was going to take this. He wasn't going to hear the end of it, angry lectures and lessons about how if he'd just embraced his gift, his curse, his FANG curse, then he would have won. But there was just one thing he wanted to know. You, he declares coldly, staring down at the lazily smirking face of what he could only describe as a self-appointed nemesis. Me, says the boy with the ponytail and the lazy smirk of triumph. At least he's wearing a shirt. Todoroki wants to ask him a lot of things. He also wants to punch that smug expression right off his face. But instead all he says is, The boy hums thoughtfully, and then he smiles again. It's not a friendly smile. Because I don't like you, he says casually, leaning back in his chair. But you probably want to know why I don't like you? Silence hangs in the air for a long minute. Well, Todoroki says coldly. The boy blinks. Well, what? Aren't you going to tell me why you don't like me? He laughs, carefree but just as freezing as Todoroki. Aren't you going to ask? The smile slowly slips off his face, and then he's just as serious as Todoroki is. Don't bother. You're Endeavor's son, right? He bristles immediately, ice forming on his skin. I am not my dash, I never said you were, the boy says, cutting him off with a sharp wave of his hand. Thanks for cooling my drink by the way. He swirls the little bit of ice that's formed in his glass of Coke a little and laughs humorlessly. My mother was Police Sergeant Kuda Shiohaki. We get to meet a lot of heroes. All Might's my favorite, but hey, All Might's everyone's favorite. That's what you want to be, right? Everyone's favorite hero. Something about the way the boy says it makes it sound like an insult, and Todoroki frowns harder. Is it wrong of me to want to help people? The glass shatters in his hand, the shards sticking to his skin as Coke and BLD drips down to the ground. You don't want to help people? Kuda snarls, no longer casual and cold, now burning and furious. I watched you through the obstacle race, or did you forget who was behind you for so long? I saw the way. It got me curious. It got me thinking. Why is the son of the flame hero, Endeavor, using so much ice? He was right up in front of Todoroki's face now, eyes so furious they could have set him aflame. Then you came first. I thought maybe you just didn't need it. But what was it you said during the team-up phase? While in combat, I'll never ever use my heat side. The room was rapidly beginning to reach freezing temperatures, and Todoroki narrows his eyes dangerously. How I use my quirk is none of your concern, so dash, a hand slams him up against the wall hard enough to wind him. You come in here and declare your intent to be a hero with such half-baked determination, the boy hisses, and for a moment, Todoroki is aware of the danger of the calloused, powerful hand pressing up against him even as it begins freezing over. You think being a hero is a effing game. You think you can just make it harder for yourself and everything will be fine. What happens when you F up and fail because you refuse to get a grip? Do you know who pays the price? It's not you. Half of the boy's hand is covered in ice, but he doesn't let go. Because of heroes like you dash. Shiro. A similar-looking girl is standing in the hallway looking at them, confusion in her eyes. Shiro falls dead silent for a long moment before he wrenches his hand away from Todoroki, ignoring the skin that doesn't go with it. You want to know the difference between you and your father? He spits out the words, dripping with venom as he stalks over to the girl who is probably his sister. If your father had competed, he would have won by using everything he had. That's what heroes do. The girl gives Todoroki a glance, a mix of worry and confusion as she takes Shiro by the arm and leads him off, muttering something about not getting into fights. Just as though he thinks it can't get any worse, his father arrives, already glowering. Are you done playing, boy? Midoriya, calls a semi-familiar voice, and when Izuku turns around, he feels something hard and wooden thwack him on the head. Ha, made you look. Sun Wukong III grins at him, twirling a bamboo rattan in his hands. You've grown, boyo. Not a little tamarin anymore, you're a real mandrill now. Izuku cries, brightening up like an overcharged light bulb and flinging himself at the elderly man. You came to watch us? Wukong let him hug him briefly, before gently pushing him away. I'd have to be a baboon's but to miss this. 2 of my most prized students, at UA. You bet I'd be here to give in my support. Maha. He snapped out of his laughter with the usual swiftness, looking side to side. Where's Ojiro gotten off to? I dunno. I think he went to see Recovery Girl to get his injuries checked out. It's not like Ojiro had a lot of them, but it was good to be fresh for whatever came next. Chio-chan's still around. Reese's Pieces, she's almost as old as I am. He takes a deep inhale of his novelty electronic cigar and shuffles over to a bench. Figures she wouldn't retire though. Doctors rest when they're dead. Final round of the sports festival. Gonna win it. Izuku scratches his cheek. You'll probably not. He offers, half expecting another hit. It doesn't come, so he continues. I'll give it my best, but, well, I can never beat Mashireo-senpai in a spar as it is. I don't think I stand a chance against anyone else from the heroics department. Wukong nods seriously. Good, he says gruffly, a wise monkey knows their limits. Foolish monkeys leap for branches they can't reach, and then they fall. There's no shame in admitting when you're outmatched. Tell me, boyo, how are you doing? Well so far. Leuedes, gentlemen and esteemed guests. It's time for the final round. The round everyone's been waiting for. Present Mike shouts, his already booming and loud voice amplified by the microphone. 4 teams. 14 individuals. These brave souls made it through. But there was room for 2 more, and after careful consultation by the judges, this is the final selection. Can I get a hell yeah? A series of names went up on the board, in what appeared to be a random order. But it's our final round of the Freshman Sports Festival. Show 'em what they've got, Midnight. Midnight coughs silently in the middle of the freshly constructed arena. Right, she says, the final round of the sports festival will be a tournament. 16 finalists will fight a series of battles until only one winner remains. Suddenly, lines appear next to the names, demonstrating the order of battle and pairs. But this is no simple tournament of one-on-ones. This is you. The first rounds are tag team matches. First round matchup is Shinsu Hitoshi and Ida Tenya vs Shuji Mizo and Ojiro Mashireo Kuda Shiranaki and Bakugu Katsuki vs Kuda Makino and Kirishima Ijiro Hantashiro and Uraraka Ochako vs Midoriya Izuku and Hatsum Hai Tokoyami Fumikage and Yaoyorozu Momo vs Azui Gyu and Harashima Chizuru. Chemicals had never been Izuku's strong point. They weren't very useful with his quirk, although he could still consume them. All the same, they were finicky and volatile, and they smelled just awful. Still, he had to admit, watching Shutan Shinya work had something vaguely magical to it. He knew enough about chemistry to identify the basic principles, but what he was actually doing was far beyond him. It may as well have been wizardry, really. Shinya stops just as he was about to pour something clear and cyan into an Erlenmeyer flask already filled with something murky green, and his gas mask-covered face turns to look at Izuku. You've been staring at me for 10 minutes and 23 seconds. Do you require my assistance, Midoriya? He hadn't realized he'd been staring for that long, but he puts on a bright smile regardless. I was originally going to ask something, but I got distracted watching what you were doing. What are you making? The impassive, undefinable stare continues for a few more moments before he turns back to his work, carefully pouring it into the flask. I am making nothing. I am merely distilling and isolating the chemicals produced by my quirk. He places the flask on a stand above a Bunsen burner and watches as it begins to slowly boil. Are they useful? Izuku can't help but being a little curious, and as long as Shinya is answering his questions, he'll keep asking them. No. The answer is flat and blank. I am merely attempting to gain a better understanding of my quirk. The murky blue-green solution evaporated slowly to leave behind translucent little crystals, like salt. I would avoid interacting with them if I were you. Please wear safety goggles if you wish to approach any closer, for your own safety. Now Izuku is really curious. He approaches casually, after snapping some goggles onto his face and leaning far too close to the flask to be considered safe. He chirps, squinting at the crystals. They have a faint cloudiness to them, but Shinya empties the flask into a petri dish regardless and seals it shut with a click. Does your quirk produce a lot of different chemicals? It is very messy actually, he says, in that bland tone of his as he holds the petri dish up, letting the light catch the trapped crystals. I have isolated 33 unique products of biohazard, and will likely learn of more with continued testing. With practice, I am able to regulate what I produce, but I am unable to cease production. Thus, I must understand what I am capable of producing. Izuku snaps his fingers, eyes lighting up. That's what I was going to ask. May wants the class to team up for the sports festival, and I was curious if you were willing to join. He says it as though the topic had reminded him, but really, they weren't even mildly related. Shinya freezes, his otherwise steady gloved hands twitching just a little. He nearly drops the petri dish he was holding, but thankfully he sets it down safely. No, he says stoically, turning to regard Izuku properly again, I am not. The activities of the sports festival are liable to cause damage to my isolation suit. That would be inadvisable. Really? Izuku says, only vaguely aware that he doesn't actually know what a sports festival entails. He just kind of assumed it would be like the sports festivals he participated in primary and middle school, but really, that was a silly assumption, wasn't it? What part of you? Oh, was like normal schools. I suppose that's a good point. I didn't think of that. There's a brief silence as they stare at each other, Izuku's bright grin against the unreadable gas mask. Then Shinya turns back to his flasks and chemistry. I will cheer for any of us who participate, as is appropriate for a classmate. Good luck, Midoriya, if you intend to compete. Izuku beams back at him, gently placing a hand on the suit's shoulder, not that he was really sure Shinya could even feel it through the thick RBB. I do, and thanks. Of course, Izuku isn't going to join forces with Mei, regardless of the power of such a union. If he's going to join forces, there's only one person he'd ever do it with. Your corporate box, ladies and gentlemen, the attendant says with a small flourish. Please enjoy the sports festival. Olympus corporate box. Well, technically it was 6 Seeds Agricorps, but they were technically Olympus anyway, so it was a lavish thing, with a single row of felted, cushioned seats, a bar well stocked with drinks and snacks, and most importantly as far as Hisashi was concerned, high-quality air conditioning. Wow, Midoriya Inko murmurs, taking in every detail, from the immaculate and soft carpet to the delicately cut crystal lights hanging from the roof. And your company pays for this? Oh, she was just too adorable, Hisashi thinks. He feels a little bad that she'd never experienced this kind of luxury when he was almost accustomed to it. He was just as accustomed to living in literal caves though, so it sort of balanced out, but he beams at her all the same. 6 Seeds is a part of the Umbrella Corporation, so you can have access freely. It's only you. Although, they don't have boxes for the other stadiums or shows unfortunately. He strolls over to the bar and pours himself a few fingers of brandy. Want a drink, Kurobi? Namasani smiles back at Hisashi, brushing a lock of white hair from her face. A glass of the apple mango juice, please. I haven't had a drink of alcohol since I was a teenager. She turns her attention to Inko, a charming smile on her face as she bows politely. It is truly a pleasure to finally meet you, Inko-san. Hisashi-kun never fails to talk about you, she says smoothly, glancing at Hisashi with a vague sense of amusement, even when it is not appropriate to do so. Inko titters a little, a slight flush to her cheeks. Oh goodness. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Kurobi-san. Thank you for taking care of my husband, she says, ignoring Hisashi's melodramatic crying in the background. It's nothing, Namasani replies, giving Hisashi an amused look. I am used to working with colorful characters like your husband. Is the ceremony starting? Hisashi says cheerfully, I think it's starting. Here's your juice, Kurobi. He moves the glass at her pointedly, and she takes it with a twinkle in her eyes. I suppose we'd better settle in. Hate to miss a thing. Sure you won't change your mind, Izuku? Mei says, face right up against Izuku's. Think of the team we could make if we worked together. The support companies will all be watching. As students of the support department, don't we owe it to them to create an unforgettable show? Izuku laughs lightly, but he does take a small step back away from Mei. We will. It'll be more impressive if our babies fight for supremacy, isn't it? That gets her attention, which is exactly what Izuku calculated it to do. He carefully extricates himself from the situation as she gets lost in fantasies of technological supremacy so that he can check in with the rest of 1F somehow, Mei managed to badger everyone in the class into participating with the exception of Shinya, who abstained due to safety concerns. Even Ogata, who had explicitly claimed he would rather die than participate in anything with the word sport in its name, was here, although he certainly looked like he would much rather be dead as he talked to Chizuru. He strides over to where Makino is checking her equipment and beams at her. Excited, she glances up, blowing a loose strand of hair from her face. Grumbling, she tucks it behind an ear when it simply falls back into her face with little fanfare. I guess it's a good chance to make a name for ourselves, but it's our first year. There'll be 2 more festivals. Festivals I'll have more time to prepare for. It'll be fun, you know? Izuku says, rocking back on his feet. We'll only be competing against other first years. Yeah. From the heroics department. This is classic jock versus nerds. As if to answer that very statement, the muffled sound of a roaring crowd could be heard. Her expression twitched a little. You know it's not too late. If you snap my neck now, even if I'm still alive, I won't have to participate. Izuku laughs it off the way he laughs off a lot of things. Come on, it won't be that bad. I'm sure you'll do great. An alarm buzzes, and the class of 1F collectively wrap up whatever it is they were doing at the moment to file out in an orderly fashion. And here's classes F, G, H of the support department. If you feelin' it, shout it out. The roar of the crowd wasn't as deafening as the one they heard earlier, but there was still a level of excitement to it. Izuku himself had never seen so many people all in one space. Well, maybe at the mall, but he doesn't like to think about that. Somewhere in the crowd are his parents, but he has no idea where they'd be. Silently, he wondered what it must be like for Mei, but when he looks over at her, there they are. Judging from the lanyards. Hamashita Support Agency, Oh, and over there's the Yamatsu group. Well, she doesn't seem like she's particularly concerned if her parents are watching. Will the player representative, Bakugo Katsuki of 1A, please step up? The freshman referee, Midnight, calls as she dramatically cracks her WHP. Izuku brightens a little as he watches Katsuki come forward, oozing composure to the point of arrogance with his slouched, casual stride. He's not even scowling, his expression has a more determined frame to it. Izuku's glad to know that Katsuki is taking this seriously enough to feel challenged. He'd hate to think he was stagnating in you. A of all places. Any words, Bakugo? Katsuki turns around to face the rest of the other classes. For a moment, his eyes meet Izuku's. Izuku beams back, and Katsuki lets the tiniest smirk onto his face. Yeah, he says into the microphone Midnight was holding out to him, I'm going to place first? There's a collective uproar from the gathered students, but all Izuku lets out is a small laugh. That's the guy we made the bracers for, right? Mei asks, narrowing her eyes as she presumably examines him in great detail with her quirk. Impressive confidence. He's not bluffing. Interesting. Doesn't mean we're just going to let him have his way, are we, Maki-chan? I don't remember agreeing to this. Despite her words, Makino's expression is one of resignation. I'm going to generously assume he painted that target on himself intentionally. That part is directed at Izuku, the only person amongst 1F who was familiar enough with Katsuki to answer such a question. Oh yeah, he says cheerfully, rolling his shoulders in anticipation. Kaken wants them to come for him with everything. If they don't, he can't call it a true victory. Makino makes a face. Great. Why is everyone in this school insane? Is there no such thing as a normal person? She shakes her head. He'd better be careful making claims like that. There are a lot of people who won't take a claim like that lying down. Any further discussion was cut off by Midnight's next announcement. The first round, an obstacle race. Over there. What an eclectic little gang. Goodness. You didn't tell me Hatsum Mei was in the same class as your son, Hisashi? Nimasani murmurs, adjusting her binoculars. Hisashi frowned. That's because I don't know why that's important. Besides, I only knew her vaguely as Mei, he murmurs back, glancing over to where Inko was pouring herself a glass of juice before the race began proper. He didn't like talking business with his wife so close. Hatsum Mei is brilliant. We've had an eye on her since her 5th grade science fair project was in the local news. A rocket-powered skateboard? You would have liked it. She's a potential candidate for the Muses division. Muses? Inko says inquisitively, right behind Hisashi. You'd think with a decade or two of experience under his belt, he'd hear his wife sneaking up on him like that, but even after years apart, his finely honed senses still just registered her as non-threatening. Like a rabbit. A very cute rabbit. The Muses, Nimasani says smoothly, ignoring the glare Hisashi shoots her, are what we call our R&D division. Students from the support department often display the ingenuity and engineering we seek in candidates. The race is starting, Hisashi says in a clipped tone, changing the topic with his usual levels of subtlety and deftness. The crushing press at the start of the race is not what Izuku considers a good time. His saving grace is that it is so very temporary. For the moment the signal goes off, everyone rushes out and it's the perfect opportunity for him to break away from the crowd. Or rather, he thinks as he presses his left thumb to his left pinky finger, for the crowd to break away from him. Immediately, he's surrounded by a corona of electricity, sparking off him and lancing out like a crackling cloud and shocking everyone in his immediate vicinity. Sorry, he calls out, already feeling like he can breathe again. I'm sure Recovery Girl will fix anything. It's nowhere near enough to seriously hurt anyone, and given the distributed nature of it, it's not enough to bring down most of the people around him. There's still something to be said about a sudden and unexpected electric shock, which much like a cattle prod, has the desired effect of getting everyone to scatter away from him. A shocking development from one of the support students, but what's this? He might just get frozen in his tracks. Ice is spreading along the ground and Izuku can see the back of one of the other students from 1A, he thinks. He recognizes the red-white hair running ahead and leaving frost in his wake. He's tempted to see how everyone else is dealing with it, but he doesn't have time to consider people who aren't him, so he does the first thing he can think of. He w's the shield from his back, unfolds his staff, and uses it as a toboggan, skidding across the ice in a barely controlled manner. The staff has been improved even further from its original design, broken up into folding sections that click together for easy storage and transport, and the smooth finish of the shield is perfect for gliding along the slick ice. All in all, he's turned this particular player-made obstacle into an advantage, although he can see several other students pulling up ahead of him easily. Nice trick, Izuku. But you'll have to do better to beat us. Mei calls from his left. Us is apparently Mei, Makino and Makino's brother, Shiranaki. Somehow, Shiranaki has found the time to shed both his shirt and his shoes, sprinting across the ice as though it were ground as sure and stable as concrete. Mei is riding on his shoulders like it's the most natural thing in the world and Makino is clinging to his waist, feet sliding along the ice and an expression of utmost defeat on her face. She looks Izuku straight in his eyes, and mouths, "You could have prevented this," to him. He beams back at her. Mei bares her teeth in what is probably supposed to be a grin but just sort of. Terrifies normal people. Rockets. Activate. She declares, hunching over a little in preparation. Without missing a beat, Shiranaki stops sprinting and starts sliding, lowering himself a little for stability as Mei activates a miniature jet engine strapped to her back, propelling them even faster along the ice. See you later, Midoriya, Shiranaki says breezily, completely at ease with everything that's going on. See ya? Izuku replies, just sort of happy to be here. Someone cries out that teaming up should be illegal, but ultimately, just about anything goes, cooperative or competitive. The sound of explosions lets him know that Katsuki is hard at work being Katsuki, and he manages a jaunty wave to him as he passes by, but he doesn't think Katsuki noticed. He's fine with that. He's always been the kind of person who only has eyes for the prize in competitions or contests. At some point though, the ice road as he began to think of it comes to an end, and when it does, it's rather conveniently at the next phase of the obstacle race. Rather than convenient, Izuku thinks it's probably just the natural result of things. It's not as though that guy could continue just making ice all the way without at least taking the time and focus to tackle the obstacles. Had this been any other time, Izuku would have been gushing over the sight of massive robots barring his way. As it is, he doesn't really have time to sit down and wonder how they work well, maybe a little, no bad thoughts, don't get distracted, so he focuses instead on trying to figure out what to do about them. If he were Katsuki he wouldn't smash through them. Katsuki liked destroying things, but he liked winning even better. He'd probably just try to go over them, a path Izuku could not use. Or could he? Unbidden, a memory of his lessons with Isar Wukong floats to the top of his mind. Remember, Midoriya. When fighting an enemy, a clever monkey relies on the jungle to provide. What jungle? The urban jungle. Buildings, signposts, vehicles, even your enemies. MSTR, the art of using these tools. Improvise. Improvise. Well, he didn't necessarily have to improvise, not when he had just the perfect tool for this. Up his sleeve too, which was just perfect for commentary purposes. Not that there was anyone listening. He could tell Mashireo about it later, he'd appreciate it. He holds his arm out and launches a thin needle-like grappling hook from a contraption hidden in his sleeve, aiming for the head of one of the massive machines bearing down on him. The moment it make contact and he feels the engine in his utility pack, he thought about making a belt, but he couldn't fit everything he wanted in it. Start to reel him in, he kicks off the ground, wraps the cable around his hand as best he can, and swings himself up into the air. He can see a few other students employing similar tactics with their individual quirks, and he lets a small smile spread across his face. Those quirks were very impressive, sure. But his utility pack could not be matched. He jerks a cord, and a pair of wings unfolded, the thin fabric membrane catching the air as he begins to descend and leaving him to glide over the rest of the machines. As the grappling cable retracts into his sleeve, it's task done. But he's not satisfied with just gliding, and who would be? No, these wings had thrusters to really get him going. Amazing. One of the support students, Midoriya Izuku, has created wings. What an incredible sight. Are those ion thrusters? But, sure they're efficient, but they're so boring. Where's the roar of fire? With a little polynitrovitapane, you can really get Sashikuin. The half-and-half BSTRD he could understand. The a-hole's personality left much to be desired in Katsuki's opinion, but the fact that he was the biggest threat to him in 1A was undeniable. That they were neck and neck was something he'd expected, but he was still determined to pull ahead. The four-eyed nerdjock he could have understood as well. This was a race and that F'er's entire thing was going fast. Haha. Don't wait up for me, boys. I'll be on you in a moment. But what the F was this? How the hell was this weird no-name background character keeping pace with him? He was pretty sure they weren't even from 1B, which meant they were either from the support department or the Gen Ed, which just made this even worse. But given the weird devices they were sporting, smart money was on the support department. They were still behind both him and half, but they were steadily gaining on them. The weird, pink-haired girl was zooming along on a power of rocket-powered skates of all things, arms held out to keep her balance as she rocketed along, cackling all the while. If they got close enough, Katsuki might be able to try and blast them, but he couldn't do it on a whim. His entire strategy relied on using explosions as propulsion, something he was very experienced with. If he tried to blast them without getting a proper angle, he'd only send himself off course, wasting time and falling behind half. Half himself had attempted to freeze them a few times, but Rocket Girl was surprisingly good at dodging in those things. There was nothing for it but to wait for them to catch up and then just make sure they didn't overtake them. What's this? The next obstacle is none other than a minefield, straight out of Rambo. Explosions. Perfect. Katsuki's quirk meant he was all but immune to the effects of explosions. They'd still throw him about, but the heat wasn't anything to be worried about. All right, babies, time to shine. He spared a glance for whatever the weird girl and half was doing, and he nearly choked on his own tongue. The weird girl was propelling herself along not with the rocket skates she had on earlier, but some weird hydraulic piston contraption strapped to her back. It was giving her a Rayoth spider vibe, with each spike propelling her forward like weird hydraulic legs. It neatly avoided striking the landmines, but the fact that she had to be careful was still slowing her down, and Katsuki could just keep blasting himself through the air, no need to slow down for a second. Even that demon half had to be more careful. Of course, that didn't stop half from reaching out and trying to slow him down, Like a little ice was enough to keep Bakugo Katsuki down. Absolutely nothing and nobody was keeping Bakugo Katsuki down. He was meters from the finishing line now, and that if in a whole half and half had refused to let go of his arm even though the attempt to slow him down was achieving very little. He was ahead by mere millimeters, and it could change at a moment he knew. Incoming, called a familiar voice and Katsuki nearly stumbled because how was the idiot airborne and actually, he didn't want to know the answer to that particular question. Thinking about it would just give him a headache, and he needed to focus on getting across that line. Not looking up proved to be a mistake however, as very soon a heavy, warm weight collided with both of them. I see he's discovered Icarus' law of flight. I'm not familiar with the term, Hisashi. Explain for the class. Flying is easy. Landing. That's the hard part. Deku, Katsuki growled quietly, jabbing a finger at Izuku's completely unrepentant expression. What in the actual F was that supposed to be? I said incoming, Izuku says breezily, because that naturally absolves him of all consequences. Katsuki, he knows from experience, is fine. This isn't the first time Izuku has landed on top of him, and despite all promises made to the contrary, they both know it's not going to be the last. But the other boy, Todoroki he thinks his name is, might not be so sturdy. He's from the heroics department, so he's probably fine, but Izuku checks anyway. Sorry about that. I didn't expect to get so much airtime, but wow, it really helped. I didn't even have to worry the tiniest bit about that canyon obstacle. Are you okay? Todoroki Shudo, for his part, seems to have taken being landed on in stride, although it certainly muddled up the judging of who actually crossed the finish line first. It's fine, he mutters because he knows who Izuku is. He's all the rest of the class could talk about for at least a day after he strolled in and casually destroyed all known facts about Bakugo Katsuki. Todoroki for his part hadn't been that intrigued by the whole thing, but there was apparently more to the curly-haired, bright-eyed boy than just managing to be friends with the human equivalent of a raised middle finger. Great. It's a shame we landed on that one landmine though, because I don't think the wings survived. I'll need a different alloy I think, maybe trade notes with May, something stronger but it can't be much heavier than this or I'll have to generate even more lift, but Todoroki isn't sure what to do about the rambling, but he decides to take a cue from Katsuki, who seems very familiar with the boy, and just ignore it for the most part. She wasn't the crazy girl with the hydraulic spider thing, was she? Katsuki's using a familiar tone that suggests he already knows the answer, but he's desperately hoping Izuku will say the opposite of what he expects. Izuku's not sure why he uses that tone so much, because it has never been anything but what Katsuki has already expected. He doesn't get a chance to answer Katsuki because May does it for him. Ha ha ha. What an incredible entrance. Absolutely appealing. May is right in front of Katsuki, leering at him with an expression that promises an interesting life. You must beat Kaken. There's a subtle twitch to Katsuki's brow that she doesn't notice or doesn't care about, because she's a lot closer than she was a second ago and Katsuki's not sure he even saw her move. Oh, yes, I can definitely see what Izuku was talking about. Those explosions. Those eyes. She's even closer now, and for a moment Katsuki's pretty sure their eyes are going to physically meet. She has strange, crosshair-like pupils, and there's something odd about the way they make him feel. Like a deer caught in the headlights, or a target in the sights of a gun. No escape, no retreat, helpless before the predator. She's apparently Izuku's friend, so Katsuki very politely by his standards does not immediately attempt to blow her to tiny pieces, but roughly shoves her back with one hand. This proves to be a mistake, because she seizes his wrist and immediately starts inspecting his hands. Yes, I see. Oh, that's incredible. With a sample, I might even be able to replicate it. Efficient and organic. That's why she seems faintly familiar to him. Worse than the possibility of Izuku having family like him out there in the world, there's the daunting and all too real possibility that there are more people like him and they just happen to exist normally. Izuku's not a weird anomaly. He's part of a phenomenon. I think you broke him, Izuku says quietly, tilting Katsuki's head back and forth with a hand on his chin. His eyes have gone wide, and despite the fact that May is right back in his personal space again, there's no reaction. Normally, Katsuki would be flipping out right now. I don't think I've ever seen him do this before. Mei, for her part, just stands back, a triumphant look on her face. Of course. He's probably just processing my majesty. An appropriate reaction. Totally. That's what he's doing, comes the perpetually resigned and defeated voice of Makino. After Mei broke off, she had apparently been allowed to climb on her brother's shoulders as he faced the rest of the obstacle course and has remained there, even now. Shiranaki, for his part, seems as unbothered by that as ever. He, at least, has broken out into a sweat, and is carefully controlling his breathing to hide the fact that he's breathing. There's something about his demeanor that's different though, but Izuku doesn't know him that well to get a true reading. He almost seems colder. Maki-chan and Naki-chan. Mei crows, slinging an arm around Shiranaki's shoulders and Makino's hips by proxy. You made it. Makino huffs and jabs a finger at Mei. Izuku gets a faint sense of déjà vu. Yeah, no thanks to you. You left us at the canyon, Mei. You know I'm afraid of heights. I knew you'd be safe in Naki-chan's hands. Mei cries, waving her hands. Makino isn't having it though, and she starts laying into Mei, so Izuku turns to see if anyone else he knows made it. Senpai. Hitoshi. Hitoshi seems completely unfazed by the course, and Izuku wonders if he even ran at all. He's not even sweating. Mashireo, for his part, is breathing pretty heavily as he waves at Izuku. Sup, Zuku, he says in between breathes. Looks like you beat us. Nice wings, Hitoshi says, smirking a little. Even better landing. Izuku beamed at both of them. Thanks. You guys did great as well. How'd you even get here without breaking a sweat? Hitoshi shrugged. I had help, he says, and Izuku can guess what that means. If Todoroki was allowed to freeze the path behind him, have they figured out who came first? They're going to announce it with the results. What do you think the next challenge will be? Mashireo straightened himself, stretching his arms. Obstacle race to begin with, maybe some kind of direct competition like, dodgeball, tug-of-war. Direct competition sounds right, but I don't know about those. Attention EVU, blared the speakers, present Mick's boisterous voice echoing around them. It's time to announce the results. Please turn your eyeballs to the board. First place, Midoriya Izuku, 1F first place. Todoroki Shuto, 1A first place. Kastuki Bakugu, 1A fourth place. Hatsum Mei, 1F fifth place. Ibara Shiozaki, 1B sixth place. Juzo Hananuki, 1B seventh place. Tenya Ida, 1A eighth place. Fumikage Tokoyami, 1A ninth place. Hanta 1A 10th place. Ijiro Kirishima, 1A 11th place. Tetsu, 1B 12th place. Mashireo Ojiro, 1A 13th place. Kuda Shiranaki, 1C 14th place. Kuda Makino, 1F 15th place. Mizo Shoji, 1A 16th place. Rikido Sato, 1A 17th place. Achiko Uraraka, 1A 18th place. Momo Yaoyorozu, 1A 19th place. Tsuyu Azui, 1A 20th place. Mina Ishido, 1A 21st place. Shinso Hitoshi, 1A 22nd place. Kyoka Jiro, 1A 23rd place. Harashima Chizuru, 1F 24th place. Kozai Tsuburaba, 1B 25th place. Denki Kaminari, 1A 26th place. Kojiro Bando, 1B 27th place. Reiko Yanagi, 1B 28th place. Yosetsu Aways, 1B 29th place. Itsuka Kendo, 1B 30th place. Sen Kaibara, 1B 31st place. Joketsu Nanafo, 1G 32nd place. Shirhai Kuwaro, 1B 33rd place. Yui Kodai, 1B 34th place. Gashima Haruka, 1G 35th place. Toriko Nemetsu, 1G 36th place. Kinoko Komori, 1B 37th place. Taguru Kamakiri, 1B 38th place. Nito Minoma, 1B 39th place. Pony Tsunatori, 1B 40th place. Toru Hagakure, 1A 41st place. Setsuna Tokage, 1B 42nd place. Manga Fukudashi, 1B Izuku studied the crowd of other students, watching them gather. Into groups, broker alliances and team-ups, or fail to and leave awkwardly. Their team was forged the moment they all made it through the obstacle race, Izuku wasn't going to take no for an answer from any of them. What was important was who else was going to team up. Each player was assigned points based on the outcome of the race. First place carried with it a grand total of 10 million points, but having 3 people tied for it was unprecedented. At least there was a precedent set for 2 people tying for it, and they ultimately went with that, split the points up evenly. 3,333,333 points each, with the remainder just being discarded because really, the whole point was to paint a massive target on the back of the leader. Given that Katsuki and he were joining forces, that just made it worse. Well, Izuku couldn't say he wasn't having fun. Studying the groups wasn't helping too much though. He didn't know enough about, well, anyone. He could see Mei teaming up with Harashima, Makino, and Shiranaki, which he'd mostly expected. Shiranaki's eyes met his for a brief moment, and the other boy mouthed good luck to Izuku as he climbed onto their shoulders. They needed to figure out their formation. Kaken on top, Izuku says the moment he turns around. And no, I'm not just saying that for favoritism. He can't use explosion properly if he has to hold one of us up. That's fair, I guess, Mashareo mutters, although he does sound a little put out by it. We're going to have a hell of a target on us, thanks to Big Mouth Explodey Boy here. Izuku puts a restraining hand on Katsuki's shoulder before he can retaliate for the nickname. How are the teams looking? I don't really know anyone outside of 1F, so Hitoshi cranes his neck. Looks like everyone's sticking to class lines. 1A with 1A, 1B with 1B. I wouldn't know if they mixed up either, but it's not like there's much to mix up with. Something like 90% of the students here are from the heroics department. Figures. He looks back to the rest of them, eyeing Katsuki briefly. Our best bet is to go on the defense. If we make it to the end without losing our headband, we win by default. F off with that weak sheet. Katsuki snarls perhaps a little predictably, I didn't come here to win by default. I came here to crush these F-airs. Dude, we can't focus on offense and defense, Mashareo says, holding his hands up. Every team out there is going to be aiming for either us or Todoroki's group. As good as we are and as, incredible as you are, Mashareo seems like just saying that left a bad taste in his mouth, but Katsuki puffs his chest out all the same. That's still way too many for us to handle. They're right, Kaken. We need to focus on defense. Izuku straightens his back, and there's an almost commanding air to him now as he begins to focus. He's studied their quirks for the past month, built up notes to how to best exploit and enhance their capabilities. Now it was time for it to pay off. Mashareo-senpai, take rear guard, so you can use your tail as much as possible to fend people off. Hitoshi, vanguard. Focus on diverting attention from us, get people as shields, get them to fight each other, it doesn't matter. I'll take vanguard as well. Agreed. They shared a look. Yeah. Agreed. All teams please assemble in the arena. It's time. Goodness. Your son is going to have his work cut out for him. Come now. He's a Midoriya. He'll do just fine. 12 teams, if we ignore Todoroki's team, that still leaves 10 other teams to fend off. Izuku had to admit, it didn't look good for them on the onset. This is going to be fun. Of course, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing as far as he was concerned. Remember, defense, Hitoshi drawls, eyeing the nearest teams from his position at the front left of the horse. Hey, you're all from 1B, aren't ya? He calls out, channeling Katsuki as best he can. He even mimics his voice a little. Ready to get dumpstered, you pack of background extras. The slew of angry reactions draws a smirk on his face, although someone calls out, don't respond to him, which is, ironically, a response in itself. Zombies primed and ready to go. Great. We'll try to keep our distance, but human shields will be great, and any distraction will be helpful. Ready, Kaken. Katsuki snorted. I was born FNG ready. Present Mix's voice cut through the tension in the air like a cleaver. Cavalry battle start, and then it was on. Background extras, ignore US and go for each other's headbands. Hitoshi shouts, lacing his voice with his quirk. Whole teams suddenly begin fighting each other, although quite a few participants are left shouting at their horses or riders. It's only a matter of time until some of them snap out of it, But that probably bought us a few minutes. Where should we move? Izuku says, glancing around as best he can. Todoroki's team has backed off a bit, seemingly using a similar strategy to them as he forms a wall of ice to fend off an assault by a team from 1A. He's not super sure about names, but the bird-headed boy in the back launches a dark shadow thing at the ice wall to begin cracking it. We can't afford to be boxed in and 3 o'clock. Izuku's not sure what to make of the team rushing towards them. It is a team, right? It just looks like one guy with a weird, fleshy growth on his back which he assumes is Quirk-related. Like a pyramid of flesh with eyes along the sides, and a small opening in the front, and is that a tongue coming for them? It zooms towards Katsuki, who only turns around and snarls, flinging a hand towards it and firing off an explosion. Given that Izuku can't feel any recoil, it wasn't a particularly powerful one, but it's enough to fend off the tongue apparently. You can F right off, Todi. Katsuki roars, hands sparking. I'm a frog, comes a voice from inside the flesh pyramid, and Izuku can't see them but he can only imagine them frowning. Whoever they are. Show me where I F asked. There's a shift behind them, and then Mashareo grunts. Focus. We've got a team coming in from the back. They turn around surprisingly efficiently, just in time for Izuku to see something bright flying towards his face. Purely instinctively he opened his mouth to catch it. Whatever it was small, metal, and tasted electronic. Not bad. Could have used a little more iron. Wh, what the hell? Did you just eat my taser dart? Squawks the rider of the other team, a heavy-set girl with her hair in pigtails. Icha. UDMN 1F students. She hefts up her arm, a complex-looking wrist-mounted launcher now aimed directly at Izuku. I'll show you. I'll show you all. A tall, gangly boy, tall and gangly enough that even obviously supporting her from behind, he's still capable of peering over her shoulder, huffs. Nana, rant later, shoot now. Aim for the rider. Kaken. Child. Katsuki narrows his eyes, but does as Izuku warns him to, pulling the Deku shield from its place on his back and swinging it around just in time for 3 more sparking darts to collide with it. You think your shield will protect you from the unmitigated genius of 1G. Haruka. The fetcher. The gangly boy Haruka, it seemed, rolls his eyes, and a long, spindly arm comes out around his shoulder holding a rod. Here, he says wryly. The fetcher looks like a fishing rod. Made entirely out of metal with a steel cable for a line but still mostly a fishing rod. Instead of a hook, it ends in a weird little grabber. Almost like a crane game, actually. Which is all the more obvious when she casts it right at Katsuki's head. How about F off instead? Katsuki growls, batting it away with the shield. Nana responds by casting it again, and Katsuki bats it away once more. Haruka frowns, responding to the situation much more calmly than Nana. This isn't getting anywhere. Nemetsu, distraction. Nemetsu was Haruka's complete opposite, almost to the point of comedy. Short and squat where Haruka was tall and gangly, their face was hidden by a curtain of hair, where Haruka's was cropped short. There was just the softest noise from under the curtain of hair in response, that might have been a grunt or a yes or even just humming. And then the bolus wrapped around Izuku's legs. There was enough force behind them to nearly make Izuku stumble, so he unfolded his staff to keep his balance, jamming it against the ground with one hand. At that point, the bolus sparked, and for a brief moment, Izuku was a corona of electricity again, this time against his will. Fortunately, the staff served as an easy grounding device, and what electricity did travel to the others was only enough to jolt them. Confound you, one if... Nana cries, raising her wrist launcher again. I want what the... A reel of tape darted down from above and attached to her headband before yanking it straight up into... How the F are they flying? Katsuki growls, watching as Shuji Mizo crashes down to the ground, guiding himself with his tentacles, the tape reeling into the dark shadows of his flesh pyramid. Mashareo winces a little at the sound of the landing, but Shuji takes it in stride. Guess it was more jumping than flying. DMN it all. Haruka. Nemetsu. After them. We can deal with the others later. This insult will not stay a wand. They charge after the human battle tank formation, Izuku tilting his head to the side a little as he watches them go. Is anyone going to tell them I'm the only person from 1F? Not our problem, Hitoshi mutters, glancing around to survey the field. Looks like Todoroki has his hands full. They just kept coming. No matter how much ice he built up, no matter how many walls, nothing seemed to hold them off for long. Ashido's acid, Tokoyami's dark shadow, that girl's vine hair, the weird inky blackness of another student. Every time Todoroki thought he'd bought a few seconds, another attack was coming. When the ground beneath them turned soft and they started to sink, Yaoyorozu pulls them out with the help of his ice and Ida's engines. When a weird, candle-looking guy fires what might be glue at them, Todoroki stops it with a wall of ice. He hadn't had a single moment to think this entire time, to plan any kind of counterattack. They were stuck on the defensive, and that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. They didn't have to go on the offensive to win, after all, but it was strange. He knew they had over 3 million points on a single headband, a prize that would guarantee a team's continuation into the next round, but why didn't they turn on each other? Surely at some stage they'd find an opportunity to try and steal someone else's. He gets his answer in a moment when he forms a large ring of ice, just long enough to give him a handful of seconds reprieve. They don't have any headbands. There's 5 teams aiming for them, nearly half the players, and there's no headband between them. Ida, he says, voice low, have you been able to see who's been taking the headbands? It's true that Todoroki has the best vantage point, but his attention has been entirely on fending off the variety of ranged attacks being thrown at them. Nobody has gotten close enough to really engage them in melee, which is fortunate because he's not sure how many times Kaminari can discharge. It's an ace in the hole he doesn't want to use unless they have to. Not yet. I can't see clearly past everyone. Speaking of, Tokoyami, 2 o'clock. Todoroki curses silently, raising another wall of ice to keep his dark shadow at bay. Kirishima collides with it face first, but with his hardening active, already cracking it. I see him, Yaoyorozu mutters, holding a spyglass to her eye. In the back, that shirtless guy from the obstacle race. She points, and Todoroki spares a glance. There, riding on the shoulders of 3 students he doesn't recognize, he remembers seeing that pink-haired girl talking to Bakugo though, is a student who looks like some sort of mummy. He has all the headbands wrapped around his face, so the only thing visible is the eyes. Eyes which were staring right at Todoroki. Not staring. Glaring. He looked like Todoroki had personally killed his entire family, burnt down the family home, and then kicked his dog into a well for good measure. There was murder in those eyes. Todoroki puts it out of his mind for now. That answers one question. Why aren't they trying to get them back? Who knows? We've only got 4 minutes left, so if we can hold out for then, it won't matter. Yaoyorozu says, eyes narrowing. Sheet. I think they're preparing to attack in unison. It seemed likely. The 5 teams they were contending with had all paused attacking, and there was a definite unspoken sentiment of a united attack, if only just this once. All right, Todoroki mutters, exhaling slowly, Yaoyorozu. Insulation and grounding. Kaminari. Discharge. Wait until my mark. Wow, Izuku mumbles, looking at the other teams before straightening a little. We've got to be more careful. We've got 5 minutes left and on our 5. Mushrooms had begun to sprout in a path leading up to that flank, and none of them were in any mood to find out what they did. Hey, what do you think you're doing? We might be fungis, but there's already not mushroom here. Hitoshi calls out, but the all-girl team from 1B wasn't falling for it. Well, he tried. The rider, a girl with auburn hair in a side tail, pet a fist back and let it grow to the size of her torso as they suddenly charged towards them. You want a FING go? Bring IT beaches. Katsuki roars, leaning forward as his team grudgingly answered their challenge. Yanagi, Tokage. No. Fist girl cries. That was when the severed arm flew at them. There wasn't any BLD, but the girl with long green hair had very clearly pulled her arm off like a lizard's tail and then something had hurled it at them. None of them were particularly prepared for this, which was why the arm was currently pulling Katsuki's hair and wrapping around his neck. Katsuki grabs at it, already firing off small explosions to try and get it loose, glaring vehemently at the girls the entire time. The mushrooms were spreading closer. Fist Girl was almost in range. If they didn't act soon, they were going to lose their headband. Mashirao pushes up against Katsuki briefly before releasing him entirely. "I'm going in," he shouts, darting between his teammates towards the incoming team, leaving Hitoshi and Izuku to rapidly try and brace Katsuki on their shoulders. Sensational. Ojiro Mashirao of 1A has split from his team. Is this even in the rules? It is. Amazing. The mushrooms explode into spores the moment Mashirao steps on one, but he was already moving too fast, leaping into the air and spinning. His tail collides with her fist, and the built-up momentum is enough to win out, sending her back and off balance as her horses try to skid to a stop lest she fall off. This was dangerous, Mashirao knew. Leaving his team like this left them vulnerable. A moment's opening and it could be over. As if answering that very thought, there was a whir through the air, and Katsuki is forced to fend off the insidious claw of the fetcher. Curses. Nanafo cries, reeling it back in for a second pass. "Bring me closer. I want to hit them with my rod." Well, this wasn't good. "You want some too? Line the F up, a-holes." Chef Katsuki is serving up today's special, but whoopings with a side of get F. Katsuki roars, fending off another swing from the fetcher. It's hard to balance like this, Izuku thinks. If someone were to charge them into melee, they'd almost definitely get OFING hell. Incoming. Hitoshi shouts, as a two-man team from 1B composed of a girl with long spiraling horns and a guy with pincers on his mouth charges straight at them. They can't dodge fast enough like this. Maybe if Mashirao was still with them, but not like this. There's only one thing for it. Thinking fast, Izuku throws Katsuki into the air. "Fly," he shouts. It's a testament to Katsuki's reflexes that after floundering in midair for a millisecond, he starts propelling himself higher into the air with explosions, just like he did in the obstacle course. "Warn me next time, NIT," he shouts back. With Katsuki safely in the air, Izuku and Hitoshi are both free to split, narrowly avoiding the cavalry charge. Incredible. Absurd. Is this even a cavalry battle? Team Bakugo has completely split up. 2 minutes. If we can hold out until then, we win. Izuku calls out, unfolding his staff again. "Here." He hurls it at Hitoshi, who manages to catch it with a dumbfounded look. He looks at the staff and then looks back to Izuku. "Izuku," he calls, managing to sound like he's talking to a toddler even though he's basically shouting, "I have no idea what to do with this. Just hit people. It's a stick." Izuku can't spare much more attention to Hitoshi, because Katsuki is going to have to come down soon. He might be able to keep himself airborne, but there's a chance that if they don't come back together to form a team by the end, they'll be disqualified. He's going to have to get the timing just right. Now, the moment Todoroki gives the command, each of them performs their role to perfection. Kaminari discharges all of his electricity indiscriminately. Todoroki already has the insulator sheet around them. Yaoyorozu has the grounding rod down to siphon off the excess. The effect is instantaneous, paralyzing the surrounding teams long enough for Todoroki to follow it up with a wave of ice, solidly containing everyone as Ida guns his engines and pulls them away. "Perfect," Todoroki says, a hint of pride in his voice even as Kaminari looks up at him with his stupid, short-circuited expression. Yaoyorozu isn't so convinced. For there's only 4 teams. Where's the 5th? She mumbles, glancing around. There's Hagakure. The glue guy. Vine girl. That Monoma guy. Where's Uraraka's team? When it happens, it's too late for Todoroki to react. A dark, clawed hand snags his headband and pulls it in. "Nice work, Dark Shadow," Tokoyami murmurs to his companion, handing the headband up to a beaming Uraraka as they soar through the air. "Bring us in for landing." Aye aye. Todoroki curses loudly. They don't have any way to get into the air, not reliably. He could make ice, but it wouldn't be fast or accurate enough, and there's no way for their team to get up it. "We do not have much time. Brace yourselves," Ida says lowly, revving his engines a little. "When they land, I'm moving. We get one shot. Right?" They were just about to make landfall. The moment Tokoyami and Kirishima's feet touched the ground, Ida activated whatever technique he had in reserve. It was a good thing Yaoyorozu had made them roller skates, because Todoroki was pretty sure they would have all fallen apart if she didn't. Recipro burst. They only had a handful of seconds. Hitoshi had rejoined Izuku. Mashirao had just kicked off from where he was keeping the other team busy. That just left one person. Katsuki had stopped blasting through the air, only about 30 feet above them. Izuku had a second, maybe two, to position himself properly before he fell. Ideally, he would have landed right in the middle of their formation, but things were rarely as ideal as that. So when Katsuki came down to earth, he'd just have to deal with landing right in Izuku's arms. Cavalry battle. Over. Surveying over their team, Izuku couldn't stop a bright laugh from bubbling up in his chest. Ah heya. We did it. He cheers, slinging an arm around Hitoshi and Katsuki. He'd get Mashirao as well, but his arms only extended so far. That was close, geez, Mashirao mutters, but he joins the group celebration regardless, a wide grin on his face. We lasted all 15 minutes. The good cheer was infectious, and soon even Katsuki and Hitoshi were grinning, although both of them looked slightly deranged. Of course, not every team was celebrating. Of the 12 teams that had made it this far, only 5 of them even had headbands. Confound it. You win this round 1F. Nana cries, pointing an accusing finger at Katsuki of all people. There'll be other competitions. Just you wait. I'll show you. I'll show everyone. Go ahead. Katsuki calls back, try as hard as you FNG like. You'll never make it as a lead character, 2-bit extra. Izuku took this time to look over the other teams, to see who else has made it. Predictably, Mei's team has made it, the mass of headbands still wrapped around Shiranaki's face like he was a burn victim. His eyes meet Izuku's, and he gives him a small wave, releasing his quirk suddenly to let all the headbands fall of his face at once. He's smirking in a satisfied manner that reminds Izuku of a well-fed cat. His quirk would have made something like this ridiculously easy, Izuku thinks. Once he's attached the headbands to his skin, the only way you'd get them back is if something tore. You'd be all but forced to try and get a different one. He sees Todoroki, the other boy who had tied for first place, and he's looking down at a headband with a shocked expression. Did he lose his original one and grab the wrong one back? Izuku's not sure. His entire team looks pretty despondent though, so it probably didn't go well for them. There are 2 other teams who look happy enough to be celebrating a victory. A round-faced girl is being tossed into the air by a very boisterous-looking redhead as the bird-headed boy looks on and says something, and there's that weird flesh pyramid human tank team. The tank is unfolding his fleshy wings, revealing a wide-eyed girl with long dark hair and a plain-faced boy with strange-looking elbows. Around his neck is a few headbands, one of which he must have nabbed from the 1G students. Hitoshi steps up next to him, scanning the crowds as well. Looks like nobody from 1B made it. That's gotta sting. Probably, Izuku says breezily, it was a great contest though. Everyone did really well. We now cut to an hour break. Rest up champions, 'cause y'all gonna need it. Izuku brightens up immediately. Come on. Let's get something to drink. He says, dragging Hitoshi off. Todoroki had lost. The thought still left a bitter taste in his mouth, but he couldn't call the result unfair. Uraraka's team had done their best, and Ida had given them one last hurrah. Grabbed the wrong headband, and that was that. An easy mistake to make. He couldn't see which was which, and he only had a moment to judge where Uraraka would have swapped them or not. She hadn't. He knew how his father was going to take this. He wasn't going to hear the end of it, angry lectures and lessons about how if he'd just embraced his gift, his curse, his FANG curse, then he would have won. But there was just one thing he wanted to know. You, he declares coldly, staring down at the lazily smirking face of what he could only describe as a self-appointed nemesis. Me, says the boy with the ponytail and the lazy smirk of triumph. At least he's wearing a shirt. Todoroki wants to ask him a lot of things. He also wants to punch that smug expression right off his face. But instead all he says is, The boy hums thoughtfully, and then he smiles again. It's not a friendly smile. Because I don't like you, he says casually, leaning back in his chair. But you probably want to know why I don't like you? Silence hangs in the air for a long minute. Well, Todoroki says coldly. The boy blinks. Well, what? Aren't you going to tell me why you don't like me? He laughs, carefree but just as freezing as Todoroki. Aren't you going to ask? The smile slowly slips off his face, and then he's just as serious as Todoroki is. Don't bother. You're Endeavor's son, right? He bristles immediately, ice forming on his skin. I am not, my dash, I never said you were, the boy says, cutting him off with a sharp wave of his hand. Thanks for cooling my drink, by the way. He swirls the little bit of ice that's formed in his glass of Coke a little and laughs humorlessly. My mother was Police Sergeant Kuda Shiohaki. We get to meet a lot of heroes. All Might's my favorite, but hey, All Might's everyone's favorite. That's what you want to be, right? Everyone's favorite hero. Something about the way the boy says it makes it sound like an insult, and Todoroki frowns harder. Is it wrong of me to want to help people? The glass shatters in his hand, the shards sticking to his skin as Coke and BLD drips down to the ground. You don't want to help people? Kuda snarls, no longer casual and cold, now burning and furious. I watched you through the obstacle race, or did you forget who was behind you for so long? I saw the way. It got me curious. It got me thinking. Why is the son of the flame hero, Endeavor, using so much ice? He was right up in front of Todoroki's face now, eyes so furious they could have set him aflame. Then you came first. I thought maybe you just didn't need it. But what was it you said during the team-up phase? While in combat, I'll never ever use my heat side. The room was rapidly beginning to reach freezing temperatures, and Todoroki narrows his eyes dangerously. How I use my quirk is none of your concern, so dash, a hand slams him up against the wall hard enough to wind him. You come in here and declare your intent to be a hero with such half-baked determination, the boy hisses, and for a moment, Todoroki is aware of the danger of the calloused, powerful hand pressing up against him even as it begins freezing over. You think being a hero is a effing game. You think you can just make it harder for yourself and everything will be fine. What happens when you F up and fail because you refuse to get a grip? Do you know who pays the price? It's not you. Half of the boy's hand is covered in ice, but he doesn't let go. Because of heroes like you dash. Shiro. A similar-looking girl is standing in the hallway looking at them, confusion in her eyes. Shiro falls dead silent for a long moment before he wrenches his hand away from Todoroki, ignoring the skin that doesn't go with it. You want to know the difference between you and your father? He spits out the words, dripping with venom as he stalks over to the girl who is probably his sister. If your father had competed, he would have won by using everything he had. That's what heroes do. The girl gives Todoroki a glance, a mix of worry and confusion as she takes Shiro by the arm and leads him off, muttering something about not getting into fights. Just as though he thinks it can't get any worse, his father arrives, already glowering. Are you done playing, boy? Midoriya, calls a semi-familiar voice, and when Izuku turns around, he feels something hard and wooden thwack him on the head. Ha, made you look. Son Wukong III grins at him, twirling a bamboo rattan in his hands. You've grown, boyo. Not a little tamarin anymore, you're a real mandrill now. Izuku cries, brightening up like an overcharged light bulb and flinging himself at the elderly man. You came to watch us? Wukong let him hug him briefly, before gently pushing him away. I'd have to be a baboon's but to miss this. 2 of my most prized students, at UA. You bet I'd be here to gibbon my support. Maha. He snapped out of his laughter with the usual swiftness, looking side to side. Where's Ojiro gotten off to? I dunno. I think he went to see Recovery Girl to get his injuries checked out. It's not like Ojiro had a lot of them, but it was good to be fresh for whatever came next. Chio-chan's still around. Reese's Pieces, she's almost as old as I am. He takes a deep inhale of his novelty electronic cigar and shuffles over to a bench. Figures she wouldn't retire though. Doctors rest when they're dead. Final round of the sports festival. Gonna win it. Izuku scratches his cheek. You'll probably not. He offers, half expecting another hit. It doesn't come, So he continues. I'll give it my best, but, well, I can never beat Mashireo-senpai in a spar as it is. I don't think I stand a chance against anyone else from the heroics department. Wukong nods seriously. Good, he says gruffly, a wise monkey knows their limits. Foolish monkeys leap for branches they can't reach, and then they fall. There's no shame in admitting when you're outmatched. Tell me, boyo, how are you doing? Well, so far. Ladies, gentlemen and esteemed guests. It's time for the final round. The round everyone's been waiting for. Present Mike shouts, his already booming and loud voice amplified by the microphone. 4 teams. 14 individuals. These brave souls made it through. But there was room for 2 more, and after careful consultation by the judges, this is the final selection. Can I get a hell yeah? A series of names went up on the board, in what appeared to be a random order. But it's our final round of the Freshman Sports Festival. Show 'em what they've got, Midney. Midnight coughs silently in the middle of the freshly constructed arena. Right, she says, the final round of the sports festival will be a tournament. 16 finalists will fight a series of battles until only one winner remains. Suddenly, lines appear next to the names, demonstrating the order of battle and pairs. But this is no simple tournament of one-on-ones. This is you. The first rounds are tag team matches. First round match UPS Shinsu Hitoshi and Ida Tenya vs Shuji Mizo and Ojiro Mashireo Kuda Shiranaki and Bakugu Katsuki vs Kuda Makino and Kirishima Ijiro Hantashiro and Uraraka Ochako vs Midoriya Izuku and Hatsum Hai Tokoyami Fumikage and Yaoyorozu Momo vs Azui Ryu and Harashima Chizu, standing on an arena stage in front of an enthusiastic audience. It was the kind of thing Shinso Hitoshi had only dreamed about in bygone days. It was the kind of far-out fantasy he'd relegated to the back of mind under extremely improbable, alongside other ones like being the lead singer of a hit band or becoming a famous artist. Really, it was an exhilarating thrill just being here. Even sharing the stage with Ida Tenya did nothing to dampen his feelings. Well, that's kind of cruel to Ida, he thinks. It's not as though he thinks badly of Ida. His serious, humorless nature was kind of disappointing, but it did make him the perfect Tsukomi. It might be selfish of him to decide it on his own, but after graduating he's going to form a duo with Ida. It's just too much fun playing with him. Does that smirk on your face mean you have some kind of actual plan, or are you just thinking of new ways to be a menace? Case in point, that entire sentence. Hitoshi rolls his eyes in a manner so large and dramatic, he expects even the audience members in the back seats can see it. Of course I have a plan, he says airily, waving a hand in the general direction of Shuji and Mashireo. There is only one step and it is win. That's not a plan at all. Ida splutters, pointing an accusing finger at him. The gift that just keeps giving. Really? I thought it was pretty good. As long as we follow the steps, we're bound to succeed. He lets the smirk fade off his face, adopting a more serious demeanor. Joking around and playing with Ida is fun, but he does want to win. Of course, following that step is going to be hard. Ida seems somewhat mollified by his new serious demeanor. You are friends with Ojiro-san, correct? Yeah, but I don't have any great insights. His quirk is a tail. It's simple as that, no special weakness or strength. Maybe. Well, there is one weakness. Ida perks up. He's kind of ticklish near the base. That's not a weakness at all. Ida shouts, shaking him back and forth. Even when he's trying to be serious, he still hits Ida's Tsukomi buttons. They really are perfect for each other. Hitoshi rolls his eyes again, a little less melodramatically. Sure it is if you're creative enough. It's also the best intel I've got, so we'll just have to make do. How confident are you in close quarters? Ida asks, turning to look over at where Ojiro and Shuji are conferring. Good but not great, Hitoshi replies, wringing his hands a little, which is to say that I don't stand a chance against either of them in a hand-to-hand fight. Seriously, why'd we have to go up against 2 physical powerhouses? Really, the more Hitoshi thinks about it, the more it seems like everyone in this tournament is going to be a nightmare for him to fight. There's one thing you should know about my quirk if we're going to team up again. Ida turns to give him his full attention, completely serious. Then present Mick's voice cuts through the air. Battle start. Hitoshi wants to finish his sentence because it's a very important sentence and he needs to say it, but Shuji is literally bowling Mashireo towards them, and it is simultaneously incredibly impressive and so very terrifying to witness. They scatter to either side as Mashireo flicks his tail out to break like a really aggressive pangolin, or was he thinking of armadillos? Bursting out and whipping around to launch himself at Ida. "What are you, Sonic the Hedgehog?" Hitoshi calls, not really expecting an answer. This is bad, he's at a clear disadvantage. He hasn't been able to tell Ida his weakness, and he can't exactly do that with the enemies so close. There's a chance Mashireo already knows, but it's not a chance he's willing to gamble on. A dark shadow passing above is all the warning Hitoshi gets before Shuji is dropping out of the sky like a bomb. He scrambles out of the way, painfully aware that the momentum has been seized and it's not going to be easy getting it back. "Shuji, my man, this isn't very tentacle of you." He gets a tentacle dangerously close to his face for his troubles. Ida, for his part, is holding his own against Mashireo, but Hitoshi expected as much. Ida's engine makes him a lot more suited for this kind of hands-on combat than Hitoshi is. Sure, he practiced, but practicing isn't going to make him sprout new arms the way Shuji does. All he has are his words. You know what they say about words. Sticks, stones, breaking hearts. Hitoshi doesn't want to break any hearts though. He wants to win, but he doesn't want to do it by digging up Mashireo or Shuji's most sensitive parts and stabbing them with the verbal equivalent of harpoons like he's Ahab hunting the white whale. So he's left with quips and jokes. Mashireo is pretty immune to most of his puns, but maybe he can get Shuji. Or maybe Shuji will just punch him right off the edge. That's looking more likely. "Hey Shuji. I have a question." He ducks under a series of left straights, backpedaling as fast as he can without falling over. "You can make like any organ on those arms of yours, right?" Shuji, of course, does not respond, but Hitoshi doesn't need him to. Silence works just as well for the build-up, works better even. If he told him no now, it'd ruin the momentum. He just has to avoid getting punched, which is pretty hard when he has like 6 fists to do it with. But looking at Shuji's tentacles has given him an idea. Hitoshi goes in for the kill, lining up his shot and striking just the right vocal tone. "So have you ever thought just to see what it was like?" Apparently when Shuji makes little parts of his face on his tentacles, they blush just as much as his actual face does. "W," says 5 mouths all at once. "Move over, Ahab. Hitoshi will show you how to snag the white whale of victory. Run off the edge now. And no hard feelings." Shuji breaks off into a sprint immediately, eyes glazed over as he makes a beeline for the edge of the arena, leaving Hitoshi to breathe a sigh of relief. With any luck, they'll be able to laugh it off later. With Shuji down, they can focus on Mashireo. Mashireo, who is running towards Shuji intently and very likely knows Hitoshi's weakness. "Ida. Stop him. If he hits him, it'll snap him out of it." Ever attentive, Ida rushes to obey, launching himself into a flying kick directly at Mashireo as Hitoshi rushes in himself to try and help. And that's when Mashireo plays them like a fiddle. He ducks under Ida's flying kick, rolling smoothly out of the way with the sort of practiced agility and grace that comes out of years of training, and then before Hitoshi can even process that he's made a mistake, he's already being slammed by the thick, powerful tail of his friend and sent bouncing along the ground like they're playing Skittles. Right into Shuji, who, rather appropriately, goes down just like a set of pins. Hitoshi feels 6 hands clamp down on various parts of his body, 1 on each arm, shoulder and side, before he's being hoisted into the air and calmly walked to the edge of the arena. "I suppose it's too late to start telling knock-knock jokes?" he offers. Shuji does not respond, and a little part of him hopes it's only because of the quirk and not because he's angry at him. And then he's dropped onto the soft, yielding ground just outside the arena. Amazing. After a series of masterful plays and counterplays, Shinsu Hitoshi has been eliminated. Can his partner, Ida Tenya, make do without him? Hitoshi slumps back against the ground, sighing a little. Is he disappointed? Of course. But he can't be too disappointed in himself. He tried his best, even got Shuji for a bit. If it hadn't been Mashireo, he might have made it. Recipro burst. And then Shuji lands next to him, looking decidedly winded. Incredible. It's now down to a one-on-one match. What an incredible move by Ida. No hard feelings. None. That's good. He'd witnessed Ida use this technique back in the cavalry battle, using it to gain a momentary and intense burst of speed and power. He'd also seen the way Ida frowned at his legs afterwards. So Mashireo knew this wasn't the kind of technique Ida could use lightly. Not that it helped him much, given that even if Ida had a time limit on it, Mashireo wasn't sure he could handle even a few more seconds of this. His reactions were stressed to their limit trying to avoid Ida's kicks, and his only saving grace was that he had enough time to get to the center of the arena after he saw Shuji get blasted off with a single blow. With the advantage that being in the center provided him, however briefly, it allowed him to absorb a blow or two per, which was to say that Ida had kicked him twice now, and both times Mashireo had narrowly avoided falling out of bounds by thumping his tail. Ida rushes forward for a third time, engines roaring as he charges forward. Left or right? Will it be the left or the right? The wrong choice could see Mashireo's hopes for advancing crushed, but the right choice would, he's not sure. Buy him a few more seconds, maybe? How long can he even last like this? If Ida could use it for longer, then he would have done so at the beginning. Using it has to be risky in some way. And the only way Mashireo was going to find out how was if he managed to survive. He lets his instincts decide which way to dodge. Ida's right leg swings at him just as Mashireo's tail thumps the ground hard, propelling him to the left with a sudden bound. The tip of Ida's foot swings right past Mashireo's face, close enough that he can feel the rushing wind ruffling his short hair. Mashireo rolls across the ground, springing to his feet and preparing to dodge again when he sees Ida standing there, engines, sputtering and stalling. The time limit. He'd made it. What's this? Ida Tenya's engines have stalled. Did he run out of fuel? He doesn't waste any time and darts forward, pressing Ida back with a series of combination attacks, punches, kicks, and tail sweeps blending together into a tornado of limbs, light and fast enough to make him retreat. Ida fights back as best he can, but without the use of his engines, his kicks are nowhere near as effective and his speed is drastically reduced. Which is not to say that he isn't fast, but it's definitely more within a range that Mashireo can deal with. He doesn't know how long it takes for Ida's engine to recover, so he needs to finish this now. When he sees an opening, he seizes it with both hands. He lowers himself, braced and ready before his tail strikes the ground and sends him forward. Tail cannon. His head collides with Ida's stomach, sending him forcefully back and just over the edge of the arena. The audience lets out a deafening roar. What an incredible match. Ojiro Mashireo is the last man standing, so this means Ojiro and Shuji are the winners. That was incredible, Hitoshi, are the first words he hears when he makes it back to where the rest of the contestants are waiting. It's the only warning he gets before Izuku seizes him by the shoulders, eyes softly glowing as he beams at him. He's gotten more accustomed to this kind of thing from Izuku, but it still felt weird in a pleasant sort of way to have someone so enthusiastically happy for him. Yeah, but I still lost, he mumbles, feeling a mild blush color his cheeks. Mashireo slaps him on the back from behind. You did great. Just kind of a bad matchup for you. He gives Hitoshi an encouraging grin that he returns, albeit less a grin and more awkward smile. Slowly, as if by some unspoken agreement, they turn to look at Katsuki one by one, an almost expectant look on their faces. Katsuki stares back defiantly until Izuku frowns just a little, and then he palms his face, groaning. Okay, fine. You did alright, zombie. Are you effing happy, a-hole? Hitoshi can't stop himself from laughing when Izuku starts beaming again. Will the next contestants assemble in the arena? Katsuki grins, all teeth and promises of violence. Now watch and effing learn how it's effing done, he declares, stalking towards the stairs. Mashireo and Hitoshi roll their eyes in complete synchronization. Come on, monkey boy. Let's grab a drink whilst Prince Murderdeath gets into position. Bakugu Katsuki, in the flesh. I almost feel like I should be kneeling. Katsuki doesn't know what to make of his impromptu and unwanted teammate. If he was going to team up with anyone, it'd be Deku or, very grudgingly, one of those other two idiots, not some weird no-name background character from the Gen Ed department of all things. So, he saw the scoreboard after the cavalry battle. Whoever this no-name background character was, he has to at least have something going for him. F off, he says briskly, and Shiranaki's lazy smile twitches a little. You can if kneel once I've won. Shiranaki smooths his smile out and tugs his shirt up and over his head, revealing a wiry, muscled form as he tosses his shirt away carelessly. You really are something, aren't you? He drawls, in a tone that suggests he's teasing him about something. Katsuki glares heatedly. Why the F are you stripping? This is a fight, not a FANG dance contest. At least he looks vaguely impressive without a shirt on. If he'd been some kind of reedy nerd, then Katsuki would have just told him to sit down and FNG watch. For my quirk, he says simply, gesturing lazily at his bare chest, it's called grip. I can hold on to anything that touches my skin, so the more skin, the more gripping. Don't bother explaining your quirk, everyone knows what it does now. He snorts, turning his glare back onto their opponents, a girl from the support department and that dumbass redhead. Real finito, he mutters, trying to remember as much as he could about both of them. Hair for Brains was going to be annoying with his hardening, but the girl. I don't know what Red over there does, but I'll tell you now that the girl is my sister. You shouldn't let her touch you. Teleporting an object from one hand to the other doesn't sound scary until suddenly you're upside down and about to be slam dunked and you have no idea how that happened, he says, rolling his shoulders. If I'm perfectly honest, in a one-on-one fight, she usually beats me. You're not going to go soft on her, are you? Katsuki snarls, snapping around to glare at him. Shiranaki laughs, easy and smoky. Don't you worry a thing about that, he drawls. Worry more about winning, Mr. Number One. Yeah. He was definitely teasing him about something. Battles start, and so it begins. Katsuki puts the words out of his mind and goes on the immediate defensive. He doesn't rush forward as he'd usually like to, because the girl is from the support department and he knows enough by now to realize that she could have anything up her sleeves. It proves relatively prudent when a series of small metal orbs float out of her backpack, little rotary engines spinning to keep them airborne. All right, Calvin Klein, she's your sister. What the F are those? If Shiranaki's bothered by the nickname, he doesn't show it. Drones, obviously. Don't ask me what they do. Maki built them specifically for the sports festival, and she didn't want me to know what they did. You know, in case this happened. Right? So he's FING useless then. Hair for Brains isn't rushing either. If anything, he seems to be waiting on her. We need to move, Katsuki declares like an angry officer directing his soldiers and charges forward suddenly. Whatever she's doing, she might be setting some FING thing up. Roger, Roger, replies Shiranaki, lazily saluting and jogging after Katsuki like the world's worst henchman. Kirishima moves to intercept Katsuki, his flesh already taking on the shade and pattern of his quirk. Not so fast, dude. I ain't letting you pass that easily. Even with Kirishima barring the way, Katsuki doesn't even bat an eye. Good thing I don't give a F about what you want, fuckboy. He launches himself into the air, palm downwards to begin propelling himself over Kirishima and towards Makino like a rocket fueled with rage. Hey, get back here. Kirishima squawks, spinning around to try and chase after him as though he could actually catch up to Katsuki, but a deceptively light hand rests on his shoulder. Hi, says a very cheery voice from behind Kirishima. He starts to turn around to look just before he's thrown back with an offhanded gesture normally reserved for tossing away a piece of rubbish. Sorry, could you wait a little bit? Katsuki continues rushing towards Makino as Kirishima's kept busy, mere seconds from being upon her. She looks up from her pack, halfway to retrieving something when Katsuki goes in for the first blow. She smirks, and WHPs out a complicated-looking glove. Formation Sigma. Immediately, the drones that were hovering about her zip into some sort of shape around her. And then she's surrounded by a familiar corona of electricity. Fortunately for Katsuki, he's not so close that he can't suddenly break with a blast. A little electricity arcs along his arm, just enough to make him recoil and hiss in pain. What the F is with you nerds and FING electricity? He snarls, eyeing the drones as they break their formation to return to lazily rotating around their L. Makino shrugs, fiddling with an array of buttons on her gloves in a way that does not inspire confidence in Katsuki. It was that or fire, and trying to get little fuel tanks on these guys was throwing out the balance. She points the gloved hand at Katsuki, finger and thumb poised like a gun. Not a good sign. But these little guys do more than just that. Formation Theta. The 9 drones form a triangular prism, crackling with electricity and aimed directly at Katsuki as she reaches into her pocket for something. Katsuki holds up his own hands. If you FNG think I'm going to sit here with my thumbs up my FNG butt and see what this does, you can go F yourself with a rake, he growls, forming a ball of light in between his hands just as Makino reveals a small iron pellet in her hand. Up in the stands, Hisashi cackles and starts clapping stun grenade. Railgun shot. The 2 attacks go off simultaneously, Katsuki's ball of light detonating with predictable consequences just as Makino unleashes the pellet into her impromptu railgun. The flash of the stun grenade causes Makino to recoil slightly and the improvised railgun shifts with her movements, sending the shot wildly off course. It safely impacts against the walls of the arena, bouncing off and falling to the ground with little fanfare. Makino curses, stumbling back and pressing a hand up against her eyes. Formation Sigma, she calls out, and the drones break their current formation to move back into a more defensive one. Of course, Katsuki's having none of it. The moment their attacks go off, he's already capitalizing on it, blasting forward with a spin to gather more air and momentum. It's not enough to truly be a move on its own, not without more air, but he's not trying to bring down anything massive, just her drones. Eat sheet. He roars as the explosions consume them. Despite his attack, 4 of the drones manage to escape in a functioning state, the rest destroyed or clattering to the ground. However, with only 4, the corona doesn't form and she's wide open to an attack. Before Katsuki can capitalize on this new opportunity as well, something, or rather, someone hard and heavy collides with him from behind. What in the sheet? What's this? Class 1CS Kuda Shiranaki has thrown Kirishima Ijuku right into Bakugu Katsuki, his own teammate. Is there a breakdown in teamwork? Kirishima doesn't look like he had expected to end up in this situation any more than Katsuki does, but that doesn't stop him from attempting to lock Katsuki into a grapple, flesh hardened against his already furiously exploding hands. Shiranaki, for his part, has a completely unapologetic look on his face, hands in his pockets as he stands there. Whoops. Didn't see you there, he drawls, smirking a little as Katsuki struggles against Kirishima's grip. Katsuki manages to get Kirishima off of him and slam him onto the ground with enough force to crack the concrete, blasting him with both hands just for good measure. F off you didn't, chumbucket. He roars, already creating some distance between himself and the slightly dazed Kirishima. You FING did that on purpose? Are you throwing this FANG match just because she's your sister a-hole? He seems to mull it over in his head, before laughing, hands held up in a gesture of, what can you do? Nope. He says cheerfully, even though none of the humor reaches his eyes. Don't get me wrong. I don't care about winning this tournament at all. Despite all evidence to the contrary, Katsuki has never actually literally exploded with rage. He is looking dangerously close to it at this very moment though. Rather than being worried, Shiranaki only seems amused by this. That's a good face you're making, he says, a sly smirk on his face. I'll be honest, Bakukuin. At the start, I didn't like you. Your arrogant attitude is exactly the kind of thing I hate the most, and when you stood up on that platform and declared you were going to win without fail, all I could think about was dragging you down just to spite you. And then Katsuki really does explode. Well, come at me then, I don't care, I'll take all 3 of you on. Shiranaki waves a hand through the air lightly. Like I said, that was at the start and I'm being honest here, you know. His smirk widens just a little, growing slyer by the second. Now I can see what Midoriya likes so much about you. Don't get me wrong, I'm still going to do everything I can to drag you down within the confines of the rules. He pauses. Like distracting you whilst my sister sets up an attack? That brief warning was all Katsuki needed to blast out of the way of a burst of electricity, the bolt of lightning, and really, that's what it was striking the ground he was just standing at harmlessly. Whose side are you even on, Shiro? Makino gripes, although she doesn't sound too put out by it, directing the remaining 4 drones into a loose diamond in front of her. My own, he declares cheerfully before switching gears into a more serious expression. It's selfish of me, but I want to see you defy the odds and win. Plus ultra, and all that. He drawls, striking a brief cheerleading pose complete with peppy cry for the motto before returning to his lazy, cheerful demeanor with the speed of an actor changing masks. But I've interfered enough, I think. So if anyone needs me, I'll be walking off the edge now. Incredible. Kuta Shiranaki is. He's leaving the arena. But wait. He's going to be stopped. Kirishima bars his path, arms held out. Dude. Not cool. You can't just abandon your teammate like that. He points a finger at the increasingly bemused-looking Shiranaki. If you're a real man, then stand and fight. No. He offers, staring at the accusing finger like it's the strangest thing he's ever seen. How exactly do you intend to make me do that? I'm surrendering. If you fight me, you're just beating up a guy who won't fight back. Kirishima opens his mouth to retort and then closes it, slowly lowering his arm. He does it a few more times, slowly frowning more and more as he tries to figure out how to respond to this before Shiranaki just brushes past him calmly. If you want to have a proper match sometime, I'm sure we can figure something out if you really want, he calls over his shoulder just as he reaches the edge. He spins around, fingers held in V's as he strikes a cute pose with a sardonic expression. Ganbat, Bakugukuin. And then he casually falls backwards with a muted thump. Kuta Shiranaki is. What an anticlimactic way to be eliminated. What is even going on down there? As her brother exits the arena, Makino isn't given any time to spare it much thought as she's forced to fend off Katsuki's relentless attacks. With 5 of her drones down, she can't muster defense well enough or fast enough to protect against his unpredictable angles of attack. Worse than that, she realizes, if she's not careful, his explosions will consume more of her drones. If all of them go down, she doesn't have much to fall back on, and certainly nothing he'd let her get out of her bag of tricks. She knows she's losing and losing badly, but it only drives her on. Drones. Formation Delta. She called, pointing a finger at Katsuki. All 4 remaining drones immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed towards him, sparking dangerously. She knew Katsuki was just going to blow them all away with a single attack, but there was an obvious drawback to his explosions. Each one of them created a large burst of smoke and ash, temporarily blocking his vision of her, and vice versa. She didn't have time to draw any of her other weapons, although she had so many she wanted to use, and she knew she didn't stand a chance in hand-to-hand against a quirk like his, but she had the element of surprise and she was going to abuse it. She tears the glove off her hand as quickly as she can to keep it free, and grabs onto Katsuki's left wrist with her left hand, right hand raised up in the sky. She activates left to right. And suddenly, instead of being on the stable ground, Bakugo Katsuki was upside down in the air and she was holding onto his left wrist with her right hand and currently swinging him down against the ground hard. Her triumph is short-lived though, for Katsuki rapidly responds with a double-handed blast directly at her. Her hasty defense is nowhere near enough to withstand the force, and she stumbles backwards, falling onto her butt. She isn't going to be able to take much more of that. Fortunately for her, Kirishima is there to block the second double blast, his hardened flesh more than capable of enduring the force. Dude. You okay? He shouts, genuine worry in his voice. I'm fine, Makino says, staggering to her feet. Her drones are down, but now that her teammate's back, she might actually get a chance to unveil something else. Can you keep him off me? I might have something for this. Kirishima gives her a bright grin and a matching thumbs up. Leave it to me, he declares, rushing towards Katsuki with a decidedly manly battle cry. Boys, Makino mutters to herself, but she wastes no time in rummaging through her pack. Her specialty was coding in general, but she had a real passion for robotics. Unfortunately for her, Robotics didn't translate very well to a contest like this, not without enough time to build something big. And even then, they probably wouldn't let her enter something like that. Of course, robotics knowledge translates itself to other things as well. Like the power gloves she was putting on. Originally designed as prosthetics, she'd altered the basic design to boost the strength and allow her to use them without actually having to replace her forearms. With them, she could throw a punch maybe twice as strong as she could without them, nothing earth-shattering, but enough to maybe put her on equal footing against someone like Bakugo Katsuki. She felt a little cartoony with her now oversized fists, but she put it out of her mind before rushing towards where the other two were still fighting, letting out a battle cry of her own. Katsuki, for his part, was torn between being frustrated and exhilarated. Kirishima's hardening was proving an ample defense, and he was almost wholly unused to an opponent who could stand there and take so many of his blasts point blank. But if he wasn't wrong, Kirishima was weakening. There was a limit to his defense, and he was going to blast through it. He was almost on the cusp of doing just that when Makino re-enters the fray, slamming a heavy armored fist into the ground he was just standing at, leaving a dangerous-looking set of cracks. Okay, so maybe she needed to calibrate them a little. Between the two of them, though, things were looking increasingly difficult for Katsuki. He was forced to almost dedicate a hand each to fending them off, each of their defenses more than adequate against his infrequent explosions. Whenever one of them was beginning to flag, they just backed out a bit and let the other one take over until they were ready to go back in. For an impromptu team-up, it was quite impressive. That didn't mean Katsuki was going to let them win by any means. He had no intention of losing to anyone in this tournament, no matter what happened, and Shiranaki's sardonic encouragement only made him even more determined. That F'er wanted to see him defy the odds. Then he'd better not take his FANG eyes off him. In order to defeat both Kirishima and Makino, he'd need to overwhelm them all at once. Their defensive capabilities were simply too much for him to win a battle of attrition, not against both of them at once. He blasts off into the air, silently glad that neither of them seemed to have any ability to go airborne either, and then he starts to spin. Neither of them know for sure what's coming, but both of them are sharp enough to recognize a wind-up to a powerful attack when they see one. Makino slams her gauntlets together and activates their shield mode, locking them in place and extending metal fans to give her better defense. Kirishima does much the same with his arms, heightening his hardening as far as he can take it in his current state. It was going to be the last attack. Either their defenses held up and they'd win, or Katsuki would blow them both away. Katsuki finished his spin, the gathered air rushing between his fingers as he focused and aimed. Howitzer impact. Incredible. Amazing. What a display. This is the raw, incredible power of Bakugo Katsuki's explosion quirk. The entire arena was engulfed in smoke and ash, winds whipping through the air with the force of the explosion. It was less like a bomb and more like a missile, and for some in the audience, there was a question of whether there'd even be anything left of the other two. There was. Kirishima stood resolute, hardened skin cracking and leaking. BLD, positioned to shield Makino from the worst of the blast. He'd done an admirable job, given that she too is still standing, but taking the brunt of Katsuki's attack soon proved to be too much for him, and he pitches forward, already unconscious before he even hits the ground. Makino, for her part, isn't holding up that much better. Her gauntlets are half destroyed by the residual explosions, and she herself is barely standing. She gave Katsuki a brief look of defiance and tried to take a step forward before stumbling. "Discolor me impressed," he grumbles, stalking forward slowly, hands held at his side with the clear intent to finish this. "Hair for brains I expected, but you're a lot more stubborn than I thought you'd be." She checks her gauntlets briefly. They're not ruined beyond repair, but they're definitely ruined beyond field repair with the enemy advancing. At best, they're a hammer she can use to attempt to beat him with, but she knows without the enhanced strength, this is a fight she can't hope to win. You nerds are supposed to be pretty FING smart, so do the smart thing and surrender. He's only a few feet away now, and still advancing. His palms are already sparking with small explosions as well, the unspoken threat of what will happen to her if she doesn't comply. She looses a quiet breath. "In it all," she mutters, holding her head up high as she calls out, "I forfeit?" And we have our winners. Bakugo Katsuki and Kuta Shiranaki have won. There's an air of almost quiet awe when Katsuki returns to the contestants' room. The sheer destructive force of his newest technique was undeniable, and every other person in the room had begun to question if they'd even stand a chance against it if he used it in the coming rounds. Well, almost everyone. That was so cool, Kaken. Izuku gushes, eyes twinkling as he rushes to fawn over his best friend. I mean, it was a little much. But Katsuki responds to this by just putting his hand over Izuku's mouth. As nice as it is to hear you reaffirm how effing awesome I am, he says with only a little irony, I need to get effing drink right now and, did you just grab that in preparation? Izuku is holding up a bottle of sports drink in offering, and says something in response. Given Katsuki is still muffling him with his hand, he can't quite make it out, but given the way his eyes are twinkling, he's going to assume it was a yes of some kind. Dork, he mutters, almost fondly. Anyone accusing him of such is going to be treated to a second howitzer impact, but he accepts the drink nonetheless. Shouldn't you be getting ready for your match? I am, he says cheerfully, but Mei is busy choosing which of her babies to bring in. Katsuki spares a glance over Izuku's shoulder, where the pink-haired girl is hunkered over a bench, cackling madly to herself as she rummages through a duffel bag. He catches the words reverse polarity and resonance before deciding he doesn't actually want to know and probably wouldn't be able to really. Congratulations on your dynamite victory, Bakugo-kun. Comes the overly familiar sardonic voice that he is beginning to really hate. When he turns around, twitching a little with the need to just explode, Shiranaki is standing there grinning lazily at him with his shirt back on at least. You really don't hold back anything, do you? I can't say I hate that though. Shouldn't you be with your effing sister or something? Katsuki snarls, doing his demon best to set him on fire with his glare alone. Who do you think carried her to the infirmary? Well, her and Kirishima-kun. You really did a number on him, by the way, Shiranaki says breezily, tilting his head to the side. Hey Midoriya, he adds after a moment, inclining his head lightly and completely ignoring Katsuki. You're up next, right? Good luck with your match. Izuku returns the nod, grinning brightly. Thanks. Will the next contestants please assemble? That's my cue. Izuku zips over to his pack before rushing out the gates. Wish me luck. This leaves Shiranaki and Katsuki relatively alone together, Katsuki glaring furiously at him, and Shiranaki lazily smirking right back. Do you want to grab something to eat? I could really go for a burger right now. Katsuki intensifies his glare several times over. Why in the ever-loving F- would I do that? He growls, flexing his fingers. Because it's my treat, Shiranaki says without missing a beat. He waves a roll of bills around for added emphasis. He goes to tell him to F off when his stomach chooses the most inopportune time to rumble and undermine his entire persona. I'm going to buy the most expensive thing on the menu, Katsuki mutters darkly, still glaring viciously at him. Shiranaki laughs. I wouldn't have it any other way. They stood on each side of the arena, the eyes of countless people upon them not only from within the heavily packed stands but, with the help of camera crews and a few satellites, across the nation itself. There was a sense of pressure on them, the expectations of an entire nation eager to see what they do. But if he's honest, Izuku's only mildly aware of it. The only pressure he feels is from the knowledge that his parents are watching. To contrast, Mei seems to be drinking it up like a traveler in the desert who just came across an oasis. She seems like she's born for this moment, that her entire life has been leading up to this, waving at the cheering crowds with a manic grin on her face, every inch the performer. She has an earpiece set up, a throat mic taped to her neck. Her eyes meet Izuku's, and they share a smile. Hers bursting with energy, his quiet and serene. He doesn't know much about their opponents, and he forgot to ask Mashireo or Hitoshi if they had any information. He's seen the boy Pantosera in action. Something about tape and his elbows. Possibly tricky. The girl was a mystery though, but he didn't think too much of it. Battle start. A mystery to contemplate another time. Unlike the other matches so far, nobody is in any rush to make the first move, perhaps because this is the first match where both sides are wholly unfamiliar with each other. Well, that's not why Izuku isn't doing anything. He's just waiting for his cue. Mei flashes him an eager grin. There it is. A quick flick of SWH to engage the exoskeleton frame he had equipped over his gym clothes, and then he was rushing towards their suddenly alarmed opponents. Ugh. Mei cries, her already loud and bombastic voice amplified many times by a set of speakers strategically set up. What incredible acceleration and power. It must feel great, Izzy. It certainly does, Mei. Izuku is almost upon the other two when the girl Uraraka quickly taps the boy's elbow, causing him to begin drifting into the air. Honestly, Izuku has so many questions about that, but he has a script he needs to follow right now, albeit with a little improvisation. This mobility exoskeleton you developed is fantastic, he calls, crouching low before he launches himself into the air. The ground cracks from the sheer force as Izuku rockets up towards the floating boy faster than even Bakugo could manage. The boy has an expression of complete shock for a few seconds, but to his credit he recovers fairly quickly, shooting tape to his left and reeling it in to swing himself out of the way. Izuku understands now. A clever combination of the levitation and his tape, allowing him to remain airborne and maneuverable without risk of accidentally drifting off. For Izuku's part, he has to descend now, as the cruel tyrant of gravity attempts to reassert its dems over him, and he lands with enough force to crack the concrete once again, no worse for wear. Oh. I'm really putting these shock absorber boots through their paces, but it's like I'm walking on clouds. Another Hatsum Mei original. Zero reels himself in close to Uraraka, releasing the tape the moment she cancels her quirk. Is this a battle? He mutters, frowning a little as he watches Izuku get into a sprinter's ready position. Uraraka giggles a little, getting behind him. Honestly, I don't know. But if he's going to charge again, let's get ready. They work surprisingly quickly, Zero shooting out a few feet of tape, cutting it and letting Uraraka tag it as it comes out. Part of it sticks to the ground, but the rest tries to drift upwards. Izuku rushes forward, exoskeleton hissing and groaning as it powers him on forward, but he's soon forced to slam the quite literal brakes when the trap becomes more obvious. It's like a little forest of floating strands of tape, the sticky stretches drifting lazily about and threatening to entangle any rushing fool. What incredible teamwork! Present Mike declares, as expected of students taught by the amazing Eraserhead. Don't say unnecessary things. The quiet, irritated voice of Eraserhead makes itself known very briefly before it's soon drowned out by a different speaker. Behold one of my greatest creations. Mei shouts, suspended in the air by her hydraulic support pack. She's not referring to that though, for in her hands is a familiar launcher. The Netmaster 9000, the bulkier cousin of the Netmaster compared to the frankly compact 6000 model. The 9000 is heavy enough that Mei has to brace it on her shoulder to fire it, and a third hydraulic support shoots out to stabilize herself. Uraraka wisely decides to tag Zero so they can scatter more effectively, but in the moments they prepare to dart in different directions, Mei is already pulling the trigger. She doesn't need to line up the shot, not anymore. Behold the fruit of the tree of genius. She cries, the payload shooting for about 5 feet before it bursts open, revealing the widest and largest net Izuku has ever seen in his life, rotating wildly through the air. It looks like the kind of net you'd use to capture an elephant. With lightweight but strong materials created by my partner, Midoriya Izuku, and a powerful propulsion system created by yours truly, a true no-fail capture device is born. The silvery net is wide enough to catch both the levitating Zero and the land-bound Uraraka. As it collides with them, the still-spinning net begins to wind and wrap around them. Or it would have, had it not been caught up by the forest of tape already created earlier, limiting its momentum and movement enough that instead of cocooning Zero and Uraraka, it only loosely entangles them, an opportunity they're wise enough not to miss as Uraraka goes to levitate it as well. The grin on Mei's face is almost wide enough to split it in two. But wait, there's more. She cries, pressing a button on the side of the Netmaster immediately. The heavy round weights that had originally been used to provide force to the net begin to spark just before the entire net lights up. Using efficient battery systems stored in the weights, problem targets can be neutralized with maximum efficiency. Izuku knows when he's supposed to take over and casually jogs over to where the net still sparks, although most of it seems to have faded. Wow. What an incredible device. You really built that using my metals, Mei-chan. He calls up, smiling beatifically at his friend. I sure did. Mei begins to lower herself down, the supports retracting into her pack alarmingly quickly. Thankfully, she too is equipped with her patented shock absorber boots, and lands without a single pink lock out of place. We killed it, Izuku, she cries, off the mic. I can see the support companies eating it up. It's perfect. And with this victory, will dash, Tape shoots out and grabs her by the shoulder, reeling her backwards into the suddenly levitating net. A very frazzled-looking Uraraka and Zero are staggering to their feet, teeth gritted. Whose victory? Uraraka calls out, a grin on her face that's somewhere between determined and bloodthirsty. Don't underestimate us. The voltage. We miscalibrated. Mei shouts, swiftly activating her supports. They pull her out of the net in short order, narrowly avoiding becoming entangled in her own creation. Amazing! Is this the beginning of a reversal? Present Mick's voice booms around them, at odds with the sudden tense standoff they seem to be in now. It's not looking good for them, Izuku notes. Well, it looked good for them for a good chunk of the match up until now, and the support companies seem to have picked up what Mei was putting down, so as far as he's concerned, this has already been a victory for friendship. That doesn't mean he's going to just walk off now like Shiranaki did, though. He'd never be able to look Kaken in the face if he just gave up. Besides, he's having a lot of fun. You guys are pretty cool. He calls out, smiling gently, our mistake with the voltage. Should have known spread out across the net like that the current wouldn't be enough to bring you down. But hey, you withstood it pretty well. Don't worry. We won't underestimate you anymore. Up until now he's been using Mei's inventions, mostly because she asked him to. Really, he only brought one with him. His utility staff. Uraraka huffs. Thanks, I guess. But you're out of tricks now. She waves a hand in Mei's direction. That big net thing only has one shot, right? Mei lowers herself down next to Izuku. DMN. She's good, she mumbles. Mei, that thing is the size of your torso. Where would you have any extra shots? Izuku mutters, uncharacteristically reasonable. So, he calls back out to Uraraka, we're not one-trick ponies, you know. We're multi-trick ponies. This pony show isn't over yet. There's a brief moment where Uraraka tries to figure out why he's calling himself a pony before she brushes it aside and braces herself for the next attack. Zero, for his part, is already beginning to levitate again after a quick tag from Uraraka, although a set of tape keeps him somewhat grounded. I'm going in. If you've got anything else up your sleeves, use them when you see an opportunity to. Izuku clicks his staff together and rushes forward, his usual bright smile on his face. He's seen enough of their quirks in action to have a pretty good picture of what he's facing. Tape Boy's is pretty self-explanatory. His elbows dispense tape, and it's sticky and sturdy. A perfect capture weapon well suited to heroics. Float Girl's quirk lets her levitate things, but it requires physical contact. Every time she's levitated Tape Boy, it's always been skin contact, and when she got the pieces of tape to float, it was with her hands as well. So he just has to not get touched at all. The staff is perfect for this purpose, because even if Gravity Girl makes it float, it's still in Izuku's hands and he won't be thrown off by it. The big weakness is Tape Boy. Tape would be the perfect tool to ensnare his weapon, and so he must be on guard constantly. But if he can take out Gravity Girl, it's their victory. Gravity Girl is a skilled opponent though, even without a weapon. She seems to recognize the futility of tagging his weapon, and she's even appropriately wary of it. Izuku's pretty sure he hasn't shown anyone but Ojiro the electroshock function, but really, given everything else, it's only pragmatic not to touch the weapon. He's forced to dodge a surge of tape, narrowly avoiding being entangled, but a second shot snags the tip of his staff. He flicks the taser SWH, but the electricity doesn't rush up to the floating Tape Boy. It had been a gamble, so he can't be too disappointed at its failure. The tape starts to reel in, but Izuku isn't budging from his position willingly, and so Tape Boy starts rocketing towards him. Bold, he thinks, and a mistake. Close quarters is Izuku's specialty, and if he gets close then he can Uraraka's fingers swipe across the back of his neck. The effect is immediate, and Izuku begins to ascend into space, slowly but surely. It's a victory for Uraraka and Shiro, but Izuku can't think about that. Izuku can't think about anything right now. Gravity is unbound from his form, and the stars are singing to him in such appealing harmonies. That faint music that haunts his dreams is crystal in his mind now, and the universe is unfolding in such terrible clarity until he understands. But what he understands he cannot put into words, he cannot even begin to describe. His mind expanding and contracting like glass lenses swapped in and out until he can feel every nanoangstrom and yet witness the shape of the universe. It's so awfully appealing he weeps, and then gravity reasserts its tyrannical control. And when Izuku lands on the ground, it's not in the arena anymore, but the soft grass outside of it. Midoriya Izuku is? Everything was going so well, but it just goes to show that one little mistake is all it takes for the best laid plans to go awry. A miscalibration in the voltage they'd aired on the side of safety for, well, safety reasons, and their certain victory was looking more like a probable defeat. Well, Mei can't say she hasn't achieved her objectives in this singular fight. So even if they were to leave, she can hold her head high. Izuku. Snap out of it, man. She calls to her teammate, who is still sort of floating up into the air like a blow-up doll inflated with helium. There's something off about him now, and she's not just talking about the casual disregard for a fundamental force of the universe. He's not moving at all, and she's 90% sure that's not an effect of Uraraka's quirk. She narrows her eyes briefly, activating her zoom to get a closer look at his face, and his eyes are glowing, soft and incandescent, and there's just the faintest tug on her mind like an eager child whispering, "I have so many things to show you," and the world is fading away, and she knows then Izuku falls to the ground, and Mei's mind snaps out of its reverie, all of her wondrous ideas shattering like glass until all she's left with is the appealing shimmering dust. She almost wants to cry or scream. She was so close, but what was she close to? She can't remember. It's on the tip of her tongue, but it's glued there and it won't move at all. She's almost about to try and rip it off when something snags her arm. The battle. She'd almost completely forgotten about it with all the weirdness, and it was swinging her towards the edge. She planted her feet on the ground, skidding along before she flicked SW's on her belt to activate the suction. Inspired partly by Naki-chan's quirk, the boots utilized powerful suction to stick to the ground and arrest her momentum. A little sudden and a little whiplash-y, but effective. A quick press on a bracer, and a small utility knife sprang forth, allowing herself to cut the tape off. Is that a hidden knife? One of her opponents call, sounding incredulous. What are you, an assassin? An assassin? How ludicrous. It's for utility purposes? Mei shouts, hands on her hips with the knife retracted, I don't just have hidden knives. Observe the magic of my genius. A few other taps, and the bracer flicks out several other tools, a screwdriver, wrench, Allen key, lockpicks, tape measure, even a very teeny and cute plasma torch. Well, Mei thought it was cute, but Maki-chan had repeatedly stressed that what Mei thought was cute did not align with contemporary values of cuteness. A true genius would never allow themselves to be without their tools. For if something were to break, where would I be? The round-faced girl pauses, putting a thoughtful finger to her chin. Something like this. In her hand was the Netmaster's payload, still floating. And then the boy with the tape tagged it with a reel of tape, and suddenly Mei knew exactly where this was going. Using my own babies against me. She squawks, watching as the heavy metal net is flung towards her. That's cruel, you know. She designed that net to be nearly inescapable when properly used. Tight mesh, large enough for a limb at best so it could entangle them. Conductive material that dispersed electricity or heat, and extremely shear resistant. They don't have enough force to really entangle her, but she knows that doesn't need to happen. Once it's on her, it'll be child's play to tape her down. She lets a hiss out between clenched teeth and sags. Guess this is as far as I go. The net lands on her, pinning her down, and it's soon followed by strings of sticky tape, pinning both her and the net down. Hatsum Mei is disabled. Uraraka Ochako and Hantasiro are the Yiners. Present mixed declaration is met with thunderous applause. You seem troubled by your defeat, comes a familiar bland voice to Izuku's right. Izuku snaps his gaze up from staring at his hands to see the familiar all-encompassing RBB suit of Shutan Shinya, with added accessories. Over the containment suit, he was wearing a bright red happy coat and a matching Hachimaki headband around his head, both bearing the words, "Do your best 1F," an inspirational slogan likewise written across the rolled-up banner he was holding. When he said he'd be there to cheer them on, he really meant it. Shinya continues in his bland, emotionless tone. You shouldn't take your loss too hard, Midoriya. Your performance was exemplary in all aspects. Thanks, Shinya-san, he says, flashing him a smile as he leans back on the bench, but it's not the defeat that I'm thinking about. The bench creaks a little as Shinya sits down next him, turning the glassy eyes of the face mask to look at him. Possibly. Izuku can't actually see his eyes past the opaque smoky surface. I see. May I inquire as to the source of your consternation then? Izuku looks down at his hands again, flexing his fingers. They're shaking. I don't know how to put it into words, he admits quietly. He can still feel the music in his bones, already faded to the point where he can barely make out the melodies. But it's like, I feel like I'm on the edge of something. He could still hear some of the notes, maybe a stanza. His mind had been swimming in so many ideas, and it was taking nearly everything he had just to cling to one of them before it could dissolve away back into the dark recesses of his mind. I need to build. Whilst the idea's there. Whilst he can still understand. There's a slight creak as Shinya shifts. I understand, he says quietly, glassy-eyed mask turned away. Working clears the mind as much as it focuses it. But I can't, Izuku groans, gnawing on his lip as his fingers curl into tightly clenched fists. There's no classes. Because of the sports festival, and my equipment at home isn't good enough, but it's I have a key. Izuku trails off, teeth clicking shut momentarily as he turns to look at Shinya properly. I asked Setsuna-sensei for access after school. She gave me a spare key and asked me not to make too much of a mess. I believe she was just joking though, given her hair was turning orange and that I have never made a mess in the workshop. Shinya tilts his head to the side slightly, the RBB of the suit surprisingly accommodating of the gesture. If you feel it is urgent, we could go now. He doesn't even ponder it for a second before he's taking Shinya's hand and dragging him towards the exit. Maze at the vending machines, just grabbing a drink when she turns around and bumps directly into someone tall and wiry. Sorry, she says, looking up into a surprisingly familiar-looking face, complete with surprisingly familiar-looking eyes the color of molten metal. The man's face twists into a familiar-looking smile. It's okay, he says cheerfully, my fault for being so close. Mei doesn't respond at first, trying to place how she knows him. Does she know him? She doesn't actually know for sure. Izuku's father, right? She says after a moment, face twisting into a manic grin at his surprised face. I knew it. You've got the same eyes. He blinks. You don't we? He says, and something about the way he says it makes Mei think it's important somehow. You're handsome, Mei, right? Hell of a show you put on. She starts beaming instinctively, but a quick up and down glance at him makes her stand a little straighter. He's wearing a clean, pressed business suit, and if she's right, those inventions of yours were really something. I was hoping to talk to Izuku, tell him how proud we are of him, but meeting you is just as good actually. Her suspicions are confirmed when he reaches into his coat to withdraw a single, bone-white business card. It takes everything she has not to start vibrating into another plane of existence, and internally she's screaming delightedly. A business card. A business card. My organization is very interested in your talents, Miss Hatsum. If it's not too much trouble, please accept this card. He holds it out to her with both hands, and she reverently takes it with her own. Embossed in tasteful black lettering are the words, "The Muse's Initiative," followed by nothing. That's all it says. No contact details at all, not even a name. She looks up at Izuku's father, who smiles warmly at her. There has to be more to it than this, she thinks, and she turns it over. Nothing. Just the same elegant black border. This is a test, isn't it? She murmurs, flicking her gaze back up to his. There's a flicker of flame in his stare, almost mesmerizing but mostly welcoming, like a gentle campfire. Yup, he says cheerfully, eyes crinkling in an odd expression, like he was smiling with the entirety of his face and not just his mouth. Whilst we're very impressed with your performance during the sports festival, we also believe in recruiting nothing but the best. Determination, skill, creativity, these are the qualities the Muse's initiative wants in its candidates, and we recruit from any source we think is suitable: doctors, engineers, lawyers, mechanics, businessmen, students. Some of our candidates we accept straight out of high school. Our only requirement is that you're able to solve our tests. May really starts to examine the card, studying it for every little detail to see if she can pick up on what's hidden or how it's hidden. Very secretive, she says, only half accusing. If she's honest, and she always is, she's already sold. Izuku's father laughs. Think of this as the beginning of the interview process. He declares, still bright and cheery, but if it helps, the Muse's initiative is a think tank. Best and brightest, as I said, all dedicated to creating solutions to tough problems. Sometimes those problems are, how do we limit the dangers of a pandemic? And sometimes those problems are, how do we colonize space? Sound like fun? May didn't respond. It was very, very faint, but if she zoomed in, she could just make out a series of dots and dashes, and she was already translating the Morse code in her head into a URL. Definitely a URL. Hisashi watches her for a few more moments, before shrugging when it's clear she's in her own world. His job here was done. Onto his second high-priority task. Getting some sushi because he was starving. Harashima Chizuru did not sign up for this. She got dragged into the sports festival because Hatsum had a way with words, and by way with words, she meant the ability to steamroll over any and all objections. Seriously, that was scary. She even got Ogata to participate. She'd gotten herself this far, somehow she'd went into the obstacle race thinking she may as well give it her all, and that turned out to be pretty good, and after getting dragged into May's cavalry team, she'd somehow managed to make it to the final rounds. That was great, except the idea of performing in front of literal millions of people is terrifying beyond belief. How does anyone do this? She should have pulled an Ogata and quietly lost the obstacle race. Curse her stupid attitude towards competitions. Nervous? Her companion asks Azui. Her name was, her wide, black eyes staring at Chizuru far too bluntly. It's understandable if you are. Yayorozu and Tokoyami are some of the best. It's going to be a tough fight. Great. Thank you for the encouraging words, Chizuru mumbles, dragging a hand down her face. It wasn't meant to be encouraging, Azui says, just as blunt as her stare. It's the truth. Well, Chizuru can get behind that kind of attitude, she thinks. If you're hoping I'm a super genius full of amazing gadgets, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Midoriya and Hatsum are outliers that should not be counted. Azui blinks, and then turns her stare onto their opponents. I'm a little disappointed, she admits. Not even a single thing. Chizuru frowns. Well, I do have something, but it's not going to be very useful if I'm perfectly honest. Her hands reach behind her into her pack and withdraw a paintball gun. Why did you bring a paintball gun? To be fair to Azui, it's a very valid question given the circumstances, but Chizuru is still a little defensive. Unless you're hoping to blind them with paint. I think that's fairly dangerous, actually. No, actually. I wasn't sure what the tournament would involve, and I figured, hey, here's the only thing I have that fits in a backpack. She rubs the back of her head with a floating hand. I specialize in vehicular engineering. The only other thing I could have brought is a hoverboard, which I, stupidly, did not bring with me. Would have really helped in the obstacle course. Azui hums thoughtfully to herself and nods. Well, what's done is done, I guess. Is it just an ordinary paintball gun, or does it like home in? Chizuru stares at her blankly. Yes, it's an ordinary paintball gun. Why would it not be? She pauses, and then shakes her head. Look, I have it because I was working with paints. Trying to make some interesting stuff. Did you make any interesting stuff? Azui asks, stretching in preparation. Chizuru goes to answer, but Battle start? She's interrupted. Their opponents go on the offensive immediately, Tokoyami rushing forward with his shadowy accomplice things surging out already. Yaoyorozu seems to be hanging back and making something. It's emerging from her skin rather quickly, and she can't see it very clearly. Azui lashes out with her tongue of all things, but Tokoyami is quick to dodge. I do have a few things. Chizuru calls out, loading the gun with a set of green paintballs from her backpack. She'd enlisted Shutan's help with the paints, as chemical engineering was more his forte, and he'd come up with several varieties. Just a teeny-weeny problem. Chizuru had little to no part in actually formulating the paintballs, and thus, she has no idea what any of them do. They were all labeled though, and she really should have gone over the labels earlier, but now was not the time to sit down and puzzle out which was which. The green ones had been labeled with the kanji fort dream. Or vision or illusion. She hoped it meant they'd be put to sleep. Tokoyami dodges the first shot, and uses his shadow friend to block the next three, so Chizuru turns her crosshairs on Yaoyorozu, who rapidly forms a shield to protect herself. Dimmin it all. Azui seems to see her frustration, and such as targets from Tokoyami to Yaoyorozu, tongue lashing out to grab her shield and jerkate. It's all the opportunity Chizuru needs to nail her shoulder with a shot of green paint. It doesn't seem to put her to sleep as she'd hoped, so she shoots her once in the leg and tries to see if she can find a different canister. Tokoyami doesn't seem to want to let her continue though, and is almost upon her just as she clicks a bunch of white ball into place and fires wildly in his direction. Dark shadow moves into place to protect him and the ball explode against the darkness, forming streaks of incandescent white paint, practically glowing. Damn it, man. Why would you label these flash? She cries, mostly to herself. Tokoyami seems somewhat alarmed by this despite the relative uselessness of brightly glowing paint in a combat situation, and it takes Chizuru a second to realize why. His quirk was some sort of shadow thing, wasn't it? And what are shadows weak against? Okay, I take it back. Shinya, I could kiss you. At least, she would if it wasn't for the whole toxic thing. Eat light, Polly. Tokoyami flings himself back with the help of a somewhat diminished dark shadow, avoiding a hail of scarily accurate paintballs. The brightly glowing paint isn't something he can get on dark shadow, not if he wants to remain effective on such a bright, sunny day. I am not a parrot. Fine. Nevermore, quoth the raven, whatever, I don't care. To say that things were going weirdly for Yaoyorozu Momo was putting it lightly. She didn't know what was in those green paintballs that had struck her, but boy, was she feeling the effects. And seeing the effects. And hearing, tasting, and generally just experiencing whatever was in those. The world was heaving back and forth, colors blurring and slurring together like Picasso was trying to paint with Jackson Pollock, and everything seemed to be moving so slowly yet so quickly. She'd managed to form a basic rod to fend Azui off, but she couldn't tell if it was staff length or just half of it, and it kept shifting back and forth in her vision. Everything was being distorted and warped, sound, touch, sight, everything. Suffice to say, she is pretty sure she's just been tagged with some kind of hallucinogenic. As non-lethal subdual techniques when it had merit. It was extremely hard to focus and convince herself that none of what was happening was real, especially when Azui hops towards her, briefly shaping into a screaming demon, and then her tongue stretches on and on. Momo wonders if it's ever going to reach her, and then all of a sudden, it does, and she's being thrown off her feet. Stupid. Whatever it was that's got her. She goes to shout to Tokoyami not to get hit by the ball, but the words don't seem to leave her mouth. She can't open her mouth at all because her muscles refuse to respond. She can't move, she's frozen to the spot, and Azui is coming right at her. Why can't she move? Why can't she? And then she's scrambling along the ground all of a sudden, moving like the fear of God was just driven into her. But it's not as though she was ever going to use drags to begin with, but after this, doubly so. Triply even. Tsuyu, for her part, can tell that something's wrong with Yaoyorozu. It's fairly obvious all things considered, but what's less obvious is exactly what's going on with her. Not to be uncharitable though, but Tsuyu isn't too concerned. This is a contest after all, and she has every intention of winning. She shoots her tongue out like a missile, striking Yaoyorozu in the shoulder and sending her skittering across the ground. In her disoriented state, she's an easy target to hit, and getting her out of bounds is easily the easiest way for Tsuyu to win. Except there's something tingly on Tsuyu's tongue and she realizes belatedly that she's made a grave mistake. She's just liked whatever it was that made Yaoyorozu all disoriented and wobbly. And now she's going to be all wobbly too. Tokoyami is a very hard target to hit, Chizuru finds. He's deceptively mobile, and even with Dark Shadow slightly diminished, he has very little trouble avoiding her shots despite her best attempts. Chizuru's never had so much trouble tagging someone. Paintball is one of her favorite hobbies, and she considers herself something of a markswoman. Admittedly, most of her practice comes against people who can't throw themselves around with the help of a shadowy apparition, so it's probably not too fair to beat herself up over her failure to hit Tokoyami again. The problem, though, is that she's running out of flash ball. They just happen to be an effective weapon, and who knows what the others will do. Worse than that, she can only assume Tokoyami knows. It'd be foolish for him not to realize. She's trying to be conservative, but sooner or later, she's going to run out of shots, and if she hasn't weakened his quirk enough, she might not even get enough time to load the next canister. She certainly isn't going to get enough time to sit down and read the DMN labels. She takes a chance. She fires one last shot to distract Tokoyami, and then tries to reload as quickly as she can. Her hands are shaking and fumbling as she reaches back in her pack. Thankfully, with her quirk, she doesn't have to take it off to reach back there, but Tokoyami is already rushing towards her, and he's surprisingly fast. He's upon her just as she finishes clicking a canister of yellow ball into place, and she fires a single shot directly into his chest just as Dark Shadow sweeps out and rips the gun out of her fingers. Sinks. The mustard yellow paint is so awfully pungent that Chizuru thinks she's going to start choking then and there. It can only be worse for Tokoyami, she thinks, but somehow, he doesn't seem as bothered by the scent as she is. Maybe it's the bird head. Or maybe he's just tougher. Either or. She doesn't have her gun, but she still has her fists. Admittedly, they're probably not going to be very good against someone from the heroics department, but her lack of arms makes it harder to read her hands, especially given her free range of movement. Of course, any advantage her quirk gives her is nothing compared to the advantage Tokoyami's has in close quarters, and it's something she's rapidly made aware of as they clash. Chizuru does her best, but she knew from the beginning that fighting like this wasn't something she was cut out for. When Dark Shadow wraps around her torso and squeezes, she doesn't hesitate to hold her hands up, palms flat. Alright, I surrender. An incredible development. Harashima Chizuru has just surrendered. And just now, yes, it seems like as you might. And there she goes off the edge. The winners are Yaoyorozu Momo and Tokoyami Fumikichi. Tokoyami cranes his head around in a distinctly bird-like manner to see how Momo had won, only to find her, laying on the ground, hands spread out and attempting to grip onto the arena floor as hard as possible. He can't see Azui at first, but then she jumps up into view, twisting around in midair before falling back down to earth with her tongue lolling out behind her. Suddenly, he's aware that he has absolutely no idea what has happened between them. He's not sure he wants to know. He paces over to Momo, Dark Shadow peering at her inquisitively with its beady eyes. Are you okay? Yaoyorozu doesn't look at him, but she seems to be sweating extensively, and her face is pinched in an incredibly determined and focused expression. None of this reassures Tokoyami at all. Has time stopped? She mumbles, tell me it hasn't stopped. I don't want to be frozen in time. Slowly, he glances at Dark Shadow, who can only return the incredulous look. No, it hasn't. I'm going to take you to Recovery Girl now. Is that okay? Please do. Laodiawaides, gentlemen, and everyone both between and outside of that spectrum, may I have your attention please? The tag team battles have concluded, and so it is time to progress to the next round of the tournament. Those bonds that have just been forged in the fires of competition must now be broken. That's right. The former tag teams that have won the previous round must now fight against each other to see who progresses to the final rounds. For those of who you have been asleep, and how you managed that is beyond anyone, here are the match use. Second round match Ubis Ojiro Mashireo vs Shuji Mizo Kuda Shiranaki vs Bakugu Katsuki Hantasiro vs Uraraka Ochako Tokoyami Fumikage vs Yaoza Momoche. You guys seen Izuku around? Mashireo's a little concerned, but only a little. Izuku should have been joining them after his round, and he'd already gone ahead and bought him a sports drink Aquarius Oasis. Izuku's preference since they were both students at the dojo, but this was Midoriya Izuku he was talking about, and there was a significant chance he'd just gotten sidetracked by something. Hitoshi shrugs quietly, and Katsuki just makes an angry dismissive noise, so they're both useless in this endeavor. Who else might have? Maybe Uraraka and Siro. No, Izuku would have left before them after he got sent out of bounds. Izuku's friend Hatsum might have seen him, but she wasn't around either, which lent credence to the idea that Izuku had gotten sidetracked, possibly by her. Who else? He jogs over to the pair of twins. He doesn't really know either of them, beyond the fact that the girl is a friend of Izuku's and from the same class, and the guy, Shiranaki was his name, wasn't it? Was Katsuki's partner for the tag team matches, and kind of weird. Although it's not like Mashireo could talk. Hey, have you guys seen Izuku? Both of them pause their conversation and turn to face him with unreadable expressions in unison, and the fact that their faces are so similar just gives it the creepiest vibe he's ever felt. Yes, says the boy, airy and detached, several times actually. For once in your life, don't be a smart-ass, brother, says the girl as she reaches over to cuff her brother on the back of the head. We haven't seen him since the match, if that's what you're asking. I was just answering the question honestly. There's no need to ow. Sis, violence is not the yao. Mashireo isn't sure what to make of their dynamic, but he feels it's unfair to judge them given the way their own group functions. He settles for just nodding reasonably. Sorry for bothering you, he says, and tries not to look like he's running away as he goes off to see who else might have seen his wayward friend. Hey, Aju-san. Have you seen my friend, Izuku? Green hair, freckles, was in the match against Uraraka and Siro. She blinks at him slowly, one eye lagging just a second behind the other, and puts a finger to her chin. The cute guy who looks like he's just here to have a good time. Also, call me Tsuyu. That's one way to describe him, yes. Izuku does have a sort of innocent cuteness about him, but for Mashireo it's mostly offset by the fact that he knows for a fact that Izuku could suplex him into the ground without any trouble. Have you seen him, Tsuyu? She thinks it over for a few moments. I think I saw him earlier when I was heading down to get ready. He was on a bench, talking to someone in a RBB suit. RBB suit. His confusion must be very obvious because, as Tsuyu elaborates, like a hazmat suit thing, she adds, gaze trailing upwards in thought. They didn't look very tall. Maybe they were a student. I don't know. Thanks Tsuyu, he says in passing as he starts to walk off on autopilot. Don't be a stranger. And good luck with your fight. She calls to his retreating back. He doesn't really feel worried at this information. It's Izuku. He can take care of himself, and now that Tsuyu's mentioned it, he thinks he's seen someone in a RBB suit around you. A few times. Well, he doesn't really think he has much time to worry about it regardless. It's almost time for his fight with Shuji to start. So, who do you think will win? Comes an annoyingly familiar drawl to Katsuki's right, and it takes every ounce of willpower he's willing to spare not to turn around and blast the speaker into tiny pieces. He turns around regardless though, and the faint hints of amusement in the lazy smile plastered on Kuda Shiranaki's face is almost enough to drive him just that little bit further towards blasting him. Almost. Why the F are you bothering me, limpet? Don't you have other unfortunate Fs to annoy? Katsuki's righteous irritation only seems to flame the fires of his amusement further, and a hint of something genuine spreads into his smile. Don't be so harsh, Bakugo-kun. He cries in a falsetto whine that is completely incongruous with the lazy expression that hasn't shifted a bit. Just consider it a gesture of friendship. You are capable of friendship, aren't you? Why isn't he just blowing him up right now? It's a question he asks about a lot of people, but it's so very pertinent now. It's probably because Deku would be mad at him. And the teachers too, Monkey will, obviously, he grumbles, silently hoping that if he just gives him what he wants he'll leave him alone. Tentacle strong, but monkeys strong, fast and skilled. Living true to his contrarian nature, Shiranaki sees exactly what Katsuki is trying to do and rewards him by doing the exact opposite by slinging an arm around Katsuki's shoulder. "Ah, you really are friends?" he exclaims. "Okay, that's far enough," Katsuki thinks. With surprising calm and tranquility, he reaches up and puts a hand on Shiranaki's face. He's a second off annihilating that lazy smile that's still plastered on his face when he hears a cough from behind him. "He's trying to get you disqualified by fighting him now," Todoroki Shudo warns quietly, locking eyes with a still smiling Shiranaki. "Am I right?" Shiranaki's smile does grow a little bit more genuine at that. His eyes don't leave Todoroki's, but when he speaks, his words are directed entirely to Katsuki. "You have good friends, Bakakun, to be so concerned about you," he drawls, "but don't misunderstand my feelings. I wouldn't lure you into so weak a trap. I respect you too much for that." Todoroki's warning is a thin little line inside Katsuki that's holding back the tide of explode-wide death right now, but a part of him wants to blow half and half up just as badly as he wants to blow the limpet F-er up. His fingers twitch in their position right over Shiranaki's face before he slowly pulls them away. For a moment, his fingers are stuck to the spots on the limpet's face they were touching, but they're released soon enough. "Get the F off me," he snarls. And there's the unspoken promise that if he doesn't, Katsuki will unleash hell on him, consequences be demanded. Gratifyingly, Shiranaki does exactly that, although he holds his hands up in an exaggerated gesture of carefree innocence that's about as sincere as the smile on his face. "I don't know what you're planning, but I'm not going to let you have your way," Todoroki declares coldly, narrowed eyes still focused entirely on the completely laissez-faire Shiranaki. He lets out a quiet laugh, as sarcastically cheerful as the rest of him. "Don't project, Todoroki-gun," he says in a sing-song voice. "Your own shortcomings are your own, you know." The cheerful personas dropped, shattering on the ground like a mask spun from glass and sarcasm, leaving a deathly serious expression in its place. "If you lost, it's because you weren't good enough. That's all there is to it." If Katsuki were the person to make insightful remarks, he might have said something about the fact that they were the ones about to get into a fight now, by the look of things. But he's not, so what he says instead is, "How about both of you F off and leave me alone? Doesn't that sound like fun?" "Ah, Bakakun, I'm positively wounded," he says in a tone that is far too chipper to be anything but mocking. "I guess we'll see each other in the arena then." Todoroki sighs, turning away to walk off and presumably sulk in a corner as far as Katsuki's aware, but he does have a few parting words for him as well. "Be careful, Bakugu. Show me where I asked for the advice of somebody who lost, half and half," he growls, before turning to give Shiranaki his full attention however briefly. "I look forward to pounding you into the effing dust, a hole." The way he seems to just light up at that, like Christmas came early and Katsuki's playing the role of Santa coming down the chimney with a sack full of presents, is entirely disturbing. "Looking forward to it," he sings, practically skipping away. "Good. What FING weirdo." At least now Katsuki can actually focus on watching the fight. For Ojiro Mashireo, fighting Shuji Mizo has been an exercise in endurance. In terms of raw physical capability, Shuji has an edge. Mashireo skews more towards speed and agility and Shuji skews more towards raw power, but there was no denying the advantage of that strength. It was the kind of strength that could end this in a single moment. All it would take is just one mistake. If Shuji got a grip on him, he didn't think he'd be able to break out of it, and so Mashireo has been doing his best to keep Shuji on the defensive, utilizing quick rapid attacks without any break in between to wear him down. That's not to say that he hasn't been hitting him hard when he can though. At every opportunity he gets, he lashes out hard and heavy, but Shuji has been living up to his human battle tank epithet from the previous round, and every strong attack Ojiro throws at him, strong enough to knock Izuku flat on his back, just makes him stumble a little. He needs to think, but he's not getting much of an opportunity. Cast his mind back to his training, to all the practice and sparring. What had Mr. Wukong said? "It takes many strikes to fell the great trees," whispers his personal manifestation of his former sensei. Okay, not very helpful. He was already doing that. Idiot, exclaims the imaginary version of the third Monkey King. When you cut down a tree, do you just strike anywhere? You strike the same place every time. As it is for giants. On one hand, that was actually the kind of helpful advice Mashirao needed. On the other, was he talking to himself? Don't get distracted in the middle of a fight, fool. He lets out a yelp of surprise and ducks a haymaker that could have brought his aspirations to an end. All right. He mumbles, rolling back and away from Shuji. There's no need to shout. A single eye blinks at him from the end of one of Shuji's replica arms. I didn't say anything, says a newly formed mouth, frowning in confusion. Not you, he says offhandedly, the voice of my old teacher in my head. Shuji straightens himself up, and more of his reply eyes are staring at him now. Are you okay, Ujiro? I haven't hit you in the head, but the momentary concern is all he needs, darting forward with a practiced movement. A quick spin slams his tail into Shuji's knee hard enough to make him grunt, and by the time Shuji has attempted a retaliatory swing, Mashirao's already several feet away. Worry about yourself, he calls out, already winding up a second attack. When it comes to physical weaknesses, Shuji has few. His arms are flexible in size and shape, and he can attack anything nearby within a certain radius of his shoulders. Trying to hurt those arms was basically impossible for him, and trying to hit most of his upper body was somewhere between risky and certain to fail. So that left the legs. In the interest of disabling Shuji, his target was the knees. He knew from experience that knee injuries were painful, but he was confident that Recovery Girl could patch up any damage. It was outside of Shuji's easy-to-defend range and not as durable as his arms. To fell this giant tree, it was probably his best bet. Of course, Shuji wasn't just going to let him have his way. After about the fourth strike against his knee, he seems to pick up on Mashirao's strategy and hunkers down lower, his winged tentacle arms providing a perfect shield. That's okay too, Mashirao thinks, because despite his flexibility, Shuji can't protect his head and his knees. Not unless he wants to literally curl up in a ball and do nothing but defend, and if he does that, then Mashirao will just start rolling him along the ground like one. And maybe make a quip about bowling ball or something. Strike, you're out? No, that was kind of baseball-wide. Let's see. Shuji seems like he's slowly moving towards the curl-up in a ball scenario, getting lower and more defensive with each successive blow. Little eyes form and unform occasionally to keep an eye on what Mashirao's doing as he darts around him, occasionally delivering a kick or a tail slap. Come on, Shuji. Slow and steady might win the race, but it's not going to win this fight. A mouth forms on one of the hands. Taunting won't work, Ojiro, says Shuji, a pair of off-center eyes forming to stare at him. I'll take my time and win this race, Mr. Hare. Mashirao huffs quietly, backing away a little bit as Shuji hunkers down even further. Really, it's amazing he hasn't sprouted roots or something ridiculous. He knows he said he was going to roll Shuji like a ball if he did this, but saying it was one thing and doing it was another, especially given that Shuji was so big. Well, bigger they are, harder they fall, right? Just like trees. Needs the right angle. Shuji's tentacle arms are fairly close to the ground, but yeah, he can do this. He sweeps in low a few times, making quick jabs and light strikes to get Shuji accustomed to the idea before he goes in for the surprise tail sweep. It comes in low and fast, but the moment he feels contact he jarks upwards. For golf quips worked here as well, didn't they? The maneuver goes off better than he could have expected, and the Shuji ball, really more of a weird egg shape, goes rolling along the ground for a few feet before he splits open, surprised and confused and continuing to tumble just a little bit more. He can't afford to miss this opportunity, so Mashirao charges forward again, and before Shuji can even finish getting up on his feet, he's getting hit by a tail cannon. Mashirao doesn't stick the landing as well as he'd like, falling face first on the ground instead of on all fours as he'd intended, but when he stands up, he can see the fruit of his labors. Shuji teeters on the edge of the arena briefly, his arm wings stretched out. For a moment, it looks like he's about to regain his balance by pumping the wings and forcing the air back, but the moment he brings the wings forward in preparation, he slips with a gentle, muted thud. Shuji Mizo is out of bounds. That means Ojiro Mashirao is the winner. Kuda Shiranaki calmly finishes folding his shirt up and setting it aside next to his discarded shoes before he steps into the arena. If he's perfectly honest, and he so rarely is, he's a little disappointed right now. He's been having much more fun than he expected going into the sports festival, but it's time for it end now. He never had any intention or longing for the ultimate victory, it's true, but he had no longing either to simply roll over and surrender despite his actions in the previous fight. He thought he'd just see where the cards fall, see what happened. And fall they did. This festival had gone much better than he'd expected. He'd heard about him from Midoriya, but Bakugo Katsuki just exceeded his expectations. Which was why he was going to lose this fight. Not on purpose, he wasn't going to throw this fight. Shiranaki wouldn't insult him like that. He wasn't lying when he said he respected him too much to do little things like that. Sure, he was still going to play around because that's what he did, but he was going to play with Katsuki seriously. It still wouldn't be enough though. He was getting giddy just thinking about it. Katsuki is staring at him from across the field, and he gives him an enthusiastic wave that isn't returned. "Let's do our best, Kakun," he calls. An angry glare is his response. He chuckles lightly, winding an arm to loosen his shoulder muscles. "So cold," he mumbles to himself, before he gets into a ready position. Battle start. Neither of them make a move to begin with, and Shiranaki feels his lips twitch a little. "Don't hold back on my account, Bakugo-kun," he calls out cheerfully. "Aren't you going to, what was the words you used? P&D me into the dust." Katsuki twitches a little and then he's rushing towards him, explosions sounding off as he uses the force to drive himself faster and faster. "Just shut the F up already," he roars, full of righteous fury. Shiranaki indulges himself with a small private smile and a whispered exquisite. And then he goes to block the first of what would no doubt be many blasts with his forearms by forming a square shield in front of his decidedly more vulnerable face with his bare feet already adhering themselves to the ground. Of course, Katsuki is better than that, and instead of attacking directly, he uses one explosion to change direction and sail over the top of Shiranaki before aiming a solid explosion right at his relatively unprotected rear. His knees buckle slightly from the force, and he lets out a breath, but Shiranaki doesn't stumble from the blow. He swivels around 1 foot at a time and he rushes towards Katsuki just as his feet reach the ground. Another explosion is what he receives, mercilessly aimed at his face. Again, his knees buckle slightly, but he isn't pushed back or thrown off balance. He takes a second step forward almost experimentally before he lunges. As the smoke dissipates from his face, he grins broadly at Katsuki despite the BLD that's dripping down his face from a small tear in the skin of his forehead and trickling down the bridge of his nose. Surprise is his greatest weapon here, and in his forward rush his left hand slams into Katsuki's chest, already gripping to whatever it touches. His grin widens. "Tag. You're it, Bakugo-kun," he cries, already pushing Katsuki along with his hand towards the edge. "How will you escape?" he thinks, adrenaline and excitement rushing through his thoughts. "Show me what you can do." A person's first instinct in this situation is usually to grab the offending arm and try and wrench it away, but Katsuki quite wisely doesn't. Doing so would have been a mistake against Shiranaki, for his arm would have just gripped Katsuki's hands and then there'd be no escape at all. Instead, he begins blasting Shiranaki with everything he has. The predictable tactic, really. The explosions do slow Shiranaki down though, as each one rocks through him, but he is nothing if not determined. He forces himself on, step by step, carefully sealing himself against the ground each time he manages to take another one. "Let go of me, you crazy a-hole," Katsuki roars, firing another double-handed blast right into Shiranaki's chest. Shiranaki spits out a glob of BLD, and grins at him with bruised and busted lips dripping with BLD make. "Me?" he growls back and takes another step forward. They're getting closer and closer to the edge, and Katsuki spares a moment to look back just to confirm it. Shiranaki's actually starting to lose hope that he'll manage to escape for a few moments, but then Katsuki holds his hands together right in front of his face and there's a bright light forming. Stun grenade, beach. Shiranaki has a split second to squeeze his eyes shut before it goes off, and it still sears into his eyes. He pointedly does not stumble back though, even with his ears ringing from the noise, but he can feel Katsuki doing something, and then suddenly there's no more resistance at all to his pushing. He clenches his hand into a fist experimentally and feels the fabric of Katsuki's shirt crumple up in his grip, but there's no flesh. Brilliant, he whispers to himself, but then he throws his head back and laughs uproariously. Absolutely brilliant. You never fail to impress me, Bakugo-kun. Yeah, I just live too, please don't I? He can't see Katsuki as his eyes are still full of flashing lights and blurry sights, but no matter. He still has his shirt in one hand, and he grabs it with his other hand before grunting a little as he very slowly tears it apart. The material is really quite durable, he thinks, but soon enough he has a strip of fabric he can use to dramatically tie around his eyes. That's a bit better. It'll do until his eyes stop hurting so badly at least. You can't do that all the time, Bakugo-kun. All I have to do is catch you again. He calls out, trying to focus his hearing. His ears are still numb and ringing, like someone used his head as a gong. That stun grenade of his was really something, but he wasn't satisfied yet. He had to push Katsuki harder. Further. It wouldn't be true victory until he was broken and bloodied on the ground. He would not accept anything less. Katsuki doesn't respond verbally to his taunts, but in short order a burst of heat and force flares up against his left arm, and Shiranaki swings himself around with a wildly grasping arm. No such luck. Another blast strikes him in the chest, and he repeats the motion, and so it goes for what feels like eternity until Shiranaki's entire body is bruised, burned, and bloodied. You're a real stubborn piece of shit, aren't you? Comes a voice to his far right. Too distant for him to reach? Or maybe it just sounds like that because his ears are still fuzzy. Either way, Shiranaki doesn't try to grab him. He just tilts his head in that general direction and grins. Is that a hint of respect I hear, Bakugo-kun? I knew you'd come around. His reward is a double-handed blast directly at his face and an angry F off. Wah, so ruthless? He cries, laughing playfully even as his skin blisters from the heat, his smile turning decidedly sly. But I like that part of you too, you know. He tries to squint at him with one eye past the fabric, but his vision is still far too blurry for him to make out anything useful. You should do what your sister did and surrender already. There's no way you can FNG win like that. He laughs again, genuinely this time. Win. I already told you, Bakugo-kun, I don't care about that. A blast scores across his back and he whirls around, and he can feel the displaced air of Katsuki dodging him against his fingertips. The only thing I care about now is seeing how far you'll go to win. Like a game of chicken. This doesn't end until one of us is on the brink of death itself. So don't stop now. Hit me harder. Let's rush headlong towards that abyss together, Bakugo-kun. There's a small, Piardinini pause before Katsuki screams, "Are you literally insane?" directly at him. Shiranaki makes a show of tilting his head to the side. Maybe. He offers, still cheerful even if his grin is waning. They both fall silent for a while, and Shiranaki straightens his back a little in the brief reprieve from being used as a crash test dummy. Gingerly, he removes his impromptu BLNDFLD and squints. He can sort of see again. A shirtless Bakugo Katsuki is directly across from him, an expression of something on his face. His eyesight's still too blurry to make out actual details, which is a right pity he thinks, because he must be missing out. His smile slips completely from his face though because Katsuki is holding back and that just won't do at all. Hey, you aren't giving up on me, are you, Bakugo-kun? He calls, genuine disappointment in his voice. And he was doing so well too. Weren't you going to be number one? If you do, you're going to need to sharpen your resolve. Holding back. You won't reach the top like that. You're half FING dead already. Look at yourself, for F's sake. If Katsuki really did go all out, he could permanently injure him and he doesn't want that. He'd like to PND that stupid FNG smile off his face, sure, but any injuries he'd dole out in the process would be ones he could recover from. Shiranaki glances down. His breathes are torn up more than he'd like, and his entire upper body is just a mess of burns, cuts and bruises. He's pretty sure some of his ribs are cracked and there might be a hairline fracture in his left arm and almost definitely some kind of sprain or break in his right ankle from all the shock absorbing it's been doing to keep him stable. And, not for the first time, Katsuki wonders why everyone he meets is FING insane. And if you don't want to win, why the F are you going so far to get in my way? There's silence for the longest time again, and when Shiranaki breaks it, his words are like snow, cold and soft and gently drifting. Did you see that story, several years ago? A woman was held hostage by a villain whilst the heroes just stood there and watched. And after she died, they had the gall to apologize without even having tried to save her. I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do. Those words should never be spoken by heroes. His voice rises sharply, turning the soft and gentle snow into a blizzard, and his face twists into the most genuine expression of anger he's shown so far. Those without the determination to do whatever it takes don't deserve to be called heroes. You said you wanted to be number one, didn't you? You want to win, right? Then hit me with everything you have. Because if you don't, I swear to every god in heaven I will take yous both off the edge even if it kills me. Like I care about any of that shit. Katsuki bellows, hands sparking dangerously. I'll win this F match however I want. He crouches low, hands against the ground before he launches himself towards Shiranaki with a powerful blast, propelling himself like an idiot-seeking missile with the promise of pain writ clear on his face. I'll become the kind of hero who doesn't have to compromise to win. Then you don't have what it takes. Shiranaki shouts, bracing his arms in front of himself with the expectation of absorbing the impact of another explosion. But nothing comes. He lowers his arms experimentally just to see what's happening, but it proves to be something of a mistake as it provides Katsuki the opening he wanted to punch him right in the face. He instinctively clings to whatever contacts his skin, but he's faintly surprised to realize that Katsuki has wrapped his fist in a part of his discarded and torn shirt. When did he pick that up, runs through his mind shortly before the follow-up punch slams into his face again, each one carefully and artfully directed only to strike through the cloth and prevent Katsuki's hands from getting gripped. He lashes out with a hand, wildly, but only succeeds in brushing against the tips of Katsuki's hair and accidentally pulling a few with his quirk. The shirt starts to fall off his face as he releases it, but a mix of sweat and BLD makes it just sticky enough for Katsuki to land a third punch. And then a fourth punch. And a fifth. And a sixth. At this stage, the only reason the shirt hasn't fallen away from his face is because Katsuki is keeping it up entirely with his fists, hitting hard and fast like he's trying to imprint it into his skin. More impressive is when he kicks Shiranaki straight in the stomach, and instead of gripping onto his breathes, he actually slides back. This is simply amazing. Kuta Shiranaki is actually being forced back. I think this is the first time it's happened all fight. Think you knew it? Katsuki crows, still pressing the offensive against the increasingly sluggish and stumbling Shiranaki. Your shitty annoying quirk requires concentration and focus. You think I didn't even notice how careful you were when you were moving? He slugs him straight in the jaw with a particularly powerful haymaker, sending Shiranaki crashing along the ground towards the edge. You can't maintain your focus anymore. Can you limp it? He struggles up to his feet, spitting out globules of sticky black-red BLD and what might be a tooth, or at least part of one. You're right, he mutters, finally staggering into something resembling a fighting stance. But, so what? He braces himself against the ground again, stance wide and stable. I just have to stay here. His lips stretch in a wide, bloody grin and he beckons Katsuki towards him. Unstoppable force, versus unmovable object. Katsuki stares right at him for a long and tenuous minute, and then he turns to where Midnight is observing calmly. This is FING unreal. Come on. Look at the effort. He gestures wildly with a hand towards Shiranaki, who is slowly dripping an alarming amount of BLD from various wounds. He can barely effing stand. Don't you FING. Deny me this. Don't take the easy way out on me. Shiranaki snarls, although the intimidating effect is significantly hindered by the fact that he can barely get out a proper sentence without pausing to breathe. Midnight lifts her WHP up to her chin thoughtfully, mulling it over in her head. It's certainly true that Kuda has taken a lot of punishment, but it's also true that Kuda wishes to continue on and is certainly capable of it, she says, holding her hands up to either side and mimes weighing the issues up. I'm going to say this match can continue, but if this keeps up, I will call it. Come on. There's no way he can win. Katsuki shouts, jerking his arm in his direction. He turns to continue the tirade directly at Shiranaki, but the movement is too late to stop him from colliding with his chest, bare skin against bare skin. Katsuki feels the grip almost immediately. He curses loudly and evocatively for dropping his guard in so blatant a fashion, and digs his feet in against the ground to slow the push. Despite looking like he'd gone through a meat grinder, Shiranaki is still strong enough to keep pushing against him, and Katsuki's shoes don't have the gripping power to stop him. What the F are you, a gorilla? Up close like this, with Shiranaki bent forward and his arms wrapped around Katsuki's midriff, he's uncomfortably aware of just how muscular the other boy is. The fact that he's now beating his fists and elbows against said muscular back isn't helping matters. Warned, he grits out, moving perhaps a foot per minute, slowly but inexorably advancing towards the edge. He feels his eyebrow twitch. How about F off, snarls Katsuki, aiming his hands down at the ground behind him. The first few explosions do nothing but crack the ground, but after 5, the concrete they were moving towards is thoroughly reduced to rubble, and Katsuki lets Shiranaki push him towards it without resistance. The sudden compliance by Katsuki is enough for him to stumble forward in surprise before he can stop himself and think about what's going on. The moment his feet make contact with crumbled concrete instead of solid ground, he realizes that he's been caught in a trap. Katsuki wraps his arms around Shiranaki's waist and hauls him up so that his legs are in the air, and with only crumbled concrete to cling to and nothing solid to anchor himself down, it's almost effortless. Time to drop the bomb, Madhav. He roars and suplexes him straight into the ground. Shiranaki's body is frozen for a brief moment, but then Katsuki can feel his quirk release and his arms go limp. He rolls off his opponent and stands up, breathing a little as he wipes grime and sweat from his brow. Great. Now he's got his BLD all over his chest. Silence overtakes the stadium. And then slowly, a huge roar from the audience begins to build up until it's all but deafening. Kuda Shiranaki is unable to continue. Bakugo Katsuki wins. Katsuki has barely stumbled into the side rooms and is about to make his way back to the contestants' room before he's accosted by someone. He half expects Deku to be standing there, brightly congratulating him on his victory or Tweedledum and Tweedledee, but it's not. It's not even anyone from 1A. Kuda Makino, all bandaged up, is calmly staring at him with an expression Katsuki can't identify. He glares half-heartedly, feeling far too exhausted to deal with anything really. If this is the part where you say some stupid shit like "I'll avenge my brother," take a step back and remember that I already beat your effing butt. She stares at him for a moment longer before letting out an undignified snort. You certainly did, she says quietly, fiddling with her bandages almost pointedly, but I'm not here to say anything like that. My brother's a reckless idiot, and this is what happens to reckless idiots. She pauses and makes uncomfortably intense eye contact with Katsuki before she does something very unexpected. She bows right at the waist at a perfect 90-degree angle. Thank you for holding back. Atwa, did he miss something here? He feels like he's missing something. Hell, when did everyone around him start getting infected with Deku's bullshit? Or was he just always the only sane person in existence? She lifts her head up, but only a little bit. I'm thanking you for holding back. I know my brother well enough to know that he is exactly the kind of stupid to play chicken with an oncoming train just to prove a point, and I've already experienced what you can do enough to recognize you as that oncoming train. He's not quite sure how to feel about being compared to an oncoming train, but he files it away as a compliment. That howitzer impact of yours could have really hurt him, and that dumbass was probably deliberately baiting you into using it, wasn't he? A small mini-reel of every time Shiranaki had taunted him plays through his head. Something like that? He pauses for a moment. You're FING welcome. Because they stand together in a relatively awkward silence, as Katsuki tries to figure out what to do next. His usual response in these situations is just to tell people to F off, but it doesn't feel too appropriate right now. She'd put up a pretty good showing in their fight, and she was showing the appropriate amount of gratitude and deference to his greatness. He thinks he can. Maybe even enjoy her presence. Does stubbornness run in your family or what? She brushes a lock of hair out of her face with one hand and gives him a small smile. A friendly heads up, she says, faintly amused in a way that sets alarm bells ringing in Katsuki's head. I'm not sure how Shiro's going to take this, but I have a few guesses. And they all involve hounding you. She taps a finger on her chin, and her smile widens a little, and although it seemed friendly to begin with, he's slowly growing aware that it's actually just her laughing at his expense. This isn't a friendly heads up at all. It's more like a hunter releasing a fox just so they can watch dogs chase it. Forget enjoying her presence, she was a monster. Shutan. What are you doing? Let me rephrase. What is Midoriya doing? Shinya slowly turns his head around, greeting assistant teacher Setsuna with a slight bow. The assistant teacher doesn't return the gesture, too busy being transfixed by the sight of Midoriya Izuku at work. He doesn't blame her, it is a very fascinating sight. I am afraid I have no idea what Midoriya is creating, Setsuna-sensei. He is, unfortunately, only really passingly familiar with just the tools he was using, let alone the concepts behind the work. Is that Makino's wrist computer? Setsuna asks, still trying to find her footing. Shinya corrects blandly, I am afraid it has been cannibalized. Setsuna's hair slowly turned a shade of red that Shinya might have referred to as burgundy, if it was just a shade darker, but he was nothing if not precise, so instead it was amaranth in his mind. What else has he cannibalized? She asks, in a tone that suggests that if Shinya doesn't provide an answer she finds acceptable, he's going to receive something unpleasant. Probably detention. Possibly worse. Aside from Makino's wrist computer, he has also consumed Ogata's Omnitool Mark II, Hatsum's hyperscanner, and I have no other way to describe this but chugged down a flask of a solution I hesitantly refer to as 3-fluoro-1-oxypentamethyl bromide. He counts them off on a gloved finger, each delivered with his usual flat, emotionless tone. The amaranth bleeds slowly into a cool, aquamarine. And you didn't stop him because? Shinya blinked behind the gas mask. I wanted to see what would happen, he says simply, as though it were plainly obvious. And it is. To him. Scientific curiosity. I can get behind that, she mumbles, but you know there are rules against this for a reason. Setsuna can already feel the paperwork straining her desk. Is that stuff glowing? She mutters, squinting to get a better look. True enough, whatever Izuku was working with was glowing enough to cast a soft, eerie light on his face. It caught in his eyes in the most mesmerizing way, and she has to blink and look away when she feels herself being drawn in. Shinya tilts his head to the side, an exaggerated gesture to compensate for the way the suit hid his face. Yes. Truly, I have no understanding of Midoriya's activities. Some form of physics, I imagine. Physics had never been Shinya's strong point, unfortunately. Biology had always been his thing, and to a lesser extent, chemistry. He wouldn't know what to do with a power wrench if you gave it to him. Setsuna frowns, her hair turning auburn. Alright, as interesting as this is, I need to put a stop to it. There's a reason anything that requires more power than a megawatt requires permission. Midoriya. Midoriya. My apologies, Setsuna-sensei. I do not believe Midoriya is paying attention to anything outside of his work. Not your fault, Shun, Setsuna mumbles. Well, it is. Kind of. But that's not the point. Don't worry though, there's protocol for this kind of thing. She cracks her knuckles and calmly approaches Midoriya. Alright, Space Cadet, drop the tools or we're going to dash. The moment she reaches out to grab him, there's a brief and susurrant moment of vertigo and then suddenly Setsuna is on the other side of the room, upside down. Midoriya doesn't even look up from his work. My apologies, Setsuna-sensei, Shinya echoes from his distant position. I should have warned you about that. Yeah, you think? She mutters, mostly to herself as she staggers back to her feet. She could deal with this. I don't suppose you have any tranquilizers? Another head tilt. My apologies, say Shutan. If you apologize one more time, I'm going to slap you, she mumbles, dragging a palm down her face. Right taser it is. She withdraws a surprisingly large and bulky one from a pocket in her jumpsuit, aiming it squarely at Midoriya's back. I don't know if you can hear me, Midoriya, but you brought this one on yourself. No response. She pulls the trigger, darts flying towards him and embedding them straight in his back just as she had aimed. She holds the trigger down. No response. She checks the taser over. Everything seems to be in working order, and when she holds the trigger down, the display lights up to demonstrate how much power it's outputting. But still no response. Midoriya doesn't even seem the slightest bit bothered about it. And then Midoriya reaches around with one hand, grasps the taser wires and yanks it out of her hands towards him. Hey, that's my Mjolnir. Come on, that's a proto-oh god damn it, that was still in the testing phase. In the span of a few seconds, it's already disassembled and being integrated into whatever project he was working on. Setsuna lets out a long suffering sigh, and drags her hand down her face a second time. Should I get my Jima-sensei, Setsuna-sensei? Shutan offers, decidedly helpful. Really, if he wanted to be helpful, he should have stopped all this from happening in the first place. No, I am not explaining any of this to him. Let's just see where this goes. Uraraka Ochako takes a deep breath, steadying her nerves as she faces off against her opponent and former teammate, Hantashiro. As far as fights go, she's pretty sure she has something of a disadvantage. Hanta's quirk is well suited for mid to long range and is even better at quickly and non-lethally subduing an opponent. Her own quirk is similarly suitable for non-lethal subduing, but in order to use it she needs contact. Her sole advantage, if it can be called as such, is that the arena is completely devoid of anything. Hanta was able to set up a variety of traps and hazards with his tape, but only because she was capable of making it float. Without anything to adhere to except the ground, it limited Hanta's options. Still, it limited her options as well. She had nothing to levitate except herself, and it's not as though that was going to be a big help. Battle start. Hanta goes on the immediate offensive, shooting out a long stretch of tape from one elbow and simultaneously firing smaller stretches from his other. She doesn't have much time to consider what he's planning, already breaking off into a sprint and taking evasive maneuvers. They both know her only option is to get in close, so whatever he's doing, he's probably trying to cut her off somehow. He finally cuts off the first sheet of tape, leaving it to stick to the ground in a long, slightly curved line as she weaves towards him. He switches to firing both elbows at her in rapid, short-lived stretches, backpedaling somewhat as she approaches. Just as she almost reaches him, he darts to the side, trailing a long reel of tape from his arm as he goes along, trying to sweep around her. As she freezes up to avoid getting caught, he grins in triumph. It's over, Uraraka. Hanta calls, straightening up with his hands on his hips. You're caught in my trap. It takes a moment, but when she surveys her surroundings, his meaning is clear. It's like a high-stakes game of the floor is lava, except instead of molten rock, it's extremely sticky tape and it is everywhere. There's enough gaps between most of the swathes of tape that she can cross without getting stuck, but there's enough of it everywhere that she still has to pay attention to where she's putting her feet, and she's rapidly losing space the longer this fight goes on. Surrender, he calls, arms still held at the ready. He's not that arrogant. Very generous of you, she calls back, eyes narrowing as she takes stock of her situation. She has no intention of surrendering, not after coming so far. And you wouldn't offer it if you didn't think I could win in some way? He snorts, winding his arm up and aiming it directly at her. She could dodge, sure, but her options are limited. I was just trying to be sportsmanlike, he retorts, firing the sheet of tape at her. It's an incredibly risky maneuver, but the way she sees it, it's this or nothing. When the tape is in range, she reaches out and grabs it with one hand and taps herself with the other. Using her quirk on herself always makes her feel nauseous, but a little nausea is a small price to pay, she thinks, as she hurls herself at Hanta using the tape as leverage. The sudden rush catches him off guard just as she had intended, and he cuts the tape off, scrambling to try and fire separate reel that goes wide. Canceling her quirk mid-flight is equally risky, but she manages to stick the landing, and by landing, she means landing on Hanta before he can get his bearings, and now they're in Uraraka's domain, close quarters combat. Well, she calls it her domain, but she's not exactly super skilled at it. She's better than Hanta though, and it's enough. She would just activate her quirk and throw him off the edge, but she knows he can just keep himself in the ring with his own quirk, so instead, she keeps tagging him and canceling it in between a flurry of blows and blocks, keeping him off balance as she pushes him inexorably towards the edge. And then she tags him on more time, and instead of throwing him anywhere, she just kicks his feet out from under him whilst simultaneously pushing on the side of his head. It's a maneuver that would normally send anyone crashing head first into the ground, but lacking gravity, it only sends him spinning in place like a gyroscope. How do you like mind gyrokinetic combat? Centrifuge hell, Hantakoan? She says, far too cheerfully as she watches him spin in place. Instead of a verbal response, all Uraraka gets is projectile vomiting in a wide, circular cone. Slowly, she stops his rotation and cancels her quirk. She may or may not have deserved that. What an incredible finisher. Looks like, yes, Midnight's confirmed it. Hanta Zero can't continue, so Uraraka Ochako is the winner. Oi, monkey, Katsuki grumbles, looking around with wide, sweeping glances. Did you find Deku? Mashireo blinks, idly tossing his empty can into the waste bin. Tfue said he went off with some guy in a RBB suit. Why? It takes a few moments for Katsuki to digest that sentence, and he nods along seriously for a few moments until it finishes settling into his mind. And then he shakes Mashireo back and forth hard enough to give him vertigo. What the F do you mean he just went off with some guy in a RBB suit? He'd long since worried this moment would come, when someone would spirit Deku away and the idiot would let it happen because he had all the instincts of a particularly curious puppy. For his part, Mashireo is seriously regretting his choice of words because guy in a RBB suit could mean a lot of things. It was a student, not some random guy. If only Katsuki could be soothed by such assurances. It's a miracle he doesn't start frothing at the mouth really. Kaken, Hitoshi says in a monotone drawl, and the familiar nickname immediately snatches Katsuki's attention. What? He half snarls, half shouts. Let Mashireo go. Have a seat and hakuna your tatas a little. Hitoshi waits for Katsuki to at least have taken a few deep breaths before releasing his brainwashing. Izuku's fine. If he were in any danger, he can handle himself. Hitoshi still gets a serious glare from Katsuki for his troubles, but at least he's not going to blast them all to hell and back in a blind panic. I'm not worried about Izuku, he mutters, even as the other two share a yeah, right look. I know he'll be fine. I'm more worried about everything around him. I know he has a tendency to get into trouble, Mashireo says, brushing himself off a little, but come on. It can't dash before he can finish that thought. Katsuki slaps a hand over his mouth. Monkey, if you so much as think of saying it can't be that bad, I will push you down a well and tell Lassie to leave you there. Hitoshi calmly peels Katsuki's hand off Mashireo's face with a bemused expression. Hey, Albite. What is your worst-case scenario? Somehow, that idiot manages to open up a rift to parallel universes and starts summoning alternate versions of himself who proceed to combine their stupidity and form some sort of council of Dekus, take over the multiverse, and rewrite all laws of reality to fit with their stupid vision. The other two just stare at him silently until Mashireo finds his tongue again. That is very detailed. You've given this a lot of thought. Katsuki huffs. Hey, you asked for my worst-case scenario, I gave you my worst FNG case scenario. After conspicuously coughing into a hand, Hitoshi manages to restore some semblance of order in his mind and straightens himself back up into his usual slouch. Not that that wasn't terrifying in its own ways, but what about a more realistic scenario? Resisting the urge to mutter that was realistic under his breath, Katsuki considers it for a few moments. He sets fire to the school or blows up a building by accident. Has he ever done anything like that before? Hitoshi continues, sounding almost disinterested. He certainly doesn't seem to be taking this as seriously as Katsuki feels he should be. No, Katsuki grumbles. He can already see where Hitoshi's going with this, but that doesn't mean he can't be annoyed about it. Fine, I get it, he's probably just doing things. Feeling brave, Hitoshi slaps him on the back and is rewarded with a half-hearted glare but no violence. Progress. Have a little faith. He's a smart guy. Not the wisest, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Midoriya Izuku has no idea what he's doing. It sort of feels like 1,000 little parts of his mind, all spinning and going their own direction, have suddenly decided to head in the same way, and it's a level of focus he's achieved only rarely, one he can only remember as a haze. A haze like the one he's currently experiencing. Intellectually, he knows what he's doing. He knows why he's welding this piece, or attaching that one, or twisting the wires just so and soldering them together in this formation. He knows what they do and why they do it, he just doesn't know why he wants them to do that. He's putting together a 1,000-piece puzzle, except all the pieces are face down so he can only see the featureless backing. He can see the way the pieces go together in a small frame, this piece with that piece and that piece with this piece and so forth, but he has no idea what picture he's actually creating. He can't step back and see what it looks like because it's all just pieces. Pieces that fit together perfectly, but that's all they are in his mind. Components of a whole he can't seem to see. It takes all of his attention, all of his conscious effort to just maintain this state. Whatever it is, whatever it's working towards, he feels like if he can ride it to the end, it'll make sense in some way. If he can flip the puzzle back the right way when it's done, then he'll finally know something. It's on the tip of his tongue, it's in the back of his mind, but he just can't get it out. Can't remember what it is. He clicks some cabling into place, runs his fingers over a fiberglass plate. Whatever it is, it's spherical. It's about the size of a soccer ball, and mostly metal, although there's this little fiberglass, well, not really fiberglass, it's more like some kind of weird glass-like substance he chewed up, and he says that because he remembers hitting it with a hammer and it hasn't so much as dented window, and the insides are very pretty and glowing and achingly familiar. A memory flows up unbidden by any words or will of his own, an old memory from his earliest days, of looking up at a man with eyes just like the glow, and hair like a dying sun. That was his dad, wasn't it? What a weird he's done. The sphere of mystery is complete, and it glows so beautifully he's transfixed by the light. That's not what it is it? Just a very pretty light. No, he's pretty sure it's not. This is a starting point, he knows that. A foundation. Something he can build on. He just doesn't know how. I would venture a guess that he has finished his task. Izuku blinks, suddenly aware of how sweaty he is and the presence of two other people in the room. A bemused-looking Setsuna, and the inscrutable and unreadable Shuton. You back on planet Earth, Space Cadet? Setsuna drawls, her hair turning a light shade of pink. Izuku has no idea what pink means. I think, he says, a little unsure. His hands are tired, and there's sweat everywhere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm back. He holds the sphere up, heavy in his hands. Setsuna, perhaps wisely, doesn't approach to examine it closely. Nice orb, but what's it for? You were doing some pretty funky stuff, especially with those magnets. Magnets? Izuku vaguely remembers them, he thinks. He ate one, and he's honestly not sure if that was because he was hungry or if he actually needed it for something. I don't know. He declares cheerfully, tilting the orb this way and that. No sign of any ports or anything you could plug into it. It's a mystery. It's a mystery orb. You don't know, Setsuna echoes, sounding like she's torn between being impressed and irritated. You don't know what it does. You ate like half the projects here and you still don't know what it's for. I ate half the projects here. Was he really that hungry? He's pretty sure he ate breakfast and lunch. Setsuna lets out a long-suffering sigh. Well, at least it's not a doomsday weapon, she mutters, reaching out to take the orb from Izuku. Reflexively, he draws it back, but he's not really sure why. It's not like an egg or anything, is it? That would be very strange. He has no idea how he'd explain that to Kaken. Come on, I'm just going to take a look at it, Setsuna says, and she sounds genuine. Warily, Izuku extends the mystery orb to her and she obligingly doesn't touch it, just leans in closer. Your quirk is Like, you've got plasma in your stomach or something, right? Because I'm pretty sure at one stage you were vomiting. I do that sometimes, Izuku says conversationally, to get the metal out. Right? Except I'm pretty sure you were puking like actual plasma or something because it's all in this thing now. You ever do that before? He doesn't think he has. He's pretty sure he'd remember vomiting up actual plasma. So this is like an artificial star. It seems to mesh with what he can remember about its design. There was containment and other things. He doesn't really know why he'd make an artificial star though, or for what purpose. What would he even do with one? Setsuna shrugs, straightening herself up. Honestly, I have no idea. Particle physics is not my field, astrophysics even more so. It doesn't feel too hot though, so it's probably safe, she declares in a cavalier tone before slapping Izuku on the back. Congratulations. You didn't destroy the entire workshop. If you guys can hold out until next month, I win the bet. Izuku blinks. Why would he destroy the workshop? The mystery orb is no egg, but it will hatch things all the same. Yairo Zumomo knows she has a tough fight ahead of her. Her opponent is easily one of the strongest people in 1A, and her own Quirk, whilst versatile and useful in a wide variety of situations, doesn't have the same combat potential. Well, if she had a lot of time and preparation it would, but this is a tournament fight. She doesn't have time to sit down and plan out an elaborate set of traps and constructs. Hers is an ability that requires planning, forethought, careful analysis, and her opponent's is, well, not that it isn't capable of being quite useful with all of those things as well, but if Tokoyami did nothing but try to hammer her with it, it'd still be pretty effective all things considered. If there is any advantage she has, it's that she knows Tokoyami's weakness. But the aptly named Dark Shadow is weakened, even nullified by strong light, and she is one of the few people in 1A who can actually capitalize on that. She keeps the design held in her mind, not for a flashlight or even a floodlight, but for something decidedly more risky. Making anything like that would take a while, and she knows demon well she doesn't have time. Battles start, and just like that, what little time she has is already running out. Tokoyami isn't wasting any time and he rushes at her, Dark Shadow holding close to one side as he nears. The weaknesses of creation is that large objects require more time to form. She needs to understand the design of what she's creating, and she can't create anything organic. The latter part is more limiting than you'd expect, but with a little scientific know-how, it's amazing what organic functions you can replicate artificially, such as a fluorescent paint based on the bioluminescent cells of sea life. It's simple, it's quick, and best of all, it's technically very small, as she forms them in solid little ball of goo. Sticky enough that they don't melt in her hands, but liquid enough that they still go splat. She'll have to thank that girl from 1F later for the formula. Tokoyami, predictably, doesn't give her time to form more than a few, but the first few tosses are enough to get him to reverse gears. She misses, but the added distance gives her time to form a simple slingshot. Ideally, she'd have some sort of launcher or cannon, but she doesn't trust him to give her the time to form that. Of course, the slingshot has its own disadvantages over just pegging them at him. She can throw them almost as fast as she can make them, but taking the time to aim slows her down. At least they're faster. Not that she's hitting Tokoyami at all, even with the added bonus of aiming. She makes a mental note to practice shooting. She's been focusing on close combat with bojutsu and other weapons, so her accuracy isn't great, especially against someone as agile as Tokoyami. She needs something different, something flashier. What was the chemical formula for flashbangs again? Magnesium powder, in a casing with something to act as a fuse. HM, contact, or sheet, she can't aim and design. Tokoyami swoops in close and she's forced to fire a quick shot at him to get to back off again, but he doesn't seem as afraid of the paintballs as he was earlier. He's learning that he can dodge them pretty easily, so she can't keep this up. She needs something that will ignite quickly and potassium nitrate. That's what she needs. Just gotta think about the chemical structure, whilst fending Tokoyami off. He was almost on her, Dark Shadow swooping from side to side in erratic movements, and she was already discarding the slingshot because she got one shot at this, and if she missed, the slingshot wasn't going to help at this range anyway. magnesium powder and potassium nitrate in a small metal casing with a very primitive flintlock mechanism. It's the best she can do with Tokoyami right in her face. She just hopes it'll actually go off. She squeezes her eyes shut. There's a pop, and she snaps her eyes open because it worked. She did it, and Dark Shadow collides with her and sends her careening back. What an incredible play by Tokoyami. Using his own body to absorb whatever it was that Yaoyorozu created. Is she out of tricks now? His own body. True enough, there's a slight scorch mark to his chest where the small burst of flame singed him. He smothered the light with his body. Of course he did. He knew she'd be trying to do something like that, wouldn't he? Her heart almost falls out of the bottom of her chest, but no. She's not willing to give up so easily. Tokoyami's about to charge her again, but this time she charges back at him, and the motion clearly makes him pause. It's the first time she's gone to engage him in melee. He must be thinking what's different this time. She couldn't aim well enough to hit him at a distance, so she was just going to have to smear the paint on him by hand. There's a moment's hesitation, where he can't decide if he should meet her where he's strongest or do the cautious thing and retreat. It's all she needs. The first ball splats right on his chest. The second, his arm. The third nails Dark Shadow right in the chest and leaves him with a bright, fluorescent pink stain. She hits with him a further two before the baton is ejected from her hand instead, and now they're in melee, and this time, she has the advantage. Just for good measure, she splats several more paintballs on him in the midst of the fight, until they both look like they tried to paint a house fit for a colorblind clown. By the time she has him pinned against the ground, Dark Shadow is much diminished, a tiny little thing trying to hide behind Tokoyami's head, about the size and danger of a particularly adorable kitten. Yield? She asks, pressing the baton up against his neck. Tokoyami cranes his neck and looks her dead in the eye. He says slowly, and her hackles raise instinctively. Refuse. Dark Shadow. The small, diminutive little demon tosses something directly at her and moves to cover Tokoyami's face. It takes her a moment to realize it's her improvised flashbang. But didn't it? Cursing, she rolls of him in a scramble and goes to cover her eyes. But the pop never comes. It takes her a moment too long to realize she's been duped, and then she feels a heavy weight on her back, and her own baton pressing up against her neck. Yield? He asks in that serious tone of his. She briefly entertains the idea of forming a Tesla coil out of her back to electrocute her, but the design would be far too complex for her to make quickly enough. Dirty trick, she mumbles. All's fair in love and war. Only he could say that and make it sound so melodramatic. I yield. Izuku wasn't really sure where to go after he finished making the mystery orb. He was tired, everything was sore. Somehow, how many muscles did it take to make a mystery orb? The answer may surprise you, and he was hungry. He was originally going to return to everyone else, but May had bumped into him on the way and said his father, of all people, was looking for him. And well, where his father was, his mom probably was as well, right? And seeing his mom was pretty good. Of course, actually finding them was harder than it seemed, which was why he was wandering about, completely and utterly lost. Really, why hadn't his father left directions? That would have been the smart thing to do, right? Or maybe he had and May just forgot. Equally likely. Boy, it's you. The vaguely unfamiliar voice catches his attention, and Izuku turns his head to come face to face with. It's Ingenium, he says in a completely casual tone. The angular, white armor evocative of the mecha culture is practically unforgettable. You've improved your armor. That's pretty impressive that you noticed, Ingenium says, rubbing an armored bracer. Most of the new design is internal. But I suppose that's the kind of thing a support kid would notice, huh? Izuku isn't really paying attention to what he's saying, too busy studying the new bracers. It was obvious. He offers in lieu of an actual explanation, reaching out to take one of Ingenium's wrists in his hands. It was a really fascinating design, if he's honest, meant to accentuate the use of his quirk by reducing the strain on his arms and channel the engine's force more cleanly, with heat sinks to reduce overheating. A bit clunky though, he mumbles, rapping his knuckles against it. Could have been streamlined a bit better, maybe use a tungsten alloy instead. Ingenium is left standing there awkwardly as Izuku starts to ramble himself, not really sure if he should stop him. Normally, he probably would, but he's also torn between taking down notes just to see what his team thought. Eventually, though, he coughs into his other hand and snaps him out of it. That was a pretty impressive fight you had. You and Hatsum are real geniuses, you know. Izuku nods along. It was mostly Mei-chan's work, he says, reaching into a pocket and withdrawing a small rectangular card. If you liked what you saw, take this. The Turbo Hero accepts the card politely, glancing down at it. Hatsum's wondrous works. Gadgets, gizmos, and goodies. Honestly, he's not really sure what he expected. Good of her to, be proactive about it. He blinks, not that Izuku can see it behind the helmet, and reaches for a compartment on his chest. It flicks open to shoot out a crisp, bone-white card of his own. Speaking of business cards, have one for Team Ida 10. You showed some real ingenuity and creativity in the first few rounds as well, and I think you'd be a good fit for our agency. He takes the card as politely as Ingenium took Mei's, and carefully squirrels it away into a pocket. What are you doing up around here, though? Aren't the contestant areas on the other side of the arena? They probably were. Izuku honestly can't remember, he wasn't paying attention. I got lost, he says simply, seeing as I don't have to prepare for any matches, I figured I'd go find my parents. But they forgot to tell me where they were going to be. Ingenium lets out a good-natured laugh, slapping him on the back a little. Well, I can't say I can help you too much with that. There's been a lot of people around, I don't think I could say for sure whether I saw your parents, and if I did see them, I almost definitely can't tell you where they are. Izuku nods. That's more than understandable. Can you tell me how to get back to the contestant area then? Sure. I'll do you one better and show you. My little brother should be there actually, and I was meaning to see him. Present Mike taps the microphone a little bit, before leaning forward with an exuberant expression on his face. What a day it has been, y'all, he declares, his vibrant voice echoing through the stadium like an energetic wave. We have seen some incredible battles and some incredible contestants. But there are only 4 remaining, and as fate would have it, they are all from Class 1A. What have you been teachin' these kids to make him so dimmin' good to Racerhead? With an expression that could curdle milk, Aizawa shoots a glare at his longtime friend and fellow announcer before reaching for his own mic. The basics, he mutters, still trying to remember how he got caught up in this particular mess. Whose idea was it to make him an announcer? He swears to God, if it was Hisashi. A lifetime of exposure has rendered Aizawa's potent glare into nothing more than a mild look to Hisashi. Just the basics. These kids have been doing a lot more than that. Bakugu's howitzer impact alone is insane. These kids have been pulling out wham shots from the beginning. The basics includes Quirk training, obviously. But any moves they came up with they did on their own. Hisashi gasped dramatically, somehow managing to make the exhalation of air sound loud and echoing like everything else that came out of his mouth. Isn't it dangerous to do it without supervision? I never said they weren't supervised. Don't put words in my mouth, Aizawa growls. It's a good thing we have the lovely Midnight Tio supervised then, Hisashi says, continuing as though Aizawa hadn't said anything, because this next round is going to be a metaphorical killer. We have 4 contestants left, but at the end of this round there will be only 1. That's right. This is going to be grand finale. It's a battle royale. To describe her current state as nervous really wouldn't be doing it justice, she felt. She was definitely nervous, but also thrilled and excited in just about equal parts. She was standing on an arena stage before countless people, one of the final contestants in the famous U. A sports festival, an event so large it was televised. The very fact that she had made it this far was enough for her to consider this a successful debut. Of course, that didn't mean she wasn't going to do her best to win this. As long as she stuck to her plan, she thought she had a pretty good chance. Battle start. The words go off like a gunshot in her mind, and she immediately crouches low with her arms raised and ready in case any of them launch a sudden attack, but nobody does. Her own reaction is mirrored across the others, except for Bakugu, whose only reaction is to twitch and stretch his fingers like a gunslinger seconds before high noon. She flicks her gaze from Ojiro, to Bakugo, to Tokoyami. Nobody wants to be the one to make the first move. There's an overwhelming pressure attached to it. To act first, to take that first step means to invite the reactions of the other three. If she goes for Bakugo, will they follow suit or will they go after her? If she tries to go for Ojiro, who is the only one who doesn't have a natural counter to her quirk, what will they do? Stick to the plan, she thinks. But no plan survives contact with the enemy. How long are you dumbass going to stand around with your thumbs up your buttes? Bakugo calls in his usual brash voice, with a somewhat uncharacteristic edge to it. What the F are you waiting for? A gilded invitation. His fingers flex again, and she doesn't have to hear what he says next to understand. A glance from Ojiro, a look from Tokoyami, they've all realized it too. Come and F get some. And that starts the fight true and proper as all three of them oblige. Against her better instincts, Ochako decides to rush forward with Ojiro whilst Tokoyami hangs back. It's a logical formation to take if they were going to cooperate, with everyone acting at the range they're best at, but she can't shake the paranoid feeling that they're not really cooperating at all. None of them have agreed to anything. She pushes the thoughts to the back of her mind for the moment, throwing a chain of quick jabs at Bakugo's head as Ojiro tries to sweep his legs out from under him, or at least, that's what they try to do. Bakugo sways in an almost aggressively graceful movement, pulling on her wrist with one hand as he deflects Ojiro's leg upwards with a kick. She's about to fall off balance, but rather than resist, she decides to lean into the pole, hands out ready to brace herself and attempt a more acrobatic recovery. It would have worked quite well too, except Ojiro has decided at that moment to try and spring up with his tail, and a well-placed nudge from Bakugo turns what would have been two perfectly fine maneuvers into a spectacular collision. Tokoyami chooses that moment to try and intercede, whether because he thought they wouldn't get anywhere on their own or if he was just waiting for the right moment, Ochako isn't sure. Either way, she's grateful for his help. Or she was, up until Bakugo throws her, not into the path of the attack but, right at its source, an alarmed-looking Tokoyami. He pulls Dark Shadow back to catch her and does it gently. Ochako isn't sure she would have done the same if their positions were reversed, but the damage is already done. It takes maybe 10-15 seconds for Ochako and Tokoyami to regain their footing, but Bakugo is nothing if ruthlessly efficient. The moment they look back and prepare themselves to launch into the fray, Ojiro skids across the ground just to the side of them, curled up into a still smoking ball in an attempt to protect his more vulnerable parts. He at least springs up in barely any time at all, ready to go again. The three of them share a look, grit their teeth and launch themselves at Bakugo, fully intent on overwhelming him. The moment Turbo Hero Ingenium steps into the room, Ida Tenya snaps to attention like a soldier saluting a general. "Brother!" he shouts with what many would consider his unique brand of enthusiasm, shooting over to greet him properly. "I wasn't aware you were here." "Of course I'd be here to see my baby brother compete, Tenya," Tensei says cheerfully. "Good to see you on your feet. That last hit seemed like a doozy." Tenya feels a flare of shame burn through him, and he immediately snaps into a perfect 90-degree bow. "My apologies. I failed to live up to your expectations." Tensei lets out an easygoing laugh, brushing his brother's concerns off with a dismissive wave. "Don't be like that, Tenya. You did wonderfully." A gauntlet hand comes to rest on Tenya's shoulder in a reassuring gesture in lieu of the proud smile that's behind Tensei's mask. "Before I forget, have you met Midoriya? I think he's got a bright future ahead of him." Tensei gestures to Izuku and gives Tenya an encouraging but very gentle push. "I have not met him in an official capacity yet. It is a pleasure to be properly introduced to you, Midoriya-kun." Tenya gives him a deep and proper bow as usual, but Izuku, for his part, is still standing by Tensei's side and slowly panning his gaze back and forth between them. At this point, both of the Idas are looking at him with a mix of curiosity and confusion, more curiosity on Tensei's part, and confusion on Tenya's as he continues slowly turning back and forth like an animatronic stuck on repeat. "Is there something wrong, Midoriya?" Tensei asks after a solid minute of observation. Izuku tilts his head to the side. "Not much," he says breezily, reaching up to scratch his cheek with a crooked finger. "I just thought you'd look more alike." Tensei's mask of pure dumbfounded confusion is perfectly mirrored by Tenya's, but he at least has the benefit of a mask to hide it. How do you figure? He says quietly, because everyone always remarks how similar the two brothers look, and more importantly, Tensei has only ever met Izuku in his full Ingenium costume, so there is absolutely no way he knows what he looks like. Unless he somehow believes that this isn't a costume. This is just how Ingenium looks. But surely not. He's gotten a kind of spacey vibe from Midoriya, like he was at risk of drifting off into the stars at any passing moment, but surely he's not that spacey. His question just earns him a confused blink from Mizutofu's resident cryptid, and a little part of Tensei feels that it is completely unfair for Izuku to be confused. It's a common feeling amongst people who interact with him on a regular basis, a category Tensei is slowly drifting into. Once is coincidence, twice is getting caught into an orbit. What do you mean? Izuku asks, pointing a gentle finger at Tenya. Tenya's obviously built more broadly than you are. Even his hands are bigger, despite being younger. The brothers share a look, and wordlessly hold out their hands. Well, I'll be med, Tensei murmurs. Even in his gauntlet, Tenya's fingers are just a smidgen thicker. Truly impressive, Tenya says quietly, straightening up and giving Izuku an appreciative stare. That attention to detail is to be expected of the support department. Izuku isn't actually sure, but he just smiles and nods. Something about the scene tickles Tensei's funny bone, and he only barely muffles the sudden fit of laughter that threatens to overwhelm his dignity. You're a weird kid, Midoriya, he says good-naturedly, patting him on the back. But a good one. He pauses for a moment, and straightens himself up. Alright, I gotta get back to patrolling. I'll see you later, Tenya. Have a good day, Midoriya. It's only after bidding Tensei goodbye that Tenya realizes there's a question he still has left unanswered, and there's an easy source right in front of him. Midoriya, how do you know my brother? Izuku smiles brightly. I gave a mugger his autograph, he says cheerfully, before waving at one of his other friends and moving over to join them whilst Tenya stands there, still processing what he said. A pale hand slaps on his shoulder, but Tenya still can't bring himself to turn around see who it is. You'll get used to it, comes the almost sadistically amused voice of Shinso Hitoshi. It's a brazen lie, but it's more of a white lie than anything else. Just as Ochako goes to jab Bakugo in the kidney, he hops into the air, legs curled up against his chest to let dark shadow sweep through the space he was standing and crash into Ochako for what feels like the billionth time. Ojiro tries a jumping attack whilst Bakugo is airborne, but a quick double-barrel explosion directed at both Ojiro and Ochako is enough to evade it. Then whilst they pick themselves up and get ready to try again, he's already blasted himself to the other side of the arena without more than a handful of scratches. Is that all you got? He hollers, arms outstretched in a taunting gesture. Ochako grits her teeth. All at once, she mutters, quickly tapping Tokoyami on the shoulder and activating her quirk on him. He can control his movement through the air with dark shadow, and if he attacks from above, they might be able to overwhelm Bakugo. The three of them charge off all at once again, but this time with Tokoyami taking to the air like an actual bird, a bird that flings itself around with a weird sentient shadow. Ochako darts to Bakugo's left and Ojiro takes the right, and whilst they flank him, Tokoyami's shadow drifts across from above. Surely this time, they think. But not as long as Bakugo draws breath. He throws a fist out to Ochako, and she knows what's coming, an explosion. But his fist is closed and too far to affect her, so, shrapnel blast. He roars, activating a small explosion in his hand just as he opens his fist, revealing a small selection of small fragments of the arena he'd been collecting for the past few minutes. Ochako squeezes her eyes shut and holds her arms in front of her face, but the explosion doesn't give the rocks enough force to do too much. Not that it matters, because just moments after Bakugo shouts, "Stun grenade." And now she can't even see what's going on anymore, but she can hear grunting and soft explosions, none of which bodes well for them. Someone or something collides with her, and they both go tumbling back. By the time she's not seeing spots all over her vision, it's pretty clear that Ojiro was the one thrown against her, although Tokoyami isn't looking much better standing off to their side, his clothes badly burnt in multiple places. This is futile, Tokoyami mutters, sounding as dramatic and foreboding as he usually does. Even with our numerical advantage, he still has the upper hand. As if to rub that fact in their face, Bakugo doesn't even press his advantage, scowling at them from a distance with his arms crossed. Ojiro grits his teeth and staggers up. He can't keep this up forever, he mutters, and Ochako isn't sure if he's trying to convince them or himself. Worse, she's not sure of it herself. Tenya's not sure how it came to this, but for inexplicable reasons Shinso has seen fit to involve him in his strange circle of friends. A circle that's more of a triangle at this stage given that only Midoriya is present, which is just as well, because he's not sure he could tolerate even an attempt at what passes for socializing with Bakugo. He's not sure what to make of Midoriya. He has a cheerful brightness to him that is not quite offset but more accented by his weirdness. He's significantly more polite than both Bakugo and Shinso, if somewhat forward in a friendly sort of way. Not quite aggressively friendly, more like assertively friendly. He was already referring to Tenya by his given name, and without any suffixes, but he had an earnest attitude about it that sort of made him not mind too much. Not like the way Shinso used his given name, with that insufferable little smirk on his face that told him he knew exactly how much it irritated him, which only served to irritate him further. "What do you think, Tenya?" drawls the devil. "Who's going to win?" That snaps him out of his quiet musing, and he straightens up, adjusting his glasses. "I told you at least add the san." He snaps, giving him a hard glare. "As for your question, it's difficult to draw conclusions so early. Bakugo is courting danger fighting all three of them at once, but so far he seems to be managing quite well." Midoriya brightens just a few kilowatts at that, a wide smile on his face. Kaken's really clever when he wants to be. Clever. Not quite the word I'd use. Brutal is more apt, Tenya suggests, watching Bakugo knee Ojiro in the chest at that exact moment and send the boy stumbling back. Fighting those three at once is no easy feat, yeah, but this is the Lord of Exploda-Murder. I wouldn't be surprised if he just wiped everyone out with that howitzer impact. In an uncharacteristic as far as Tenya is concerned at least show of friendship, Shinso offers him a can of juice which he takes, almost warily. "But I'm gonna bet on Ojiro." It's not an answer Tenya expected if he's honest. No offense to Ojiro. "Do you believe he has what it takes?" he asks, cracking the can open and going to take a gulp. "No," Shinso says so casually and plainly that Tenya almost chokes on the juice. The suspicious part of his mind suggests that Shinso gave him the juice just to set this event up. "I'm just doing it to wind Bakugo up when I tell him." Mashireo's pretty good, but he doesn't stand a chance. Right. For a moment he was actually convinced that Shinso might have been doing it out of a genuine sense of friendship. Still, Tenya can't fault his conclusion regarding Ojiro's chances. He's a skilled hand-to-hand fighter, but his opponent's quirks make hand-to-hand the most dangerous range to fight at or just allow them to keep him at range. It's possibly the worst possible matchup for Ojiro. Mashireo can still win, Midoriya says cheerfully. It's not likely, but he can? Tenya wonders if he should feel bad for Ojiro, that nobody seems to have much faith in his victory. "How would you do it then, if you were in Ojiro-san's place?" "I'd surrender," he says without missing a beat. "I can't beat Kaken. Or Ochako. Or Fumikage." "He meant if you were Ojiro, Izuku," Shinso mutters, in the tone that suggests this is just part and parcel of communicating with Midoriya. Midoriya tilts his head to the side. "I know. But I guess Mashireo would want to win, so he wouldn't surrender. If surrender wasn't an option, I'd wear Kaken out." "Isn't that what they're currently doing?" As if to accentuate Tenya's words, the three combatants rush Bakugo once again. Somewhere in the chaotic melee, Ojiro ends up tails wiping Tokoyami instead of Bakugo, and Ochako receives a knee to the face, and then Bakugo is on the other side of the arena again. Midoriya huffs, arms crossed and cheeks puffed. They're doing it wrong. Is he actually sulking about this? Tenya adjusts his glasses and straightens his posture. "I'm not sure I follow Midoriya." Tensei suggested that Midoriya had a bright future ahead of him. He's not sure how familiar Tensei is with him, but it's the kind of suggestion Tenya's curious to see for himself. "One, not three," Midoriya states seriously, holding up the appropriate amount of fingers. And don't let up. 1 not 3 and don't let up. I see. He murmurs, impressed. Every time they rush Bakugo, he manages to push them back using their own attacks and escape whilst they recover. But if they attacked one by one, they would each get more time to recover whilst simultaneously keeping the pressure on Bakugo. Was this the kind of curriculum the support department covered? But I don't think Mashareo is going to figure it out. If they keep at it like this, Kaken will wait for an opportunity and take them all out. Ochako watches Bakugo stand back again, pose vaguely taunting and full of arrogance. Every time they rushed him, he danced around them. Stupid arrogant. No, he's not being arrogant. She opens her mouth to share her revelation, but closes it before it's even halfway open when a second, more sinister revelation takes place. Should I share it? This is still a competition. What Ochako had realized, and what the other two had yet to catch on to, was the nature of Bakugo's gambit. It was true that the three of them had a numerical advantage if they ganged up on him, but it was an advantage negated if not outright outweighed by the fact that the three of them were not a well-coordinated team. If anything, they were the opposite. They were doing more damage to each other than Bakugo himself had done to them, and that was exactly what he wanted. He'd baited them into attacking him together because he'd successfully predicted it would backfire on them and leave him looking spectacular in the process. If they were really going to coordinate, the best thing to do would be to combine their powers, use anti-gravity on Ojiro and have Dark Shadow fling him at Bakugo like a cannonball, and whilst those two kept him busy, Ochako could use some of the rubble left around for an attack of her own. Except there was nothing stopping Dark Shadow from just flinging a massless Ojiro off the field, and if Ochako used the prototype technique she'd been planning to use if it came down to it, there was a significant risk of hitting the other two as well. That was the crux of the issue. If she explained Bakugo's gambit, it lost its power and they could work around it. The problem was the solution to the gambit was trust, and if there wasn't any trust, revealing the gambit would just be giving away an advantage. It was a painful reminder that Bakugo Katsuki wasn't just raw explosive power and aggression, he was cunning and clever too, with an instinct for fighting. But he wasn't the only one who could be underhanded and manipulative. It wasn't particularly heroic, but she wanted to win, and if winning meant throwing Ojiro and Tokoyami under the proverbial bus, then Uraraka Ochako was going to do it with a vengeance. She needed an opportunity to strike though. Ojiro she can handle alone with a surprise attack, but Dark Shadow is troubling. You guys go ahead, I'm going to try and think of something, she murmurs, and it's not quite a lie. They give her the benefit of the doubt, and she mentally apologizes. Bakugo's trail of destruction is smaller than she imagined, but there's still enough bits and pieces to begin setting up an attack. Each chunk is no larger than her closed fist, but they'll have to do. She doubts it'll help much against Bakugo. Not alone at least. The opening she's waiting for comes with a second stun grenade. Ochako's far away enough that she's got enough time to shield her eyes, but with Tokoyami's Dark Shadow badly hindered by the flash and Ojiro caught point blank, it's the perfect opportunity. She tags Ojiro as she rushes in, pushing him with the same movements so he starts hurtling towards the edge. Tokoyami goes spinning off with a similar strike, and she's careful to make sure he is spinning. Dark Shadow can't halt his movement for a handful of seconds, and she needs to make sure by the time it's recovered, Tokoyami's already out of the fight. There's a single golden moment where Bakugo is absolutely surprised and she relishes it just as much as she does the feel of her fist slamming into his jaw in the first solid blow anyone has actually landed on Bakugo. And it is immensely satisfying. What's this? Uraraka has suddenly turned on her impromptu teammates. Ojiro Mashareo is already out of bounds and Tokoyami manages to cling on just in time. Things are really heating up. Ochako curses under her breath. She had hoped to take Tokoyami out, but now that she failed, the neat little one-on-one she had planned is now a much messier three-way. It's a little hard for him to admit, but Bakugo Katsuki is impressed. Of all them, he expected maybe never more to get to this point but Roundface. He really has to adjust his estimate of her if she was willing to go this far. It's not going to change anything though. Just because Uraraka has managed to find a ruthless bone in her body doesn't mean he was going to roll over and let her win. He wipes some BLD from his mouth, she got him good with that punch, and grins. Her surprise attack failed, And there goes her advantage, and with Monkey out of the picture, there's no reason to stay on the defensive anymore. He directs both hands behind him, propelling him forth with the blasts, eyes locked on Uraraka with a wide, bloodthirsty grin on his face. She wasn't expecting this result, and it's Katsuki's turn to take the offensive. They exchange rapid-fire blows, and he's intensely careful to avoid touching her open fingers. Something dark and heavy wraps around his wrist and tries to yank him away. He lets off a small explosion in that hand, more light than blast, and it's enough to make Dark Shadow let go. Uraraka takes the opportunity to jab at his throat, and his grin spreads a few inches wider because she's really not holding back and this is getting fun. He lashes out with a kick and catches her in the ribs and Dark Shadow claws along his back. He stumbles forward with a grunt, and Uraraka's retaliation knee slams into his chest. It's almost ironic, but the two of them are doing a much better job tag-teaming him than with Monkey. To be fair to the Monkey idiot, it's a lot harder to push them into each other's attacks when there's only two other attacks to work with. A foot sweeps out his ankles and padded fingertips push on his shoulder, and a scenario he was trying very much to avoid is suddenly reality. A quick JRK of his arms to try and arrest his spinning whilst he still can. Uraraka strikes him on the hip and now he's spinning in two different directions at once like a gyroscope, but he fires off the explosions anyway and soars through the sky. That might be a good sign, or not. If he's drifted over the edge, all she has to do is cancel her quirk. His momentum's arrested by another pair of careful explosions, and he's at least in the safe area. Just as soon as Dark Shadow is wrapped around his ankle again, and he went from flying away to crashing down all too soon. Nevermore is on top of him, moments later, clad in the inky blackness of Dark Shadow. This was his special technique, wasn't it? The one with the dumb edgy name. Well, all of Nevermore's techniques are dumb and edgy and it's DMN impressive, but Katsuki isn't giving up without a fight. He flexes his fingers experimentally, but he knows there's no way a rapid chain of smaller explosions are going to get through Dark Shadow's armor, and he doesn't have enough time to build up a stun grenade. That leaves his bare hands, and it's not a situation to be envied. Dark Shadow feels like a strange cross between silk and steel, smooth and soft when you brush up against it, but utterly unyielding when you try to punch it. Not that Katsuki was going to stop trying even when his knuckles are bruised and bloody and he's half certain he's doing more damage to himself. Divine Bovine, these kids aren't holding anything back at all. If they'll go this far just to win the competition, how do you handle them at exam time? They're your students as well. Katsuki was too focused on fending off Tokoyami to notice it at first, but when Tokoyami has both his wrists and is trying to pin him down, there's a lull in the fight that gives him enough time to realize two separate but related things. Firstly, Uraraka hasn't done anything since Tokoyami jumped on him. Secondly, there is a cloud of debris hovering above them. "Motherfuck behind you!" he snarls, struggling a lot more frantically than before. The rocks don't look particularly big, but they don't have to be if they're going to be dropped from that height. Of course, Nevermore doesn't believe him. "Do you really think I'm going to be deceived with such a simple gambit, Bakugo?" he growls, pushing his arms down against the ground. Thud. The first rock strikes the ground inches away from both of their heads, but the second hits Tokoyami right in the small of the back. It only elicits a mild grunt from him though, the defense granted to him by Dark Shadow enough to quite literally shrug the shower of debris off, which is just as well for Katsuki, who is currently pinned under him, because he has no such defenses against falling rocks. The miniature meteor shower does present an opportunity for Katsuki though. In order to properly defend against the hail of rocks, Dark Shadow has shifted from the front to the back. He's not merciful enough to let an opening like that slide, and he reaches out to grab the rock that had so neatly landed right by his head. Clubbing Nevermore in the face with a rock was, well, it was a touch too brutal even for him. He was going to be a hero, not a pit fighter, although if Nevermore were a villain, he wouldn't hesitate. Still, crushing the rock in his left fist with a little explosive help gave him just what he needed, a handful of blinding dust. Nevermore makes an angry noise that is somewhere between a squawk and a snarl. It'd almost be comedic if Katsuki wasn't so focused on driving his fist into his kidney. By the time Katsuki finally staggers to his feet, Tokoyami is only barely capable of trying to get back up. It'd be a moment of triumph for Katsuki if it weren't for the fact that Uraraka's still ruthlessly in it to win it, and she takes the opportunity to slug him in the face with an impressive haymaker. An incredible exchange. After, yes, Midnight has just decreed it, eliminating Tokoyami. It's down to the wire with just Bakugo Katsuki and Uraraka Ochako left, but she's not giving him any breathing room. He's being dragged through the air now, not against the ground but the air itself, whistling past him. He's been tagged again, and she's trying to get rid of him. He waits for her to throw him. She has to let go eventually, and the moment she does he twists through the air, hands splayed out, and he rockets right back at her with a wild expression on his face. Now the fight really begins. Ochako knew her chances had diminished the moment her meteor shower hadn't taken out both Tokoyami and Bakugo. At least it was just her and Bakugo now, for what it was worth. Not that it was worth much. Come on, Uraraka. Bakugo roars, throwing a punch at her fast enough that she's pretty sure the wind itself is at risk of cutting her. Let's fight. No quirks. Man to man. Fuzz. Or woman. Whatever. It doesn't matter. She darts back to create some space, eyes narrowed in caution. I wasn't born yesterday, Bakugo, she calls back, a smirk on her face slowly building up to a grin. You're tired, aren't you? You'd have to be to resort to tricks like that. Sparks light up his left hand, and he laughs derisively. Come try me. See how tired I am. She starts to circle around him slowly, gaze focused. It's a small detail, but his explosions have been getting smaller if not weaker. There hasn't been as much punch to them. You are, she says slowly, grinning widely now. It's almost unsettlingly shark-like, but Bakugo has had years of dealing with worse, so it barely ruffles his feathers. Ochako doesn't waste any more time before she rushes in for the kill, fully intent on ending it then and there. Bakugo, naturally, has no such intentions, and returns the rush with as much vicious vigor. He throws a left straight with added explosion, but just as Ochako surmised, the blast is, well, it's not pitiful by any means, but it's not much larger than his fist, which is a far cry from his usual fare. It only emboldens her, and she starts getting more and more aggressive, slowly forcing Bakugo onto the defense. He still throws out the occasional explosive left jab, but each successive explosion grows weaker and weaker. The moment comes. She goes for the final strike. A foot placed just so, a hand on Bakugo's wrist, another at his shoulder. He hits the ground hard, and she follows shortly after, legs wrapped around his right arm. Got you, she crows, tightening the armbar a little. I know you don't have any explosions left in you worth a DMN. Now yield. If he thought she wouldn't make good on the threat, he had another thing coming. What an impressive display. Is this the end? Could we have our champion at last? He struggles briefly and she starts to put the pressure on. What was that you said? He grunts out, managing to force something like a smirk on his face despite the obvious pain he was in. No, explosions. Have I ever? Run out. He uncurls the fingers of his right hand. The light catches on his palms, and the glinting sets warning klaxons off in her mind. She has enough time for a last-ditch attempt to stop Bakugo, but it's not enough. Her world is engulfed in fire and smoke. Hitoshi's not sure what to feel about the fight. On one hand, it's all very impressive. Displays of great power, cunning, and technique. On the other, it's a little terrifying. He knew Katsuki could do this kind of thing, this kind of no-holds-barred brawling to win, but Uraraka. He's not super familiar with her, but looking at her, she didn't really seem like the kind of person who had it in her. She just seemed nice. You really do have to look out for the nice ones, he thinks, giving the beaming Izuku a sidelong glance. What do you think's going on? He mutters, watching Midnight say something to Katsuki and then gesture with her WHP thing. And then she thwacks him with it. He doesn't seem pleased. Midnight's calling the fight, Izuku says cheerfully. Before anyone gets too badly injured. Kaken's arm is already broken and that last explosion probably gave Ochako a concussion. Izuku's brazen willingness to use everyone's first names still astounds Hitoshi. It makes sense. Almost. Okay, if she was going to do that, why didn't she intervene in like half the other fights? And by the other fights I mean literally every fight with Katsuki. Izuku doesn't respond to that, just humming thoughtfully to himself. It is just as well that she did, Tenya muttered, adjusting his glasses with a serious look. I do not believe either of the contestants were willing to surrender no matter badly they were injured. It was either going to be a knockout or a decision. That's definitely a conclusion Hitoshi can get behind. If Katsuki had his way, he'd probably end up with all of his limbs broken and then still try and bite Uraraka into SBMs and... At that moment, Midnight thwops Katsuki again and then gestures at the announcers. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight is officially over. The lovely Lady Midnight has brought an end to the fight and... What's this? She's not calling it either contestant's favor. We'll have to go to the judges. Mr. Eraserhead, they're your protégés. Who do you think will take home the sash? I refuse to be a part of this. Hitoshi hums, leaning forward on the railing. Wanna make a bet? Katsuki or Uraraka? Explosions or gravity? Loser buys everyone a drink. WHA wager. On our own classmates. How could you even suggest such a dash? Tenya begins, spluttering already. It's really too easy, like winding up a toy except you just have to give it like a quarter of a turn before it goes off for hours. I'll go on Kaken, Izuku says cheerfully, interrupting Tenya's rant without a second thought. I expected you'd go for that option, Hitoshi remarks, turning to give Tenya the full force of his Cheshire smirk. Well Tenya, what'll it be? For the last time, don't use my name so familiarly. Tenya snaps. Too easy. He looks between the two of them, and apparently the peer pressure is too much, or maybe it's just the innocently expectant look on Izuku's face because he lets out a sigh. Fine. Uraraka-san then. She had Bakugo in a pinning position, she's clearly ahead in points. Not to mention she eliminated Ojiro-san. Hitoshi shrugs lightly. Well, Katsuki took out Tokoyami and got her back for the armbar. Not to mention the fact that he held all three of them off for so long. He doesn't really have a stake in the argument that much, except for keeping Tenya from realizing that. If he's forced to make a wager, he'll think of something. If he gets away with it, free drink. They're announcing the winners. And he's made it across the finish line. Izuku, he thinks, I could kiss you. Thank you for waiting everyone. It's time to announce the rankings. Present Mike seems more bombastic when you can see him, striding across the arena in front of the winner's stands. Of course, in fourth is Ojiro Mashireo. His fighting talent saw him through to the finale, but it couldn't overwhelm his opponents. A round of applause. Ironically, Ojiro looks the least beaten and bruised of the four, but it might have more to do with the fact that he was eliminated earlier by getting out of bounds. The other three had to be beaten into position. He's still quite proud as All Might presents him with a medal. Fourth place is still a final position. In third, we have the inscrutable Tokoyami Fumikage. His powerful quirk gave him a leg up, and after a grueling fight, he was taken out. Tokoyami, by contrast, seems more bashful and shy in the spotlight. Whether that was because he was just like that, because he only made it to third, or because All Might was bestowing him with a medal is hard to say. In second place, after much consideration and hawing, we have Bakugo Katsuki. His explosive power was incredible, and the arc of his performance here in the sports festival was one of a kind. Bakugo takes his loss well, all things considered. He's still glowering like someone murdered his favorite puppy, but he doesn't resist when All Might slips a silver medal around his neck and even manages a very brief wave to the crowds that doesn't even end in a rude gesture. But of course there is only one winner and only one gold. She was something of a dark horse in this race, but she made it to the finish line and she edged all the favorites. Uraraka Ochako everyone. The applause from the crowd reaches truly thunderous levels, as All Might presents the champion with the gold medal. Her own face is grinning so wide it has to hurt, especially with all the burns and bruises. Next time, Uraraka, Bakugo mutters, adjusting his medal with the arm that isn't in a cast, I'll be the one standing in your place. She doesn't let the grin slip from her face. Just try it, Bakugo. I'll break both your arms next time. Our champions, everybody. The digital watch face blinks back at him, stubbornly insisting it's 2:58 in the morning no matter how much he glares at it. Come on, B3 already, he mutters, tearing his gaze away from it to scan the living room of his house once again. Is it really his house? It is and it isn't, he supposes. Midoriya Hisashi has very little claim to it, given he's so rarely in it. He taps a polished shoe against the ground impatiently, fiddling with the carefully tied Windsor knot of his crimson silk tie. He hates leaving like this, disappearing in the middle of the night like a phantom. Like he's some sort of fever dream, vanishing when you look away. Inko deserves something better than that, but if it were up to him, she would be queen of the world, and he imagines many people would disagree with that. Then again, that was what death rays were for. Not that he was allowed to build those anymore. His watch beeps just as he feels it, a cold wind that rushes through his house even though he's quite certain all the windows are closed. Drama queen, he mutters under his breath, although he's forced to squint against the biting wind as it howls around him in a silent but personalized maelstrom. Slowly, but surely, a crack in space begins to form in front of him, and then it starts to widen until he can see directly into a terrifying space of whirling teal-black energy and what appeared to be silently screaming faces. To anyone who wasn't familiar with it, it must have appeared terrifying, like some sort of breach to the hell dimension. Hisashi rolls his eyes. Can you quit with the theatrics, Sharon? It's bad enough that you insist on doing this at the witching hour. Suddenly, the whirling tear in space widens considerably faster, as though someone had just pressed the fast-forward button on a remote. Once at a sufficient size suspiciously similar to the measurements of the average door, the space seems to stabilize and the energy fades, leaving a distinctly out-of-place opening in space that lead to an empty corridor. Empty, save for the suited, dark-skinned figure standing in the middle of it, a faintly amused expression visible just above a half-mask decorated with a bone motif. Only because you asked so nicely, Prometheus. Back to work so soon. No rest for the wicked, Hisashi answers dryly, peering into the corridor. I don't suppose you know what my next assignment is? The operative known as Sharon simply shrugged. You'll have to talk to Hades. Speaking of which, he's waiting for you. Great. Just the person he wanted to see. Hisashi takes one last look at the Oh, to be able to say goodbye, my love. Come on, get a move on. You know I can't hold this gate open forever. Prometheus stuck his tongue out, not that Sharon could see, before he stepped into the corridor alongside him. The moment his heel was clear of the portal line, the tear in space snapped shut as though it had never been there. The only thing left was a small card on the kitchen table. When Izuku comes down for breakfast, he's not all that surprised to see that the table is set for one, a solitary bowl of rice, one bowl of miso soup, one plate of grilled fish, and a small serving of pickled vegetables. He's not all that disappointed either, but he still calls out, already, in an inquisitive voice. Having the singular pleasure of raising Izuku, Midoriya Inko can read what Izuku means far better than anyone and doesn't miss a beat. First thing in the morning, but he left you this card, dear. She sets it down on the table alongside a cup of green tea. The front is embossed with All Might's beaming visage, cheerfully telling him, never fear. Why? For it's your day today. Inside, there is a small drawing of what Izuku can only assume is Hisashi giving him the thumbs up, and a small message. Hey sport, I wanted to say goodbye in person, but we don't always get what we want. I also wanted to write a lot more here, but I don't really have much time, so there's that as well. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything that would disappoint your mother. Lots of love, your wayward father. He's not really sure what he should be feeling about this information. Relief probably isn't it, but it feels like a pressure has been lifted off of him all the same. It seemed that despite all of Izuku's best efforts, he couldn't see that man as his father. It's not like he hated him or anything. Izuku has never really hated anything though. It's just as well that he never has, for the very thought of what might be born out of Izuku's hatred has more than once kept Katsuki awake with nightmares. The energy in 1F is positively frenetic, but it's almost entirely due to Hatsune Miku, whose bombastic posturing can be heard well into the hallway. Of course, the moment Izuku steps through the door, all of that intense chaotic energy is focused on him. Everyone else is abuzz with lower levels of excitement as well, but it doesn't escape his notice that Shinya isn't present. Although that probably has something to do with the way Makino very pointedly and loudly says, "Oh hey Midoriya," in what is blatantly an attempt at getting Mei to target someone else. It's a successful ploy, and Izuku doesn't mind being the lightning rod. "Are you excited, Izuku?" she cries, leaning in so close he can almost feel her eyelashes against his. Before he can even open his mouth, she continues in a breathless rush. "This is the day we've all been waiting for. When all our hard work pays off. It's finally here." Izuku blinks. "Isn't it too early to graduate?" "What? Not that day. The other day. We haven't even done final exams yet though. The other day. But we just had the internships." Makino screams, raw frustration bleeding out of her soul into the ether around her. She's talking about internships. Sweet Athena's grace, how can you be so smart and so dense? Izuku puts a finger to his chin. "I dunno," he admits, after a moment of thought, which just draws another groan from Makino. It's kind of funny to Izuku. Kaken reacted the same way when he'd answered that question as well. "But aren't you excited, Izuku-an?" Mei cries again, now that he's finally on the same page as her. "Internships. All those wonderful companies have watched our performance in the sports festival and they're going to be asking us. I've already got an offer, but I can't wait to see who else will make them." Makino freezes momentarily. "You already have an offer?" she mutters, sounding disbelieving. Really, Izuku doesn't know what's so surprising about that. "I've got one as well," he offers helpfully, rummaging around for that business card Ingenium gave him. This appears to be the wrong thing to say to Makino as she drops her head onto the table with a soft thud. "Stupid of me to even try to compete with monsters," she mumbles under her breath. Izuku lets out a small laugh and pats her on the back as Mei slings an arm around her shoulders. "Don't worry, Maki-chan," she declares, "there'll be a bright future ahead of you as part of my design team." "That's exactly what I'm afraid of." Fortunately for Makino, any further nightmares were put to rest when Maijima burst into the room. "Alright, everyone in your seats," he boomed, dropping a large stack of papers on his desk. Setsuna trailed behind him, hair a cool light teal, as she carried an even larger stack precariously in her arms before depositing alongside the first. "Everyone here. Firstly, congratulations on your performance in the sports festival. You kids put on an incredible performance. This was the best performance by the support department in years. So give yourselves a pat on the back for that. But now on to business." Maijima gave the class a serious look from behind his excavator helmet. "It's time for internships. Now, some of you have gotten direct offers due to your performance in the festival. Be proud of that, but don't think that's your only option. We have a list of companies willing to take internships from the support department and they're far from trash. Think long and hard about which one you choose to go with. Setsuna will hand out the lists as well as any offers you might have received." Izuku takes a moment to glance over the list. There's a lot of big-name corporations on there, as well as famous support companies and heroes. None of them jump out at him as particularly interesting or ideal though, and Team Idaten's business card almost burns in his pocket. He spares a glance over at Mei, who is gleefully going over a list at least twice as long as Izuku's, and he lets a smile spread across his face. He thinks he knows where he wants to go. Maijima-sensei gives him a look when he tells him he's interning at Team Idaten, as if to ask Izuku if he's sure. The moment passes, and he jots the details down before. "Can I ask you a favor, Midoriya?" he asks, surprising the starry-eyed boy. "Of course," he replies cheerfully, because he is nothing if not helpful. "Shuton called in sick today. Can you deliver his list to his quarters?" Maijima holds out some papers, somehow larger than even Mei's, even though Shinya hadn't participated in the sports festival at all. Izuku nods, but there's a slight flaw in this plan. "I have no idea where he lives." "Easy peasy. West side of you. There's a building just past the dormitories. If you get lost, ask for directions," Maijima replies gruffly. "Well, that's a surprise." Izuku never realized he lived on campus, although this does make a great time to deliver something of his own. Shinso Hitoshi has a serious conundrum on his hands. His performance at the sports festival was apparently good enough that people think he's worth mentoring. Or, more cynically, it was so awful they pitied him and want to polish him up into a presentable state. If he's perfectly honest, he doesn't actually care which of the two it is, because either way, he still has to choose someone to go with. A week-long internship with a hero. Oi Ojiro, he mutters, causing the other boy to pause in the middle of inhaling his ramen. Who are you interning? Maybe if he asks someone else he'll get a better idea of what he wants to do with himself. The imstiar of my old dojo, son Wukong III. He finishes his mouthful of noodles, and lets out a small sigh of contentment. I didn't realize he took internships, because he's supposed to be retired. But I guess he still has his hero license, and well, I'm familiar with him already so, well, that doesn't help Hitoshi at all. Lord Explosion Murder. Katsuki glares half-heartedly, and Hitoshi's surprised to find he's a little disappointed. I don't know why you think I can help you, Captain Smartass. I got a request from Best Jeanist and you bet you're insomniac, but I'm taking it. Best Jeanist. Isn't he like, number 5 in the hero rankings? Hitoshi's genuinely impressed. Genuinely. It's not like any of the heroes sending offers to Hitoshi are no names either, but to get an offer from one of the top 10 heroes. Number 4, Katsuki corrects with just a hint of smug. Now he wants to know who sent offers to Uraraka, given that she beat him. Endeavor. All might. But who are you interning with? Hitoshi lets out a sigh. I have no idea, he admits. I don't even know what kind of focus I want. Should he go for a combat-oriented mentor and learn to fight? Someone more with publicity skills. He kind of wishes Izuku was here, so he could pick his brain. He'd probably have some ideas. Where is Izuku, anyway? Katsuki pauses. Normally those words would have filled him with a yawning pit of dread, but, well, Izuku has been out of sight of anyone before and the world hasn't ended yet. So maybe he shouldn't be too worried. Dumbass probably got lost in his own head again. The truth is perhaps a bit more mundane than that. Izuku's pretty sure he's finally found his destination for all his many talents. Reading maps is not one of them, because the first thing he sees on the building is a large warning sign informing him that the building is a biohazard area, and entry is strictly forbidden without XPLCT permission from staff. It's also a stark reminder that despite considering himself Shinya's friend, he doesn't know much about the other boy. He knows his quirk is called biohazard, and that it's apparently dangerous enough that he wears a special suit. He knows he's studying his own quirk, and that he's a brilliant chemist and biologist. But he doesn't really know much beyond that, but this is a great opportunity to learn, and Izuku's never shied away from such a thing, so he strides past the warning signs to the intercom. BZDD. Midoriya, comes Shinya's flat, unemotional tone. It sounds vaguely hoarser though, and somewhat like he has just woken up. Hi Shinya-san. Izuku chirps, leaning towards the intercom. There must be a camera, somewhere, although he hasn't noticed it just there it is in the corner. He waves. Majima-sensei asked me to drop some stuff off for you. Can I come in? There's a brief silence before the static of the intercom cuts through it again. It is currently almost the end of lunch, Midoriya. Are you not required to return to class? Nope. We have a free PRD afterwards. I can spend it here. Izuku beams at the camera. After another PRD of silence, friendship wins out once again as sliding airlock doors hiss open. Inside is a glaringly pristine white, and Izuku almost feels like he's going to dirty things just by breathing on them. On hooks are a row of hazmat suits of varying sizes. What to do next is obvious, and he wastes little time in shifting into one, putting his deliveries into a plastic satchel at the waist. The moment he's finished zipping up, the doors seal shut with a small hiss, and a friendly, female voice blares to life. BIOS scan in progress. Please stand by, no biohazardous materials detected. Opening airlock. The doors open slowly, and Izuku holds his breath even though there's no need. He half expects an onrush of opaque smoke or gas, but there's nothing at all. Nothing he can detect from inside the suit at least. The airlock opens into a wide open space, similar to the average Japanese home. There's a small table in the center of the room, tatami mat floors, and a surprising amount of pot plants are scattered around the floors. They protrude from the walls and even hang from the ceiling in some places. Many of them are currently flowering, and Izuku wishes he could smell the wonderful scents. Welcome to my quarters, Midoriya. I apologize for my inability to serve you refreshments. Please, make yourself at home. Shinya stood before him, dressed in a short and airy gray yukata, and it is the very first time Izuku has actually laid eyes on the person inside the suit. He's a little shorter than the suit and thus, Izuku himself, but that's to be expected. His skin is pale, somewhere between ashen and deathly, with veins faintly visible in parts. Acid green hair crowns his head in unruly tufts, almost looking like a dying plant. But perhaps what is most surprising is how expressive his face is. It's a complete contrast to his blank, emotionless tone. Everything from his thin, taut mouth to the rippling emerald eyes cannot seem to hide even the tiniest thing. Izuku beams at him, and Shinya actually squints a little in response. Sorry for the intrusion. I like your decorations. You really like gardening. He steps past Shinya to inspect some of the nearest varieties. A vibrant-looking succulent hanging off the wall catches his attention briefly, but the crawling vines hanging from a pot chained to the ceiling distracts him almost as quickly. Shinya smiles, although it's too sad and one to be truly called a smile. Yes, I am fond of many varieties. It serves as a hobby outside of my research. He watches quietly as Izuku hones in on a large group of white open flowers with yellow stamens. Camellia thaliensis, he offers, its leaves can be used to make tea. I enjoy its. He pauses for a moment, face twitching slightly before he lets out a sudden and startling sneeze. The mucus, Izuku idly notes as he wipes it off his mask, is tinged blue. I apologize. I am, as you are no doubt aware, not entirely well today. A light bulb goes off in Izuku's mind, and he remembers that he didn't come here just to socialize. Here, he says cheerfully, holding up the sheaf of papers. Should I put them on the table? Yes. Thank you. He clears a space for the papers on the table, shifting a centerpiece of spider lilies to create more room. Izuku sets them down on the table. It's a very nice table, looks like teak before pulling his second douai out of the plastic satchel. Shinya blinks slowly, eyes wide with confusion as he stares at the item in Izuku's hands. Strung together on a piece of sturdy nylon thread are a collection of little glass beads, no larger than a knuckle. They range in colors of soft greens, gentle blues, and smoldering oranges. It's a friendship bracelet? Izuku declares cheerfully, taking the moment to tie it around Shinya's bare wrist. I wanted to get you a thank you gift for helping me out during the festival. I couldn't have made it without you. He still hasn't figured out, but he knows it's important, and so it's important that he thanks Shinya for making it possible. Shinya, for his part, seems absolutely mesmerized by the glass beads, judging by his wide-eyed expression. He says and does nothing for what must be at least a few minutes, but something translucent and green wells up in the corner of his eyes before slowly trickling along his pale cheeks and dripping onto the tatami mat floors. It makes a slight hiss as it makes contact. Are you okay? Izuku asks quietly, frowning behind the plexiglass mask. Shinya blinks rapidly, reaching up to wipe the tears away. I apologize, he says, blank tone contrasted against his bashful expression. Rather than blushing pink, his cheeks taken on an almost yellowish color as though jaundiced. I am simply overcome with emotion. If Izuku couldn't see his face right now, he might have thought he was being sarcastic. That's fine. He reaches out and pats Shinya on the shoulder with a bright smile. It's always better to let things out than keep them in. Thank you, Shinya mutters quietly, when it looks like he's gotten control over himself once again. The tears aren't coming anymore, but the jaundiced look has gotten worse. Izuku isn't sure if that's normal or not though. Your visit was very welcome. He straightened his back. Regretfully, I believe you should leave now. I should return to resting, to recover from my illness. Izuku can't help feeling a touch disappointed, but he nods all the same. He wanted to sit down and ask more about Shinya's plants and maybe about the jaundice, and were his tears acidic or alkaline. But he should get going. He doesn't want to miss class entirely after all. There you are, Where the F were you at lunch? Katsuki snarls, arms crossed over his chest as he angrily checks Izuku over. His worry is clear in his face and his words, but Izuku's polite enough not to say anything about it as they begin walking home. I had something to deliver, Izuku supplies helpfully, not commenting when Katsuki quirks an eyebrow at him. He tilts his head to the side in a familiar gesture and decides to change the topic before Katsuki ties himself into knots over it. So, who are you going with? Well versed in Izuku's thought patterns, it takes him only half a second to realize what he's actually asking before answering, best jeanist? He calmly, if a touch forcefully, puts a hand over Deku's mouth before the idiot can begin barraging him with 1,000 questions. Yeah, that's right, that FING best jeanist. Izuku has never once doubted that Katsuki was destined for greatness in life, but to be recognized by the number 4 hero so early in his academia is still something else entirely, and the excitement is clear as a summer sky even behind Katsuki's stifling hand. No, I don't know what the internship will involve. Yes, I know where it is, it's at his Tokyo office. Yes, I'll try and get you a FING autograph, you nerd. He pauses for a moment to see if he's forgotten anything. Izuku helpfully raises a hand. What? He snaps, removing his hand after a moment. It's not a good fit, is it? He says bluntly. Katsuki scowls but shrugs. He's powerful, he counters. He isn't number 4 for nothing, Deku. But who would you pick? Izuku doesn't even ponder it for a second. Endeavor, he declares plainly. What? That a-hole. Come on. I'm more likable than that. He's not so blind to his own flaws to believe he has the usual nice charm of the average hero. He's not going to win any smiling contests, that's for sure. Izuku personally thinks Katsuki has a charm all of his own. It's a bit of an acquired taste though, but that's not really the point he's getting at. Quirks and power. Best genus way of thinking is too different. Raw, explosive power is a better fit, and if it's Kaken, it has to be someone near the top, right? So Endeavor. He's grudgingly forced to admit that the idiot has a point. He always does. Well, what about Edge Shot then? He's number 5. Izuku taps his chin with a finger. Precision. Might work. Precision is something Katsuki could benefit a lot from learning, but he's not sure Edge Shot is the one to teach him that. Edge Shot's quirk is precise by nature, not by technique. Seemingly satisfied with that answer, they fall into their usual companionable silence for a little while until Katsuki decides to ask a question of his own. And you? He grunts. Where are you interning? Team Ida 10. It's not the answer Katsuki's expecting, but of course, if Katsuki had been aware of Izuku's history with Ingenium, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. Izuku has an odd sort of gravity to him that ensures everyone who crosses his path more than once is doomed to get caught up in his orbit. Didn't think they'd offer support internships? Then again, all he really knows about Team Ida 10 is that they're a bunch of heroes working together instead of one big name leading a bunch of sidekicks. Izuku shrugs. I think he liked my suggestions. He offers, not particularly concerned with the why, before he suddenly brightens up in that particular way that suggests he's just gotten an idea. Let's get udon. To his credit, Katsuki only allows himself to be tripped up by the suggestions statement very briefly before he files it away in the Deku folder. I'm not paying, he grumbles, allowing himself to be taken by the hand and dragged. After the relative weirdness of the past few days, it's nice to feel like things are settling down again, Izuku thinks. Things are getting back to normal, well, his normal. It, of course, doesn't last. Midoriya Izuku dreams often of great swirling stars, of giants of flaming gas and dust. He sees them in his mind, holds them in his hand, tilts entire galaxies on their axis. All of which only makes waking up in the middle of a field of daisies all the more confusing. Hello, says a voice that is familiar and strange all at once. I've been waiting. I have so many appealing things to show you. Izuku thinks that is very kind of the familiar stranger, to have waited what must have been eons all to show him things that are appealing. He takes their hand and lets them pull him up from amongst the daisies. For you, says the stranger, holding out a bouquet of pansies and rhododendrons, resplendent in purple and lilac. Very kind indeed, Izuku thinks, accepting the flowers. Their scent is sweet and charming, but he cannot help but feel there is something he's missing. The stranger pulls him along by the hand, and Izuku allows them. The dream around them is appealing and natural in a way that his dreams rarely are. There are no towering stellar formations, no vast moons and twinkling constellations. Trees, flowers, grass, and a yellow brick road. Should I read into this? He asks, frowning as the bricks start to become clearer and more present. Is his unconscious mind attempting to tell him something, or is this because he watched The Wizard of Oz when it was playing on television a few days ago? Should you, responds the stranger, and Izuku thinks that's a fair response. It's not as though the stranger is any more removed from the dream than Izuku is. Any answers they have are answers Izuku has. He nearly stumbles into them when the stranger suddenly pauses, but he manages to catch himself in time. Look, they say, pointing up at the sky, and Izuku does. The blue sky has turned into the black of empty space, and a cascade of brightly glowing lights shimmer in place of clouds or the sun. Despite this, the light level of the dream hasn't changed at all, but that's not something one questions in a dream. He's struck by his usual urge to reach out and grasp them, but the stranger stays his hand with their own. Not yet. You can't reach them yet, says the stranger, and there's an almost melancholy note to their voice. Izuku frowns. He's definitely missing something. If not yet, then when? The stranger smiles at him softly. We have to see the wizard first. He'll help you take off your spectacles. He reaches up with a hand to touch his face, not quite sure how surprised he should be to find that there are a pair of goggles sealed to his face. No amount of tugging or pulling will make them budge the tiniest inch. Okay, he says, accepting the goggles as a fact of life. To the wizard then. He's behind the curtain, right? The stranger is smiling wider now. That's right. When the curtain rises, your spectacles will come off and you'll see the man behind the curtain. Then I can show you all those wonderful things. Izuku quietly thinks this is a very menacing way to phrase it. There's something he's missing. Something vital. He just can't put his finger on it. Aren't you going to pull back the curtain? The stranger asks, and Izuku blinks. They're not on the yellow brick road anymore. They're on a stage, and the lights are all on Izuku. In his hands is the mystery orb. He's not sure where the stranger is anymore, and he's not sure why he doesn't care. The stranger is important, he thinks. He knows it. He just can't remember why. Why is the orb here now? Is it just symbolic of the mystery that Izuku doesn't even understand? Is it some repressed, unconscious part of his mind? He brushes a thumb along the clear window that shows the swirling mass of plasma inside, and it almost seems to hum in response. A slow but familiar aria. He looks up at the stage, at the empty audience seats. And then he turns around to see rippling velvet curtains. This is important. He knows. He just doesn't. Izuku, calls a voice that seems to echo out from all around him. It's familiar as well, but different from the stranger. Izuku, calls the voice again, louder this time. The dream world is shaking, curtains rippling. The stranger's voice emanates again, but this time it seems to come from the orb. Aren't you going to pull back the curtain? They echo, as the music builds to a crescendo. The curtain. He's so close now. If he just reaches out, his fingertips brush up against the fabric and, Izuku, you wake up. His eyes snap open. Midoriya Inko's concerned face dominates his vision. Izuku, she exclaims, you fell asleep at your desk. Really, you shouldn't be working so late. An interminable sense of loss spreads through Izuku's soul. He can still feel the curtain against his fingertips. He cannot remember the stranger's face. He knows he saw them. It's important, so why can't he remember? But I needed to see the wizard, he mumbles, peeling off a sheet of paper that stuck to his cheek. Not if it means you're sleeping at your desk, honey, Inko says in a firm tone without commenting on what had come out of his mouth. Now come on. You're going to be late for school if you don't get ready soon. Izuku frowns, rubbing his face. The wizard, it was important, wasn't it? He couldn't remember. The details were already fading from his mind, and when he stretched his arms out above his head and felt his joints make satisfying little cracks and pops, the last remnants of any memory faded away into his unconscious mind. The early morning walk to school is a ritual Izuku and Katsuki have engaged in since they had begun walking to school. It consisted almost entirely of Izuku rambling about whatever random idea or topic had currently claimed his interest, Katsuki doing his best to keep up with whatever bullshit he was currently spewing and occasionally ensuring that Izuku didn't walk headfirst into any kind of danger. It always happened at least once. Katsuki is fairly certain Izuku is perfectly aware of the dangers. He's also just perfectly aware that Katsuki wouldn't let him actually get hurt. Today's topic is their upcoming internships. In true fashion, Izuku is rambling at a mile a minute about Team Idaten's interesting dynamics, tactics, and, well, just about every detail. Katsuki's pretty sure if he paid enough attention, he'd eventually know everything there is to know about the entire team, down to what they have for breakfast. As it is, he can only really get every second word or so without frying his brain trying to keep up. He knows he'll get a play-by-play afterwards as well, so it's not like he has to pay too much attention to begin with, and as long as he doesn't have to actually really retain anything Izuku says, there's no harm in letting him ramble. Good morning, Midoriya-san. Bakugo-san. The familiar loud voice snaps Katsuki out of his supervisory trance, and he reflexively glares at the speaker. What the FS with that disappointed tone, 4 eyes. He barks out irritatedly, rubbing the back of his neck. Tenya stares back. It's not a glare, it's just a stern gaze of disapproval, honest, adjusting his glasses with a hand and a dismissive huff. I was hoping to talk to Midoriya-san alone, if you must know. Tenya was not familiar enough with either of the two to be aware of the almost symbiotic dynamic between them, but he was aware that they were at least on good terms with each other. Perhaps it was a case of his own personal biases, but Midoriya seemed too bright and innocent to associate with the likes of Bakugo. Such a friendship would only bring Midoriya down. Of course, he was entertainingly and almost ironically wrong on almost every count, but he could hardly be blamed for not being aware of that. Katsuki glared intently, fingers twitching with the promise of explosive violence. Teach whatever. I'll see you at lunch, Deku. And with that, he stomped off, leaving a smiling Izuku and a frowning Tenya. Good morning, Tenya-kun, Izuku chirps. What can I do for you? Tenya straightens up a little. I was hoping to get to know you a little more. He declares. We will both be interning at Team Idaten, yes. So I thought it pertinent that we become acquainted beforehand. And Tenya has quite a few questions for him. He's managed to learn the story of how his brother met him, years ago, and he has no idea what to make of it. And apparently their second interaction, has been enough to spark Tensei's interest in Midoriya. Tenya can't quite blame him. He's only met Midoriya twice, and he's interested in finding out more, albeit for different reasons. How can anyone be so close with Bakugo? How dare you breathe my air, Katsuki? Never one to miss an opportunity to make a new friend, Izuku beams at Tenya. Sure. What did you want to know? It's only now that it dawns on Tenya that he doesn't actually know what to ask. Getting to know Izuku is all well and good, but it's not like asking him what his favorite type of music is going to reveal some deep insight into his character. Or will it? No, that was too silly to contemplate. Who are you hoping to study under in Team Idaten? Izuku pauses, tapping a finger against his chin before he smiles. Everyone, he says cheerfully, after only the briefest moment of thought. I'd like to take notes and understand the breadth of support that is required of a full agency. Truly, Izuku can't wait to see everyone's equipment up close. Witnessing the work of other inventors, understanding the various needs of heroes, this is what he lives for. An admirable goal. Tenya declares, nodding seriously, and also very understandable if he's interning at Team Idaten. He doesn't want to sound like he's just tooting his brother's horn. Well, it's just his own thoughts, so he's allowed, but Team Idaten has one of the most varied rosters of heroes and sidekicks. If your goal is to be exposed to as many different quirks as possible, it's definitely a good place to go. I certainly look forward to working alongside you. And with that, Izuku officially declares Tenya a friend. There is no longer any escape. Tenya is suddenly overcome dawning sense of horror. Rather than attribute this to his now bound fate, he realizes that he's going to be late for class, or rather, he's going to only be a few minutes early instead of a full 10 minutes. Forgive me, Midoriya. I have caused us both to be tardy. We must make haste. Izuku lets out a quiet laugh, because he knows he has at least 3 minutes to get to class, which is only a 2-minute walk, but he joins Tenya in his hurried dash anyway. Forgiven. It's a relatively quiet day for 1F. Most, if not all of them, have put in their official internship forms, and they've all received the rather open instructions to prepare for your internships, brats, from BGMI. For some, like May, this means deciding which of their precious babies to bring with them. For others, like Chizuru, this means preparing their tools for the work to come. For Ogata, this means sleeping, face down against his workstation. For Izuku, this means reviewing his own equipment. Of his fellow students, he's probably the only one with a hands-on mindset when it comes to support, in that he intends not only to offer his support through the items he designs or the costumes he creates, but also through actual, physical support. He might not have the combat or rescue training that the heroic students have, but he has his equipment. And it's not as though he intends to be the first hero or sidekick, which is basically a hero like this. Masamune used to be a household name, and still kind of was. The second Masamune was a bit of a recluse though, and didn't really do any public heroism anymore, but even using just the melding quirk, the first Masamune had made an impressive career as a pro hero through the use of his handmade and molded equipment, alongside the numerous things he offered. The pro hero Iron Warden from Europe had built a career on shielding technology and used it as part of his own costume. There were numerous other examples, but the fact remained clear. So he could definitely make it as a hero or a sidekick on his own. As part of that, he has his personal equipment. His shield, his staff, a breastplate. He's a little embarrassed to admit he doesn't have much else at the moment, but he can work on boots and bracers today and over the weekend. His staff is very much the centerpiece at the moment though. Whilst his shield has many uses and features, at the end of the day, it's still just a shield. It's strong, tough, hard, it's insulated against heat and electricity, not that Izuku is particularly at risk from either. Its design allows the force from any impact to spread across its entire shape. As protection, it was top shelf, but it was, at least for the moment, still just a shield. It did nothing but shield. His staff, on the other hand, may as well have been an oversized Swiss Army knife. It's separated into 3 parts, forming a 3-section staff or just a 2-section, if he only separated one part for transport or combat purposes. If necessary, each part could completely detach itself, although reattachment was difficult and unlikely to occur in a fight. The entire staff could act as a stun baton, channeling a handful of milliamperes to render an opponent unable to fight, as based on the statistics of the average Japanese male. A click of a button, and the last section could twist itself into a leaf-bladed spear or a broad-headed shovel. It's an incredibly versatile weapon, and the rest of his equipment is just so simple in comparison. Midoriya-san. A familiar voice gently pushes through his musings, and when he looks up, the impassive, expressionless mask of Shuton Shinya looks back. I apologize for bothering you. Don't be silly. Izuku chides gently, giving him a bright, welcoming smile. We're friends. Silence is Shinya's response. I did not want to presume, he says at last, after a good solid minute of stillness. It's at this point that Izuku notices what's held carefully in his thickly gloved hands, a potted flower. 6 petals open up from a yellow stamen, each a rich feathery pink that changes to soft white at the edges. The flowers, and there are 3 of them, all gently arch up towards the sky, as if gazing up at it with hopeful eyes. Izuku thinks it's a little silly of Shinya not to assume they're friends. What other meaning does a friendship bracelet have? Those are pretty, he says, changing conversation topics like one might change hats. There's an almost imperceptible shift in Shinya's posture, but Izuku notices the way he straightens himself all the same. Lilium orientalis stargazer. The stargazer lily. He extends the potted flower towards him. A gift. Izuku blinks once, twice, 3 times before he lets out a small laugh. There's no need for that, Shinya. Nonsense. You provided me with assistance. It is only natural to repay that. We're friends, Izuku corrects gently, although what he's correcting isn't clear, but he takes the flower pot regardless. The flowers shift slightly with the movement, and it almost seems as though they're looking up at him in this moment. I understand. There's just the tiniest shift in his posture. Izuku gets the impression that he's embarrassed. He decides to remedy that with a beaming smile, bright enough to burn away any misgivings. Unfortunately, rather than make Shinya comfortable and at ease, it only seems to have the opposite effect. Apologies, he says blankly, with just the tiniest hint of fluster. I have to go. Are you still not feeling well? Izuku peers into the expressionless lenses of the mask, hoping to catch some glint of Shinya inside. The faintest little glimmers of green peer back at him. Yes, Shinya says, after an uncharacteristically long silence. Apologies. I must retire to my dormitory. There's no need to apologize. Especially not twice in such a short time. If you're not feeling well, you're not feeling well. Do you need me to help you back? Shinya startles, only barely visible with the suit. If that won't be necessary. Thank you. Izuku watches as he sort of hurriedly grabs his bag and walks out of the classroom with only a brief glance from a few others. He must really not be feeling well, Izuku thinks, if he was that flustered. He glances down at the flower, as though it might hold an answer to his questions. The flower does not, but it gives him an idea all the same. I understand your misgivings, Tamura, but you shouldn't be disheartened. I believe this meeting will go much more smoothly. The wafting black mist that makes up the form of the villain Kurogiri gestures to the figure sitting on a stool just to his left. They're an old associate of Sensei. You can trust them more than someone like the hero killer. A dry hand reaches up to pick at the scabbed skin of a neck, narrow eyes glaring from behind the disembodied hand currently attached to his face. That FING a-hole stain is already helping. Why do we need to recruit more NPCs? The figure lets out a small barking laugh, slapping a hand on the bar. This is Sensei's heir. They taunted, cracking their fingers one-handedly. This little brat. Did All Might give him brain damage or something? Shigaraki Tamura very carefully took a deep breath, counted to 5, and then released. What do you believe in? He asked, quiet and dangerous. What are you striving for? Kurogiri almost jumped for joy. He was learning. After the fruitful meeting with the hero killer, Shigaraki was already learning how to recruit new individuals of strength and charisma into the league. The figure paused. What am I striving for? They echo. Understanding. This time when they speak, there's something in their eyes, and Shigaraki finds himself instinctively avoiding eye contact. He doesn't know why, but he knows that if he were to look into their eyes, nothing good would happen. I want to know, you know. Don't you think it's weird? They point an off-colored finger at the bartender, who doesn't react. Kurogiri is well used to this. This one is made of mist and teleports things. But what? People used to ask that, but they've stopped. Nobody's found an answer. I don't want to stop. I want to keep digging. I want to keep digging where everyone else won't. Shigaraki notes Kurogiri has already edged away, and decides that maybe it's for the best if he does the same. Their guest is growing increasingly manic, gesticulating almost wildly. They're cowards. Who cares what we have to do? What laws we have to violate, what sacrifices we have to make. Do you think we touched the moon with such attitudes? It's too risky, it's inhumane, you can't do that to people. But I'll show them. I'll show everyone. I'll leave no stone unturned, no avenue unexplored, and when I understand the secrets of quirks, they'll rue the day they laughed at Shirainosuke. Silence befell the bar. Slowly, Hoji began to calm down, almost like a deflating balloon as Shigaraki and Kurogiri both watched at a safe distance. So I guess I'll help you in this endeavor, as a favor to Sensei for his help in my research. Just this once, so you'll have to earn my help afterwards. Loom the web-spinning hero was perhaps a bit more energetic than Izuku had expected based on his reputation. Not that he really had a reputation, given he was officially considered a sidekick of Ingenium. Watching each of his 8 chitinous hands idly work as he lectures Izuku about the various roles and functions a support hero might occupy in an agency, it really seemed like he'd taken the words, "idle hands are the devil's plaything," to heart. Of course, most agencies rely on a support company rather than an in-house hero, but there are a lot of benefits to a much closer working relationship like this. Any ideas as to what they might be? 8 beady black eyes decorating the upper half of an otherwise mostly human head bore into Izuku, as a single hand smooths his neatly combed white hair back a bit. Izuku ponders the question for the briefest of moments. You can get feedback more easily. You'll see the situations the heroes have to deal with firsthand. If you need to make any alterations or adjustments quickly, you're right there. And you get to make friends with the heroes. Loom blinks, which is honestly pretty strange to watch because his eyes don't blink all at once the way Izuku's would. Rather, groups of 2 or 3 blink together in a seemingly random pattern, a process that takes only marginally longer than a second or two. Well, you're not wrong, he admits, spooling thread along one clawed finger. Can you think of any downsides? Resources, Izuku answers immediately. He tilts his head to the side before adding irony. Irony. The support hero has nobody to support them, Izuku explains. In a company, there'll be multiple people to split the workload and handle different tasks. Everyone can do what they're best at. An agency might only rely on a single support hero for its needs, so they have to be more versatile and adaptable. Good answer. In-house work isn't for everyone, not the least because you might have to take to the field one day yourself. If your skills aren't broad enough, you won't be able to support a wide variety of heroes. Of course, if you work in a smaller partnership, that doesn't matter quite as much. A small partnership isn't too bad an idea, Izuku thinks, but he's already set his sights on his dream. He's not just going to support heroes out in the field, he's going to be one. Right? Enough theory, time for some practical. Loom claps his hands together, all 8 of them, and gestures for Izuku to follow him. Now, for most people we've got around 3 or 4 copies of their costumes, plus a few extra seasonal varieties. Some people need summer versions, some people need winter versions, and some people need versions for every season or situation. I used to costumes for Evergreen before I joined Ingenium. But the main purpose of having extras is that they're inevitably going to get damaged. He pauses, turning to give Izuku a sly expression. Now, according to your classwork you're quite the little smith, but if you're going to be a support hero in an agency, you need to be broader. So for your week with me, I'll mostly be teaching you needlework and tailoring as practical skills, alongside design theory. They arrive at a large set of double doors, and Loom throws them open, revealing a workshop. We'll start simple to begin with and see how we go. I'll demonstrate the technique, you try to imitate. So, for a basic stitch, Izuku follows his motions and movements with rapt attention, memorizing every little detail as best he could. I don't usually take applicants I haven't nominated, but Midoriya and Ojiro vouched failure. Sun Wukong III was smaller than Hitoshi had expected, but there was a sense of restrained power in the old man's posture. And you put up a decent showing in the festival. But I'm not entirely convinced. He takes a long draft from the banana e-cigar, exhaling through his nostrils as he stares Hitoshi down. Hitoshi, for his part, returns the stare with as much resolve as he can muster. The esteemed grandmaster of the monkey style was an extremely powerful hero back in his heyday, having remained in the top 10 until his decision to retire. Admittedly, he'd been retired for longer than Hitoshi had been alive, but that didn't mean Sun Wukong III was any less dangerous. Wukong set an hourglass down on the table, the even halves of the glass being held up by a pair of wooden monkeys. Monkey business is serious business, seriously funny business. I'm giving you until the timer's out. Prove to me you're a real mandrill, or make like a banana and split. Hitoshi nods. The monkey hero turns the timer over, and as soon as he does, the air suddenly seemed all the more tense. His eyes were boring into Hitoshi, and it seemed like if he made one wrong move, he wouldn't get to make another. Just like you practiced, he thought to himself, before clearing his throat. A monkey walks into an ice cream parlor and pays for a 1,000-yen sundae with a 5,000-yen note. There's no audible response, but Wukong's whole body reminds him of a coiled spring. One wrong move and he doesn't get a second. He tries not to let his nerves show on his face. The cashier thinks it's a monkey. What do monkeys know about money? And gives the monkey a 500-yen coin as change. The Monkey King springs into action, rushing at Hitoshi, but still slow enough that he could see it coming. He sways out of the staff as it swings past, scrambling mentally to stay on track. Was all part of the test. If he wanted to, the Monkey King could have him flat on his butt before he blinked. As he gives him the change, the cashier says, "We don't get a lot of monkeys." He's forced to handspring away to get some space, but Sun Wukong is right there as he lands. He's not going to get a single moment to breathe. And the monkey looks at the coin and says, "I'm not surprised with these prices." No response. Sun Wukong doesn't let up either, throwing a storm of jabs at Hitoshi. He needs to step up his game. There were two monkeys on a branch, and the first monkey, he pauses for a moment to dodge away from the roundhouse kick, says to the second, "I'm sick of bananas." The roundhouse turns into an axe heel drop, followed by a sweeping blow from the staff. And the second says, Hitoshi manages to get the words out just before he has to dive out of a rising kick. Holy shit, it's a talking monkey. He crosses his arms over his chest to block the palm strike, but it still sends him head over heels along the dojo floor. Sheet, jokes aren't working. Does he want me to fight back as well? It's a bit of a long shot, he thinks, but he's not giving up. This time, when Sun Wukong rushes him, Hitoshi rushes back. He ducks under the palm strike. Wrong, Furious George. His jabs are too slow to catch the Monkey King, but at least he's not stuck on the defensive. I think I'm a chimp off the old block. The kick lands solidly in his stomach, and he goes down hard, rolling across the mats. BZZZ. Time's up. Sun Wukong declares, stomping over to Hitoshi's fallen form. That last kick had really driven the breath out of him, and he was having trouble getting it back under control. You fight like a monkey who's discovered a hammer, like everything's a nail. Hitoshi let out a groan, and managed to stagger to his feet. Gotta use what I've got, he mutters in between gasps. He's going to feel that kick for days. Your foundations are good, but you need refinement. Monkeying around is different from baboonery, which is different from chimping about. There's a time for each of these things. He has absolutely no idea what any of that even means, but he's going to nod anyway. I won't be able to make a monkey out of you, he declares with the gruff finality that makes his heart sink. But you'll be a great ape of wrath. Hitoshi blinks. You mean, he doesn't want to jinx it, and it almost feels like asking that question would shatter the glass mirage. Sun Wukong III puts his banana cigar back to his lips, grinning down at Hitoshi with a look that promises great suffering in his future. What are you Lunger and G about for, boy? We've got a week to turn you from boy Nobo to boo. Quietly, he wonders if he's made a mistake. When I'm done with you, boy, you'll be quipping in your sleep. Izuku walks back to the train station with Ida every day, who he finds an intriguing conversational partner. Compared to the explosively energetic Katsuki, the almost mischievously laid-back Hitoshi, and the easygoing go-with-the-flow Mashireo, the wound-up and proper Ida is a novel change of atmosphere. Much like Katsuki, Ida seems like he holds a conversation by himself without anyone else's assistance, but the topics are vastly different. Where Katsuki often complains loudly about everything, Ida seems to prefer discussing the finer points of being a model hero. The finest points. Points so fine, in fact, that Izuku has rarely considered them. And that is why I believe a proper breakfast should contain at least a little protein. Ida has very expressive hands. They slice through the air with sudden movements, but stop at their destinations with surprising stillness before bursting into the next position. Katsuki, by comparison, is just as lively at times, but his hands rarely stop moving. Is it a side effect of their personalities, or is Katsuki's free-flowing hand movements more related to his quirk? Perhaps he should study Ingenium's gestures as well, his quirk's arm-based. Midoriya-kun. Is there something interesting about my hands? Ida's inspecting them carefully, as though he's afraid he's got something smudged on them. Izuku blinks. Do you use them a lot? He asks, deciding to directly satisfy his curiosity. Ida, being unused to Izuku's everythingness, only grasps the surface of the question. Well, of course. Why wouldn't I? Izuku, being immersed in his everythingness, takes the answer and doesn't question it. I thought you might have relied on your legs, he says idly, but mentally notes that it would be remarkably difficult to defeat all of your enemies with kicks alone, no matter how powerful. Ida, for his part, can only quietly question why Izuku would assume he'd rely on his legs for tasks such as eating, drinking, or even writing. He tries to imagine eating with his legs. The image is ridiculous enough that he almost chokes. "Are you okay?" Izuku asks, completely innocent as to how he had caused the situation, albeit unintentionally. Ida only nods, red-faced and slightly flustered. "I'll be fine. Thank you for the concern, Midoriya-kun." As they arrive at the train station, Katsuki is there to greet them, Izuku with an "yo, Deku," and Ida with a hard stare. It's at least not a glare anymore, but there's still no love lost between them. Katsuki's presence requires a bit of work on his part, but given his presence is the only way Izuku can manage to get on a train, it's a duty he does with solemn seriousness. As it is, Izuku still crushes his hand with his own and stares off into space with the wide-eyed stare of someone who is desperately trying not to focus on where they are and what they're doing. Ida, for his part, is always kind of dutifully surprised at this, even if he sees it every day of the internship. Katsuki and Izuku get off first, managing to bid a goodbye to Ida and heading home whilst Katsuki talks Izuku's ear off about his own internship with Edgeshot, detailing the various training exercises and routines he's had to go through to learn precision. For Edgeshot, precision is not merely a quality to describe something, it's a philosophy of life. Saying only what needs to be said, doing what only needs to be done. No frills, no spills. Maximum impact, minimal force. Izuku is quietly building a theory that quirks influence your personality, but he's not sure if it's a nature or nurture kind of deal. In any case, he should probably make himself subject 0 based on Katsuki's grumblings. Although how his own quirk has affected his personality is going to be hard to assess from the inside. He squeezed a few drops of the almost mustard green fluid into the test tubes, repeating the process with deft practiced motions. He watched the reactions silently, and when everything settled down he slid along the linoleum floor on his chair, skidding to a stop just in front of a computer terminal to note the results. "Are you eating well, Shin-chan?" comes a voice from the monitor, a small window of his screen occupied by the face of a middle-aged woman whose cheeks were so plump and prominent that it forced her into a perpetual and almost mischievous squint. He pauses briefly to glance at the camera sitting atop his terminal. "Yes. I have been using the peppers you brought me earlier, although I believe I have erred in adding too much ginger to the stir-fry." She giggles softly at him, watching as he returns to his work. "That's okay. Ginger's good for you, Shin-chan, it'll boost your immune system." He doesn't respond, instead beginning to clean up after his experiment. He disposes of the chemical solutions carefully, diluting several of the concoctions before pouring them down the specially marked drain. "What's that on your wrist?" He freezes for a brief second. "A friendship bracelet." He holds it up to the camera once he's back in front of the terminal, letting her study it. "I made a friend. That's so pretty." She gushes, "I'm so happy for you, Shin-chan. What's their name?" His experiment cleaned up, he settles down in the chair in front of the terminal, adjusting his yukata a little nervously. "Midoriya Izuku," he mutters. He's not entirely sure why he's nervous, but the brightness, thinking about his fingers on his skin, gloved as they were, makes goosebumps break out all over. Even with an inch of RBB between them, he could almost feel the warmth permeating from him. It's been so long since anyone aside from his parents had even tried to touch him. He's almost forgotten what it's like to touch another human being, but he clings to the distant memories of his mother's arms with everything he has. She hums thoughtfully. "Are they from your class?" He's silent for a moment, face scrunched up in a way that resembles hers just without the plumpness, until he adds, apropos of nothing, "He is very bright." "Bright? Itchim. Tell me more, Shin-chan." Spill. His stomach twists itself into knots. How does he put it into words? How does he distill all that Midoriya is into letters and numbers, into things he can explain? Like the sun. Bright, almost unbearably so. Full of warmth and heat and bringing life. Shinya's gaze tracks to the sunflowers sitting by his window. He's never understood a flower more than he has now, never understood what it meant to reach for the sun. His fingers brush over the bracelet, which even now still feels interminably warm. He tries to imagine what Izuku's fingers would feel like, rough and calloused from work. Like the sun. She teases, giggling a little at Shinya's silent and sudden flush. So when do I get to meet this Midoriya? He doesn't really have an answer to that, and it shows clearly on his face. She giggles again. It's okay, Shin-chan. We can figure it out later. Mama should be going now though, got lots of work to do. I'll pop by this weekend, drop off some curry, if that's okay. And maybe I can meet this Midoriya-kun. He can't really muster a proper response to that. Good night, Mama. I love you. Good night, Shin-chan. What? The window closes, leaving Shinya to stare at a desktop cluttered with documents. It is time for bed, he mumbles to himself, sounding almost lost. Dwelling on matters will not help things. He reaches out to turn his terminal off when the sound of a notification gives him pause. A message. At this hour. Being a little late to bed just because he checked a message won't ruin anything, will it? Oddity Collector. Hello, hopeful geraniums. I've read your essays on quirkology, very thought-provoking. Do you really believe you can study quirks so definitively? Against his better judgment, he types out a reply. Within minutes, he's drawn into conversation. It's the third day of their internships when the world reminds them that life is never simple. They're riding on the train when it happens. Izuku has Katsuki's hand in a crushing, vice-like grip and is busy humming some sort of melody under his breath in what is likely an attempt to just cope with the situation. Katsuki, for his part, is just quietly hoping he'll still have a hand after all of this. If he doesn't, he'll just have to get Izuku to make him some fancy robotic hand to make up for the one he's crushing. He has the relative fortune of facing the window, and so he sees what happens in more detail, although even watching it happen, it still took a few moments for his brain to process it. A bright white shape soars towards them on bat-like wings, and by the time Katsuki realizes they're about to be attacked, they are being attacked. The shape, it looks like a person, a very mutated person but still a person, and it's not like there are weirder-looking people slams into the train, and with a heave tears the metal apart. Up close, whoever or whatever they are, the wrongness is more apparent. The wings, on closer inspection, seemed more like massive webbed hands with long fingers. And their stomach protrudes like an empty sack waiting to be filled. The limbs used to rip the metal apart are thick and powerful, but where there should be legs, there was only a second pair of arms, much smaller and agile with a long, spine tail below it. Katsuki's already gone into combat mode, but the first thing he realizes is that the environment puts him at a disadvantage. The train is an enclosed space full of civilians. Reckless use of his quirk is only going to make things worse, not to mention the effects it could have on the train's stability. It takes him about all of 3 seconds to come to this conclusion, and only a further 2 before he comes to a solution. The solution is, tackle it into the open air, of course. He's not going to have much time, if any at all, to equip his hero gear, so he'll just have to rely on his quirk and his training. The creature person beats its hand wings and begins cartwheeling through the air recklessly. Katsuki had thought he'd managed a pretty good grip, but he doesn't panic when he begins to fall. He's had enough practice directing himself with his quirk that a small fall like this is second nature to arrest. He's not sure if the thing is going to follow him now that he's attacked it, or if it'll direct its attention back on the train. It seems to settle on the latter, but before Katsuki can take to the air to try and fend it off a second time, something is shooting out of the train and tackling it back down. Or rather than something, he should say someone, and the only person bats hit crazy enough to follow Katsuki's example was Deku. What the F do you think you're doing? Izuku crashes to the ground, but his fall is thankfully broken by the bat thing. He almost seems surprised at the situation he's found himself in, and not for the first time Katsuki has to quell the spike of irritation. I don't think I was, Izuku explains simply. What the F do you mean you weren't? Thinking is all you FNG do. One of these days, Katsuki is going to have an aneurysm or a heart attack or something, and it will all be Deku's fault. Except knowing the idiot, he'd find a way to keep Katsuki alive just to prolong his suffering. Get the F off that thing already. It's dangerous. Izuku obliges, which only lowers Katsuki's BLD pressure a smidgen. Thankfully for both of them, The bat thing doesn't seem to be making any attempt to move, if it was still capable of it. Given it didn't even look like it was breathing, Katsuki was beginning to wonder if Deku's bulk had finally been good for something other than smothering him on occasion. So what do you don't FNG poke it? Izuku looks up from where he's jabbing it with his staff, an innocently curious expression on his face. I don't know, he admits, answering Katsuki's unfinished question. I've never really seen anything like it. Biology's never been my strong point though. Given that the bat thing doesn't seem to be moving at all, Katsuki only just begins to lower his guard by increments. He's never seen a mutant-type quirk like this before. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. He'd hate to think they ended up seriously injuring some guy, even if they are clearly a villain. Figure anything out? Nope. Izuku replies cheerfully, I'm completely out of my depth here. They're still breathing though. Well, there's that at least. The hand wings are very interesting. Very natural seeming, but not quite. Katsuki comes very close to making the amateurish mistake of asking for clarification. He may as well try to polish mud into a mirror for all the clarity he'll get from Izuku. Natural seeming but not quite. They're artificial, grafted by the looks of things. I didn't realize that was possible, but now that I think about it, you could use dash, so this guy was, what, created? It was always important to keep track of any exits you could use in a conversation before Izuku got too far off track to be salvaged. Created. Maybe. That's a fascinating idea actually. You could start with cloning, of course. Conversations were like labyrinths sometimes and any turn might just lead you back into danger. If it is some kind of weird surgical bullshit, then doesn't that mean someone has to be around doing shit like that? There could be more of these F-airs all over the city. Izuku pauses, glancing over at Katsuki briefly. We should leave that to the pros. Oh, so now you're all for caution? Extenuating circumstances. This was self-defense. Katsuki huffs. Izuku was right, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Fine. But if we get attacked again, I'm not holding back. That's good, came a voice from behind them, but I can't promise you it'll help. Both of them whirl around in unison, and even Izuku clutches his staff a little tighter. The speaker is a short man, a few inches shorter than Izuku himself with combed-back steel-gray hair. A pair of thick rectangular glasses sits on the bridge of his nose, obscuring his eyes entirely with the seemingly opaque glass, and underneath a pristine white lab coat, they were wearing a t-shirt with the characters Forge Sky of Bloom on it, a pair of acid-washed jeans and worn sneakers. To put it bluntly, he looked like a surprisingly young college professor at first glance, but there was something distinctly unsettling about him. Who the F are you? Katsuki snaps, already positioning himself defensively in front of Izuku. The professor, a title Katsuki generously appellates based on appearance, makes the hairs on the back of his neck raise for reasons he mostly can't quite articulate. The ones he can are creepy BS2D sneaks up on them without warning and says something ominous. Izuku, for his part, can only grip his staff so tightly it might warp under his fingers. Kaken. He whispers, lowering his voice until it can barely be heard, we should go. The genuine fear coming from Midoriya, let's see what happens. Izuku is enough to make Katsuki himself begin to worry, but somehow, he knows that turning around is perhaps the worst thing he can do right now. Exposing a weakness would be fatal. Who am I? Are you messing with me, boy? The professor leans forward, eyes narrowing dangerously behind the thick rectangular glasses. Seriously, who am I indeed? I know it was a bit before your time, but come on. I was all over the news. The Demon Doctor. A bit cliché as far as titles go, admittedly, but I thought it was rather fitting. He sighs, holding his hands up into the air. This is what I get for moving to an island? Sure. There's less heroes sticking their nose into everything and ruining my experiments, but there's no brand recognition anymore. I guess I'll just have to re-establish my reputation. Maybe hold the mayor hostage to start things off. Some small part of Katsuki is disturbed to recognize the way the professor is drifting off topic, tapping a finger against his chin as he quietly mumbles to himself. It is, in many ways, something Izuku would do, but it also means he knows well enough that this is their best chance to get away cleanly and begins quietly ushering him back. Izuku seems faintly distracted with something in his hands, But it's not something Katsuki can think about it. It almost works, too. But where am I going to get an elephant on short, oho? Well played, young Padawans. Katsuki turns to run, urging Izuku on with him, but they only made it 2 steps before the lab coat is fluttering down in front of them. The professor lands silently, the picture of sinister danger ruined only by the ridiculously casual outfit he was wearing. An excellent attempt at a diversion, but Katsuki was not at all interested in listening to him, and cut him off with a double-barreled explosion at point-blank range. If the professor wasn't going to let them go without a fight, then the effer was going to get one. He carries through with the momentum, swinging in a wide roundhouse blow to capitalize on the disruption, but rather than soft yielding flesh, his fist strikes something like hardened iron. That was very rude of you. Fingers clamps down on his fist as he tries to pull away, and the smoke begins to clear to reveal the unbothered face of the demon doctor. Whatever happened to the banter? The witty back and forth? Heroes used to dash chef off. Katsuki howls, throwing a flurry of punches with his free hand, but each blow is deflected with all the concern of a disaffected waiter. Let a man monologue for a bit and then they'd rebut with their own, but no. Kids these days just want to get straight dash. A foot sweeps Katsuki's out from underneath him and the hand twists around with such force that Katsuki found himself spinning around into the ground. To the violence. The hand is coming down like a spear, fingertips extended to pierce straight through his head, and for one single moment Katsuki thinks he's died. His view is swallowed by something round and metal, and the air is filled with a sound like nails on a chalkboard, and Izuku is there pushing him away with the angriest declaration he's ever heard from him. Get away from him. Oh. The professor dances back a few paces, hands swaying through the air like snakes. Now I remember where I saw you. Sports festival, right? I was cheering for you, Izuku finds that hard to believe given the man is actively trying to kill him. Still, there's no need to be rude about it. Thank you. I think you and that other student, very impressive. It's always so nice to see the next generation pushing the boundaries. He spins around in a graceful movement, left foot shooting out like a spear. Izuku raises his shield just in time to catch the blow, and if he hadn't braced with the staff, he'd be sent flying away. Don't worry, I've got plenty of other shocks up my sleeve. He flicks a SWS and discharges the power cell's payload. Katsuki takes the opening provided without a word, leapfrogging over Izuku's lowered shoulders to deliver a second two-handed blast directly at the stunned professor. Neither of them lets up, continuing the onslaught relentlessly. Izuku sweeps his legs out from under him with the staff, and Katsuki uses a small blast to propel himself into a spinning axe kick aimed squarely at his chest. Both of them dart away in unison, watching the cloud of smoke with bated breath. There's no movement, not at first. But then the professor's voice calls out, genuinely curious. Say, would you be open to an internship? I know it's a bit unorthodox, but it's so hard finding good talent on this side of the fence. Katsuki almost gawks, but he doesn't want to show even that tiny bit of weakness. Sorry, my mom says I shouldn't go with strangers. Katsuki isn't sure what to think of that statement. On one hand, it's exactly the kind of stupid justification Izuku would use. On the other, he's demon sure the dumbass would go with a stranger who asked him nicely enough. Well, that's easily fixed, isn't it? The professor moves his hand out. Dr. Hoji Ryanosuk, at your service. Now will you be my intern? Izuku grips his staff a little harder. I'm already interning for someone else. He manages to sound genuinely apologetic, and Katsuki can't tell if it's because he's actually sorry. Oh, surely there's some way I can tempt you into it. College credits. Award wage. Co-authorship of any research papers. Glorious revenge on anyone who ever mocked you as you rule over them with an iron fist. For a moment, Katsuki could swear he's hearing crickets chirp in the silence. He can't imagine Izuku ruling over anyone with an iron fist. The closest he could get is an oven mitt. The professor held his hands up with a sigh. Oh, pity. Can't blame a man for trying, but if you won't serve as my assistant. Izuku raises his shield on instinct, and it proves to be the right decision because the man is right there and his hand is already scraping along the metal. Then you will serve as a test subject. The lull is over, and the combat resumes. The professor's hands dance between them, flickering back and forth and forcing them both on the defensive. There's no moment to even breathe as he never seemed to stop striking, and it's all Katsuki can do to avoid finding out what those fingers, which even now screech against the metal of Izuku's shield, will do to human flesh. Izuku disengages the top of his staff, dropping the weighted tip down on a long chain. With a fluid movement, he has it wrapped around one of the professor's arms, and before the villain can react, Izuku shouts out, "Now," and presses down on SWH. Two things happen in fairly quick succession. The first is that the professor is surrounded by a coruscating halo of blue electricity, sparking so violently he almost looks like a badly wired Christmas decoration. The second is that Katsuki leaps up, spinning around as quickly as he can to build up momentum and air. A full-blown howitzer impact would take both too much time, and would frankly be far too excessive for Katsuki's liking, especially with Izuku in the blast radius, but a watered-down version is not only less likely to result in manslaughter, it's significantly easier to aim. Whilst it's nowhere near the precision Edge shot wants to instill in him, cupping both hands together as he completes his revolution is enough to channel the force into a rough, cone shape. Grenadier shock. It feels like a small eternity as the smoke cleared, and Katsuki waits with bated breath to see the results. Instead of a defeated professor, what he sees is Izuku being bodily hurled towards him, and he has just enough time to try and catch him, but both of them end up sprawled out on the ground regardless. "That was cute," the professor says dryly, stepping out of the cloud of still lingering smoke, "but you broke my glasses. I like those, you know." Indeed, the small rectangular lenses were shattered, hanging awkwardly off the bridge of his nose. Without the shielding protection of the thick glasses, Katsuki and Izuku both can see the cold, pitiless depths of his empty blue eyes, and for a brief, horrible moment, the world falls away and there's nothing but blue sky as far as the eye can see. Izuku snaps out of it first, forcing himself to pull away from the sensation of falling, and he finally understands why the man seemed so utterly foreboding to him. He reminded him so painfully much of his own father. Well, aren't you an interesting little one?" he murmurs, going to adjust his glasses before realizing they're gone with a small frown. "Well, more's the pity you didn't come on as an intern. It's been so long since I've worked alongside another one of us." Izuku squints. Something about the way the professor said that was disconcerting. He certainly doesn't want to think he has anything in common with a man like the professor. The professor just stares at him blankly, sky-blue eyes empty of any light. "Goodness. I suppose it's only to be expected you've yet to break through, what with your young age and all. Are you absolutely sure you won't be my assistant? I promise I'll keep the testing to non-invasive procedures. There's just so much we could glean of our condition. It's so rare to be able to see it in its developing stages." He leans forward, and there's a manic gleam that enters his eyes now. "Think of the science." He holds a hand out to Izuku, grinning wildly. "Don't you want to know? Don't you want to see? All the things you've been creating, all the dreams." His voice rises in pitch, modulating in something strangely musical to Izuku's ears. "ICN SHOWYOU SUSHWO and RFULTNGS?" Izuku is reaching back before he can even think about what he's doing, but there's a loud bang and a flash of light before he can take a step forward. Stun grenade. The spell he didn't even know he was under shatters, and Izuku feels a rough hand grabbing his own and he's being pulled away. "Now, we run the effed away," Katsuki snaps, and some tiny part of Izuku is disappointed. He can't quite put his finger on it, but he shakes his head. He shouldn't dwell on it. Although his vision isn't back up to 100% just yet, he still chances a glance back at the professor. The professor blinks away the stars before he reaches up and tears his somewhat tattered lab coat off, and his t-shirt with it. Underneath was a sleeveless, backless. Izuku hesitates to call it a shirt, but it gives him an unobstructed view of more of the professor's body than he ever wanted. Then he moves, and Izuku snaps his face forward to witness him landing in front of them, descending like a vengeful angel of death. Up close, Izuku can see him in greater detail. Thin, nearly invisible lines lined his flesh in intricate patterns, and Izuku's mind quietly recognizes them as surgical scars, But most jarring of all was the way the flesh at either side of him seemed to ripple and bulge. Playtime's over, boys. The flesh seemed to explode, and shooting out from them were two new, gleaming sets of arms. Shiny, wet, dripping with some unidentifiable fluid and flexing with dangerous musculature. If you come along now, I promise I won't be too harsh on you. Their escape cut off, and their opponent relatively unscathed by everything they've thrown at him. It's not looking good. Katsuki flexes his fingers, and he can see Izuku shifting his grip on his shield and staff. I don't suppose you have a MSTRFANG plan? He mutters. To his mild surprise, Izuku nods. Are you going to tell me what it is? Izuku opens his mouth to do just that, but there's no opportunity to even finish his sentence as the professor is forced to raise his arms to defend against a barrage composed of several attacks. Someone shouts, "Team Ida 10 is here," just as Ingenium drop kicks the professor off his feet from out of the blue. As he lands in a picture-perfect dramatic landing, engines throttling down, a whole slew of sidekicks make their own dramatic arrivals, in a formation 12 strong. Katsuki isn't sure when he even had the chance to call for help, but DMN it, if he isn't glad. He did. A black, chitinous hand pats Izuku on the shoulder. "Get to safety," Loom says calmly, "we'll take it from here." The two of them don't need to be told twice, and start running as quickly as they can. Izuku chances one last glance back, that small part of him interminably disappointed about something. Professor Hoji Ryanosuke grins back at him, 6 arms flexing dangerously. "We'll meet again, Midoriya Izuku," he calls, waving with 2 of his right arms. "I can't wait to see what you create."